100%. We're going to get started with just a few announcements, and then after that, we'll begin with our opening panel. First of all, my name is Karen Hollebrands. I'm an Associate Dean for Research and Innovation in the College of Education. I'm also the co-chair of the Planning Committee for this event. Juliana Mfa Abeni she's waving her hand right there, is also co-chairing the planning committee. Thank you. We appreciate her leadership for this event. This event truly is a university-wide endeavor and would not be possible without the support of our many sponsors. We have, and you can't see them. We have the Colleges of Humanities and Social Sciences, the College of Education, Engineering, Ag, and Life Science, and all the others listed. We're very grateful for their support for this event. We're also grateful for the Harrelson Speaker Series Fund, who is sponsoring our keynote speaker today. Just a few logistics. You can find the full program at our Go link, go.ncsu.edu/Equity Symposium 2022. We also have a list of all of our sessions in the guidebook app. If you point your phone at that QR code, that should download the app for you. Within that app, you can create your own schedule, you can take notes, you can connect with others who are also on the app, and we have a live stream to our Twitter feed. The hashtag we're recommending that you use is shown there, so feel free if you are posting on social media to use that hashtag. Also, just an update on our lunch. We'll begin at 12 o'clock. We will have boxed lunches available, and then the keynote speaker will begin at 12:15. Juliana will be introducing the provost, who will be making some remarks, and then we will turn it over to Raj Chetty for the keynote address. Just a little bit about who is here. We had over 118 presenters who have signed up to attend. This is fabulous. If you're like me, this is the largest event you've been in person in almost 2 years, so we're so thrilled to be here in person. We also have 326 people who have registered to attend, both virtually and in person, and we're very grateful for our 46 volunteers who have agreed to help us out throughout the day. And many of you might have seen them in the hallway and at the registration desk. So thank you so much to our volunteers. We also have a wonderful planning committee that has helped to put on the event. They're all listed here, and we would not be able to have this today if it wasn't for all their hard work. So we want to extend our thanks to our planning committee members. If they're here today, if they want to stand and be recognized so we can acknowledge their assistance. All of our planning committee members, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. We appreciate your help. We also received assistance from our executive assistants in putting together a variety of things, including the program. So we want to acknowledge their support as well. Finally, our theme for today's symposium, what does equity mean to me? And so we want you to reflect on this question because we know equity can mean lots of different things to various people. And so we've created a QR code. You'll see that also on your tables, and it'll be posted around the Student Union today. Go ahead and link to that QR code, and it will allow you to enter some words that come to mind as you think about what equity means to you. At the end of the symposium, we'll be able to generate a word cloud from the words that you contribute, and we can share what that looks like for those who have attended today. So we encourage you to engage in that activity. All right, so now I will invite Deanna Daniels, Dean of the College of Humanities and Social Sciences, to provide a welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Oh, come on. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Thank you. I am just giddy. This is the first conference I've been to in over 2.5 years, so I am thrilled to be here. I am thrilled to been to in person, of course. Thrilled to see all of you and welcome you to the Equity Research Symposium. You've seen all the notes of thanks that Karen shared. I just want to reiterate, thank you to my fellow deans for your support of the symposium. Thank you to Jeff Braden and Marianne Danowitz for getting this ball rolling and getting the momentum started for this. Thank you, Juliana and Karen, for all of the hard work you have done. And thank you to our university partners. Finally, thank you to each and every one of you for your commitment to this symposium and your commitment to equity. I thank you for being committed to what I see as the crux of what we do here together at NC State. Now, you may know the word crux in its colloquial terms. I know it as a term related to climbing. My daughter's a competitive rock climber and has been climbing for 10 years. The crux of a climb is the most difficult part of the climb. It is a sequence of moves where people are most likely to fall. Climbs are defined essentially by their cruxes. In fact, the grade of a climb, its level of difficulty, is determined by the crux or cruxes on that climb. Issues related to equity and inequity, in my mind, represent the cruxes of what we do every day. They are, to me, the most difficult parts of what I do. As a teacher, I was consistently concerned about whether I was engaging students in ways that were inclusive of some learners while excluding others. As a scholar who has spent my career studying academic cultures and ways of communicating, I was constantly asking myself whether I was adequately representing the voices of the communities I entered and engaged with. As an administrator, I will tell you not a day passes where I'm not asking myself questions about how my decisions could privilege some while disenfranchising others. These are hard challenges, the hardest I've faced in the various roles I've had here on campus and off. Working through these challenges, these cruxes, takes work, careful thought, openness, humility, a willingness to admit imperfection, and a commitment to hearing things that are sometimes hard to hear. It is hard work, but it is work worth doing. Because just as the crux literally defines a climbing problem, I believe the way I work through issues related to equity and inequity defines me. And the way we work through the equity problems that face the universities and the communities we work with can define who we are as a collective. I am thrilled to be here to learn more about the various cruxes you all are working through in your scholarship. I cannot wait to hear about those you've worked through beautifully, and I am just as eager to hear about those that have been more problematic. I commend all of you for the work you are doing in this arena. It is hard, but important. It takes courage. One of my favorite quotes from Maya Angelou is, "Without courage, we cannot practice any other virtue with consistency. We can't be kind, true, merciful, generous, or honest." I applaud the courage you all display by engaging with equity seriously in your scholarship and in your day-to-day interactions. Working through these cruxes, I hope, will lead to kind, true, merciful, generous, and honest conversations that will start today, but that will also persist. I look forward to engaging in these conversations and in working with you to create our collective together as one that is defined by a tireless commitment to equity. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, welcome. We are so excited to kick off this symposium with a panel. And panel where we get to feature the research that's being done at NC State and share with you some of the work that has been done over several years. My name is Julie Ivy. I'm a professor in the Edward P. Fitz Department of Industrial and Systems Engineering in the College of Engineering. And I represent the Research Leadership Academy. With me, my co-moderator, we have Dr. Phil Westmoreland and Dr. Kranos Williams. And we would like to share with you a panel looking at framing diversity, equity, and inclusion. And so for this panel, we have invited several researchers from across our campus to share with us their work that they've been doing through their careers. First, we have Kofi Boone, we have Joy Gaston Gales, we have Maria Mayorga, and then we also have Pamela McCauley, who is joining us, now we have her here, virtually. We're gonna start off this panel with each of the panelists introducing themselves and giving us a brief overview about their research. What we'd like this panel to be, though, is to be a dialogue. And so we're going to have brief introductions, and then we want to open it up for discussion and questions. So let us begin with Dr. Kofi Boone.
All right, good morning. Can you all hear me? All right, good morning. My name is Kofi Boone. I teach landscape architecture in the College of Design. I'm a native of Detroit, Michigan. I went to Michigan for my master's in landscape architecture and bachelor's in science and natural resources. Have been in North Carolina for the last 15 or 16 years, so happy to be here. When the slide goes up, you'll see one that talks about some of the work that we do. A lot of what we do is more applied research and translational research, trying to make the best available of what we develop here on campus to the communities we serve. And one of those communities is Princeville, North Carolina, which is the oldest African-American founded community by free black people in the United States, founded as Freedom Hill in 1865. And it's in the aftermath of Hurricane Matthew, which hit us in 2017, when a lot of us were connected to the Hurricane Matthew Disaster Recovery and Resilience Initiative, and trying to find steps to help this community move forward. And with regards to equity, it gets into two things that I do try and spend a lot of time on. Number one is procedural equity. Making sure that how we make decisions, who's included, what the factors are, and what the impacts are well understood by everybody, with the loudest voice going to the most vulnerable to those decisions. And the other one is distributional equity, which starts to talk about distributing resources, information, capital, and other things so that communities can become more self-sufficient. Why this matters in Princeville, and to take a step back, it was being treated in a more mechanical way by the Office of Homeland Security and FEMA and other agencies that are used to dealing with disaster recovery in sort of a one-size-fits-all kind of way. And their math said, hey, this whole town just needs to move. That's the best thing we can do. We'll just buy you all out and you start over someplace else. And that's sort of the one-size-fits-all stamp that they were placing across the country. And so what we did as a team of researchers was say, well, wait, would you say that about Colonial Williamsburg? Or would you say that about Amsterdam? Or would you say that about Venice? No, you wouldn't, because there's a cultural value placed on those particular places that activate resources and connections. So why would you say that to the oldest black town in the United States and expect them to go along with it? So through our work with engagement, and what this picture features is a 5-day workshop that we led in Princeville after Matthew had recovered, that talks about the value of traditional environmental knowledge, local knowledge, in framing problems, framing solutions, collaboration, equal access to information, impact on decision-making, that has led to real concrete steps over the last 5 years to help that community become resilient and hopefully a model for how to incorporate cultural landscape traditions into how we think about disaster recovery. So we spend a lot of time dealing with how do we deal with people, how do we understand their positions, how do we understand the value of history, can we think creatively about deploying technologies that support those? If we can't, then we have to go to a default. But I was very surprised that, in recent history, how much learning is required by the federal government and others about the value of community. And so with regards to equity, those are two things that I'll probably reinforce later on, is the power that research can have in intervening in situations that are inequitable and then provide concrete strategies for dealing with the procedures and the distribution of resources. So be happy to talk about it further, but thank you for having me here.
We have Dr. Joy Gaston-Gale.
All right, good morning, everybody. Can you hear me? All right. It's hard. I feel like this thing is double masked. I have a mask on, the mic has a mask on. We're all masked. So happy to be here today. Again, my name is Joy Gaston-Gales, and I'm a professor in the College of Education in Higher Ed, Leadership, Policy, Studies, Human Development. And I'm also Senior Advisor for Advancing Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion within the College of Education. And my research, I've been a faculty member for a long time. We study people. That's what we do in higher ed, particularly people in college environments. And so a lot of my work focuses on how college impacts students, their experiences, their outcomes. And I'm also more recently interested in just people's experiences in the academy. And that is more broad and extends to faculty, all kinds of faculty, professional track, tenure track, students, as well as staff. And my work primarily focuses, I have two of recent book volumes that I edited with colleagues across the country. My work focuses in two areas. One is on women and underrepresented people in STEM fields, and so that's one of those volumes there. The other area of interest is intercollegiate athletics and the college student-athlete experience. Now, you may be scratching your head saying, those are two so different populations, like how do they come together? Well, the issue is that both groups experience structural barriers that impact their success and how far they can go. They also experience barriers within the college environment that also impact fair treatment and well-being. And so I think if you think about both of those populations, you can see the through line. And so that's what a lot of the work that I do explores, how we can remove barriers, how we can change systems and structures so that people can bring their full selves to their experiences, all of their gifts and talents, and thrive in the academy. And so this work has taken me to another place. I find myself in more leadership roles. A hallmark of my field in higher ed is that we very much bridge theory to practice, and so we don't study things for the sake of studying them. We also want to put them into good practice. And so I find myself doing that very thing in the various leadership roles that I take on, including Senior Advisor for Advancing Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, because now I get to take the work that I've been doing and figure out, okay, how do we enact this in practice? And then how can we take what's happening in practice to go back to the research and inform it? And so it's a full circle moment for me. But all of my work always has undergirded or has at the heart of it issues around diversity, equity, and inclusion. And what I'm most interested in now in these leadership roles is, we have a lot of, and Kofi, your remarks kind of reiterate this too, is that we have a lot of systems and structures in place that don't serve people well. And a lot of times in the research, we try to fix the people without fixing the systems. And so that is the work that I'm engaged in now, both as Senior Advisor for Advancing Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, but I have the pleasure of being president of my professional association this year. And so that is the Association for the Study of Higher Education. And the presidential theme for this year, which is my year as president, is humanizing higher education. Because at the heart of it, if we don't value people, then we find ourselves in a lot of inequitable situations, right? Where people are disenfranchised, people are not treated fairly, and their well-being is not considered. And so I'm excited about this opportunity to spend the year with colleagues in higher ed across the country, across the world, in terms of figuring out what does it mean to humanize higher education? Like, how can we really get at the heart of that, and how can we incorporate that in the research that we do in post-secondary education? And so we have a lot of things have happened that have, for me, brought this to the forefront. This pandemic that we are still in and still experiences had, it's not that these inequities weren't here. I think COVID just shined a big old bright light on them, right? To say, oh, wow, people are really disenfranchised. There's a lot of inequities, and COVID had a way of exposing it or uncovering it so that not so much that the people who are experiencing them, they've always been able to see it, but so everybody else can see it, right? And so at the heart of that, this notion of the great resignation, like people are leaving all kinds of infrastructures and systems because of the inequities and the ways in which they have been dehumanized in their experiences. And so that is a problem that we're gonna have to face. And at the heart of it, people are hurting and people are tired. And we have to figure out how do we, treat people fairly, get at the heart of systems and structures that don't work anymore, and how can we change them so that everyone can thrive in the academy. And so I'll stop there, and I just have that picture there. That's actually in the Hunt Library, and I'll end with saying that the work we do really does matter, and it can change the world. It can change it in good ways, and it can change it in not so good ways. I hope that our discussions today will lead us to think about and really engage in how we can make the world a better place. Thank you.
Hello? Oh, okay, great. Oh, I can't see my own slide. My vision is bad. So I cheated. I put animation in so I can actually get more on the slide. Sorry about that. My name is Maria Mayorga. I'm in the Department of Industrial and Systems Engineering at NC State. And what I do is mathematical and computer modeling, and specifically with a focus on health systems. And what I like to work on are, let's see if that will, so health systems deals with both from the operations, how you might have flow through the hospital, but also in medical decision making, coming up with the timing or the proper treatment for individuals or a cohort of individuals. And I love what, let's see if this is gonna, yeah, I love what Kofi said, because we are those people, right? We are the people who did the math that said that community should leave, right? But that's the problem, is that, when we do the math, we have to decide, so I'm gonna get a little bit technical here, on our objective function. We have a goal. What is it that you're trying to achieve? And sometimes we have these constraints, which are things that limit or don't allow for bad decisions. And the problem is that we don't have enough people considering that you can create a solution mathematically that does the right thing. But we never put that into the goal. We never put that into the objective function. Or we never thought that we should constrain it so that it doesn't do those negative things. And so I really like to work on problems that are going to have impact for social good. And I'll give you a little bit of a flavor of a few examples. So I worked on EMS, Emergency Medical Services Planning, where you're locating vehicles in different locations in order to improve the response time of 911 calls. And if you have a community, this is Richmond area in Virginia, if you have a community where you have an urban area in which calls get responded to quite quickly and more rural areas, if you just care about getting there quickly within a certain amount of time and you have no points assigned when you're just too late, then what happens? What happens is you could just ignore the people who are too far away because they don't impact your objective function, right? So in this case, we specifically looked at trying to do a multi-objective problem in which you care both about not just the response time, but also the equity, and we could define that in different ways. Is it rural locations that we care about? Is it the fact that the closest vehicle is assigned, different things like that. So in this case, equity was looked at from an urban versus a rural perspective. In another example, I study colorectal cancer, and colorectal cancer is highly preventable with screening. And when the ACA came in place, all of these preventative services became free. But for some people, it still didn't qualify for health care. And so Medicaid expansion is one of those potential ways that we could increase health care access. But North Carolina did not expand Medicaid. So what's nice with computer modeling is we can say, well, what if, right? So we looked at it and said, well, what if we would have expanded Medicaid in North Carolina, and specifically looked at black males? And we found that, you know, even though it might seem like a small group to focus on, within 6 years, all the costs that would have been put into that would have been returned because of the prevention of cancer cases that are much more expensive to treat when they're later stages. And lastly, since we're living it day to day, even today, as you all mentioned, we seem to be focusing on the wrong thing. So this is about COVID and vaccine distribution. It's great that we got the vaccines as quickly as we did. But when the rollout of vaccinations happened, even though equity was listed as one of the main concerns, it was actually never operationalized that way. The way that the vaccines were rolled out actually exacerbated inequities and the differences in deaths between minority groups. And if we had considered different rollout plans that tried to improve access for those minority groups, we could have potentially closed that gap. This is the idea that let's put that into the mathematical functions so that other people who are already know how to do that, it will automatically be part of their solution instead of you having to say, hey, you did something wrong. Okay, so I'll pass it on.
Thank you. Next, we have Pamela McCauley, Pamela McCauley, who, oh, good, we can see her. Can we see her and her slide? Is it possible?
Good morning.
There we go.
Good morning. Can you all hear me okay?
Yeah.
Oh
Yes,
boy,
we
can
hear
you see my slide?
We could see your slide 5 seconds ago, but I think.
Yeah, okay, right. I'm not sure what happened, but let's try it one more time. Okay,
Okay,
I
now
think
we can
that-
see it.
okay,
But it-
fantastic. All right, it's so nice to be with you all this morning. I do want to, it keeps changing when I try to go
To present mode.
to
Yeah, I know.
share. Let me share screen. I'll just keep it like this. But again, it's a pleasure to be with you all this morning. Although I'm virtual, I'm also thrilled to be with you today and talking about something that is just so important. And as I was listening to the panelists, there's so many opportunities for synergy. I'm already working with Gales on some things on campus. But I've only been at NC State for about almost 2 years now. I'm in the Wilson College of Textiles, where I serve as Associate Dean of Academic Programs, Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. And prior to that, I was at the University of Central Florida for 26 years. My background is industrial engineering, like Maria and Julie. And so I was in the industrial engineering department for 26 years and did many things, and particularly my research sort of focuses in 2 areas similar to what Dr. Gales is saying. I mean, I've always had my technical research, which is ergonomics and biomechanics, and looking at opportunities to address disparities from an healthcare ergonomic standpoint is something that I focused on even when I did a Jefferson Science Fellow experience with the Department of State. And there are just so many opportunities for us to look at these different, the diversity, equity, and inclusion needs within, I think we all know within AI, our own Dr. Faycott Payton, who from NC State has looked at this extensively. And again, I'm so excited to be here because I do see that while there are challenges, there are so many opportunities. There are opportunities for us to use things such as algorithms to, rather than introduce bias, to reduce bias, whether it's in healthcare accessibility. Maria was talking about her modeling. I mean, we have the knowledge to begin to see some change and reduce some of this bias. And so it's vitally important that we come together in this manner to begin to do those things. But in addition to my research in ergonomics and biomechanics, I've been very focused on the healthcare workers. 76% of healthcare workers are female, and 40% are underrepresented minorities. So you have a lot of diversity in healthcare, yet they're, from an ergonomic standpoint, looking at ways to keep these employees safe, looking at ways for them to effectively perform their tasks without debilitating injuries. There really has been a shortage of research in that area, so I have continued to do research in that space. But as I have grown in my career and in administration, I have looked at other ways where I can have greater impact, and that is really come to my attention, is that as we continue to see growth we want more women, more underrepresented minorities in STEM, then we want them to go to advanced degrees. Now we want them to innovate, but the same problems persist at every level. And I served as program director at the National Science Foundation, leading the I-Corps program, and it was staggering to me the lack of diversity among innovators that we were funding at I-Corps, but also looking more broadly. You see the statistics here. Only less than 5% of our grantees that we funded were Hispanic or Latinx. 3.4% African American and Native American. Not even 0.5%. And then we had about 18% women, and then not even 1% of disabled individuals. And the numbers are just as sad when you look at venture-backed firms, 1.8% Latinx and 1% African American startups. And so it's disturbing to me that we have all this innovation need. We have all these problems that we need to solve. You look at the UN SDGs, you look at the engineering's grand challenges, and look at the pandemic that we're experiencing, and all of the opportunity and need that there is for us to have everyone at the table, to hear diverse voices, diverse input, so that we can come up with solutions that work for everyone. And yet we are not bringing everyone to the table. And someone asked me, is it access or is it awareness? And this is when I was at NSF, and I said, I think it's a combination of both. So I think we have not made it accessible. In many cases, they aren't aware, but it's even bigger than that. When it is accessible, when they are aware, oftentimes when they are in the room, they are marginalized. So there's so many reasons for us to be serious about addressing this when we look at the needs that we have in our global society, and we look at the demographics. It is absolutely essential that we have more conversations such as one's taking place in this room, but then that they are followed by actionable movements where we actually do something with the things that we've learned. So looking forward to our conversation today, and I will stop right there. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'd like to turn it over for questions. And I'm going to kick it off with the first question. I'd like each of our panelists to talk about, at a high level, topics or concerns where they really feel more research is needed for us to kind of move the envelope. And I believe that Pamela is going to start us off.
Well, I can continue with what I was saying, Julie. I really do think that understanding, and if we want to just take today's season, healthcare, that's such a broad brush when you look at disparities in healthcare. Who gets access to healthcare? What is the quality of the care? Even what Maria was saying, looking in rural areas, who gets their 911 as quickly as possible. And so I think that is an area where we can have, there's a huge need. I think second, AI. Once again, we can use algorithms and AI to reduce bias, but right now, that's not happening largely. We're seeing quite the opposite. We're seeing bias introduced because of many artificial intelligence systems. And so I think those are two very important areas. I mentioned healthcare, and that's, again, just a big brush, whether it's technology, whether it's looking at the physical aspects of the workplace, but we're woefully under-researched areas as it relates to DE&I.
Thank you. Turn it over. Heather?
I would jump off of what Pamela said in terms of AI. One of the big issues we have is that there's already bias built into the data that is collected, and so therefore you're just propagating that bias sometimes in your algorithms. But there is a huge issue with access to data or data collected at the right scale. Even with some of the COVID research we have a very, we don't have information to even say what is the disparity between different age groups, different races, because it might not be accessible at that level of granularity. So I think we need to, hold those that are collecting the data accountable and say we want to have the information at that level so that we can study it. Because without that, then the model doesn't work or the AI tool doesn't work.
I'll build off something that I'm taking a slightly different approach. I think that when we do research, like, context matters. And so you have to understand the historical legacies and histories of exclusion and inclusion-exclusion so that you can understand how we got to where we are. And without that context, what you do and how you do it, like, you'll just perpetuate systems of inequity that have existed for a very long time. But when we go back and look at things from, and by centering the experiences of different people, I think you can tap into how you can then think about the problem from the vantage point of the people who are experiencing the problem. A lot of times we learn statistical methods and all these ways of answering problems, but we don't consider the context. And so I think much more needs to be researched in that way so that we are not inadvertently perpetuating the problems we're trying to solve.
Yeah, I think I agree with all of that. I do want to bring up climate and the fact that our planet is not going to be the same. It's not the same now, but it's definitely not going to be the same in a generation. And what do we need to do to prepare for that? And I think part of that is maybe an interrogation of what we mean by research. I think a lot of communities I work with see research as an extractive process where it's structured so that we benefit as researchers. It's structured so that people who can implement and deploy the research benefit, but the actual communities that are being harmed by either climate justice issues, environmental justice issues, others, they don't benefit at all. And so, there's been a lot of pushback on the perception and role of research when you're working with communities, vulnerable communities. That has forced us to really think about the elevating and collaborating more effectively and building into our research models local knowledge and traditional environmental knowledge, which is forcing us to think more about a collaborative and a transformational relationship as opposed to a transactive one. So I think with the scale and the scope of the things that are happening to our planet now, putting what do we really mean by research on the table, especially as we're engaging communities who are facing those issues, I think is a major area we need to focus on.
All right, thank you. I'll move on to the next question. So from modeling research to community research to education research, can any of you speak to the unintended consequences of really not having full awareness of how diversity and equity affects the research that you do in terms of not only your research outcomes, but potentially even in terms of training the next generation of students? And can you speak to any things that you have done in your own programs to try to alleviate those unintended consequences? Joy, would you mind taking that question first?
Sure. So I did a talk recently at my alma mater, The Ohio State University, and it was a series on approaches to qualitative inquiry. And part of my remarks included, like, what happens when we don't consider diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I called them dangers. Like, we can find ourselves in dangerous territory when the work that we do does not center equity. And so, Maria, your comments express this. Like, we can really do things that are damaging to people. And that's one of the things I highlight. Like, dehumanization occurs when we don't take equitable approaches to research and inquiry. People are not valued, as in your example, Kofi. People are not respected, and they find themselves further disenfranchised in society. So that's the first danger. Another danger is, I alluded to this earlier, we end up assigning problems to people instead of fixing the systems that cause the problems in the first place. And the first thing that comes to mind from an education context is the achievement gap. Like, we know that there's an achievement gap, but our approach thus far has been to try to fix children instead of fixing the educational systems in which they are teaching or learning, or where teaching and learning occurs. And so we have to again, continue to push back and challenge and poke holes in our systems and structures and figure out how they contribute to the problem and not dehumanize children and make them feel like they don't fit in a system that wasn't designed necessarily for them. And then the other danger is, again, we end up creating, sustaining, perpetuating discriminatory policies and practices because we don't consider that bias is embedded within a lot of the policies and practices that we hold ourselves accountable, like we hold ourselves to. And so we have to continuously challenge and rethink what our policies and practices are, and what our research methods are, and how they sometimes can inherently have bias within them. But if we keep using them unchallenged, then again, we end up perpetuating the problems we're trying to get rid of. And so, the other thing, when people are in the academy and we have a certain way of viewing knowledge, right? Anybody who does work outside of that to try to expand it, they experience a lot of pushback, whether, they don't get the same consideration in the tenure promotion system because they're pushing boundaries. And so part of our job is to expand what we consider knowledge. We need to expand some of our methods in terms of how we do research, because if you're going to incorporate equity, you're going to have to expand beyond what we're currently doing and how we're currently doing it. And so I'll stop there and let my other panelists contribute.
Kofi, Maria, Pamela, do you have anything to add?
I certainly can appreciate that and all that Joy is saying. I know that from a physical ergonomic standpoint, when you don't have diversity, just one example is in my ergonomics lab, I did some research on looking at the biomechanics of body-worn camera for law enforcement. And so we were only looking at men, and I said that's a problem because when you look at the anthropometrics of the difference in the body structures of men and women, and you make a judgment about what is the ideal body camera, you need to take into consideration those types of factors. And so I think if we don't, in our individual research, make sure that we have a diverse and inclusive approach to the subjects, to the data. And I think Maria, someone on the panel said, making sure that the data sets we're looking at aren't biased, and so I've had to look at the sources of the normative data that I utilize from an anthropometric standpoint, because a lot of it was from military, which was men and predominantly white men in previous years. So really understanding, how to use the data that I'm using in my lab, but also, and when I'm looking at the subject pool, making sure that it is inclusive of all that are being impacted.
I want to talk a little bit about translational research. That is, how intellectual merit is great, scholarship is important, understanding is important, but how it translates to action as well. Kofi, could you talk about that and how communities benefit?
Yeah, I can. I think that, referencing the Princeville story we were discussing in the beginning, in the middle of that, we got contacted by the lower Ninth Ward in New Orleans, who's still trying to recover from Hurricane Katrina, decades later. And we're like, are you sure that you need more designers coming down there drawing pretty pictures and, drawing stupid models and stuff? No, we don't want that. There's actually a very funny AIA video, if you're interested online, about how they didn't want that. But what it did was it helped us to think about how do we translate the best knowledge we know into tools that people can use. And in their case, it was not physical design by itself, it was organizational transformation. There was a need for evidence that would help them to shape policy and organize in new ways to elevate change. They'd had a lot of people kind of parachuting in and, making nice buildings. If you Google Brad Pitt right now, you'll see there's a class action lawsuit against him and the Make It Right Foundation for using the lower Ninth Ward as a science experiment of sustainable development. So the translational side became, what are the best tools to help them have real conversations about the barriers that are preventing them from organizing and moving forward as a community. And they got into really ugly conversations about race, about gender, about history, a lot of things that we don't often talk about when we talk about research, but were essential for them to develop a level of trust and understanding that made them more receptive to understanding more of the technical components we were dealing with there. And it did result in some basic understandings about why that area was under threat and vulnerable, that it wasn't the same for everybody, whole cloth for that particular community, that there were different strategies based on where you were, but that there was a need for them all to work together. So I think that I admire the creation of new knowledge and innovation in research a great deal. In design, we aspire to that, but we spend a lot of our time trying to apply it and enact it in the built environment. And so this notion of translation is sort of embedded in how we tend to think about things. How do we apply it? How do we use it? How do we learn from it? How do we improve it? Through action. So, that's one example that I would offer.
I think this, especially for maybe engineering, goes back to Kofi's earlier question of what is research, because I think a lot of the difficulty in translation is that the funding is often not there for that component. We get funded to create new knowledge, sometimes to create tools, but then there's an expectation that you're going to hand it off and somebody's going to implement it, and they don't necessarily have the training, or the tool is too rough for them. Like, that's not necessarily what they need. It's not the context. It doesn't fit their community. So one example I have is in my COVID work, I was talking to a lot of different people, and we were specifically trying to get some funding to try to focus on equity in different communities. This was actually Prince George's County in Maryland, who also has a lot of history behind it. And this one councilwoman, she was really upset because she had 16 people die that she knew. And the vaccination centers were not coming to where she was. Or they would put up these mass vaccination centers and expect that people were just going to show up. She specifically, what we did is not funded, right? It was just kind of like the group that was working on it thought, well, something needs to happen. So we kind of looked at the community. She had specific focus on it. Actually, this group was different than what's traditionally in Prince George's County. They have a large group of immigrants from Guatemala who are indigenous peoples who don't speak Spanish either. They don't speak English, they don't speak Spanish, they speak native languages, and so it's very difficult to get the information to them. They also are scared and because of immigration status issues, and so they were not necessarily going to seek help. But their children or their grandchildren often did speak Spanish. So what we did with some very rough modeling, could be done in a classroom. It doesn't necessarily have to be, breaking ground research, is figure out where are the buildings where we should actually take the vaccination center to them, because at least we got the county to allow us some resources to go take the vaccination centers to them. And so we did, worked with the people in the building to get the phone numbers, go door to door, telling them when it was going to be available, and then show up, find out what the best time for them was. because they had scheduled it at noon, and we're like, what are you talking about? People are working, kids are in school, like, this is not the best time. So 7 p.m., became the time. People knew about it, and we got, most of the people in that building vaccinated on time. But that's not research, right? And unfortunately, it has to be, why does it have to be me or somebody else going out of what they're doing? Why can't we spend some funds or have something allotted for, okay, what do you do beyond that? How can we actually go and make impact in the community now, meet them where they're at, rather than hoping that, somebody in the legislature or something is going to read the paper eventually and implement it when it's too late, especially with something like COVID, where it's time is of essence.
Yeah.
Pamela, you'd want to address that? too?
Yeah, I mean, I so agree with you, Maria, with what you're saying on that. And I mean, the academy is an interesting place. I mean, years ago, it's much friendlier today to innovation and to, I'll use the term innovation for impact or applied research than it was, say, 30 years ago when some of us first started. And in fact, we used to be proud, NSF would brag about only funding basic research, but some of that is changing. But I think we as a community of researchers, of academics, of people in the academy who want to see real research have that impact, that we have a responsibility to start talking to federal agencies and those who fund research about the need to start to see this. And then, of course, I think, Joy, I think you mentioned about, in the academy when it comes to promotion and tenure, or how do we view success? Because what you did was significant, Maria, in doing that. But, how much are we going to value that? And so I think it's for those of us who are more senior in the academy, it really is up to us to begin to address this. And I funded a project when I was at NSF as a program director, and I called it a seismic shift in the academy, where we are looking at what do we consider to be measures of success or impact. Because like you said, if we write a paper and we want to look at our H index, or how many people read our citation index, how many people are reading our papers, is that really having the kind of impact that we need to be having with our knowledge and with what we know, what we can know, and particularly when we work together. So I do think that it's a whole other conversation that we need to be having in terms of how we approach the funding agencies, because that drives a lot of what we do, and how we speak to them about how we see a need to have a higher level of impact. And the funding is going to be a factor as it relates to that.
Joy, I know you have some ideas. You want to have the last word?
Yeah, I just wanted to piggyback off of what Pamela and Maria said. We have a series in the College of Education called Ask the Expert, and I was asked to do it on the difference between equality and equity. And so I think we need to understand what equity is, and what you described, Maria, is a good way of thinking about it and defining it. A lot of times we approach research into practice by giving everybody the same thing, which is equality. That's not going to have an impact, because what if what I'm providing doesn't work for this community for a whole host of reasons, right? But equity is thinking about what people need and giving them that, which may sound strange, but if I put a COVID vaccination site here, and I'm trying to distribute it equally, it's not going to work for a whole host of people. You got to go to those people and ask them what they need and give them that, if you want to have an impact on a particular community who has been marginalized for a long time, right? So I just wanted to make a connection between, a lot of what we do in practice is rooted in equality, which is not going to solve a lot of the problems that are more equity-based.
Well, this kickoff panel is supposed to set the stage for the whole day. We've got a host of different events going on, many of them in parallel, several of them being shown on Zoom. Hope you enjoy them all. They'll start again at 9:45. Let's thank all the panelists here and Pamela in the distance. Okay, on we go. Karen?
On to our next session, that will be from 9:45 to 10:45. In terms of the virtual component, there are 3 rooms that we have virtual capabilities. That includes the ballroom, as well as 3220, where our presenters are remote, and then 4280, all the sessions will be live streamed for our virtual audience. In the other rooms, people will be in person, and if there's any updates to our program, we will be sending those out through Guidebook. Those changes should come up. So thank you so much for our opening panel, and thank you for being here. We're looking forward to exciting symposium today. Thank you. Okay, we'll put it up there, so. And they haven't started the live stream yet. Dr. Gallagher just said that was not running yet, so. But there's about 25 people waiting online. So. Cool, thank you. Oh, I see you're up.
All right. Okay, welcome everyone. I think we are ready to begin, so thank you so much for being here. I am Dr. Elizabeth Nelson. I am a faculty member in the Department of Communication, and I also teach with Women's Gender and Sexuality Studies, so really happy to be here with you today. Unfortunately, we are missing the principal investigator, the lead of this project, the person who is the brains of this whole operation, whoops, as I drop my paper, Dr. Vicki Gallagher, who could not be with us today out of an abundance of caution, unfortunately. Although she has done all the things for her protection, she was exposed to COVID this weekend and therefore could not be with us. So we are here representing her certainly and her work, and it is an absolute honor to be representing this project on her behalf as folks who've worked with her in various capacities. So welcome and thank you for joining us today. Just out of curiosity to get started, and you can just show of hands if you have, how many folks have experienced the VMLK project? Couple of folks, wonderful. And you know what, statistically in this room, that is a majority, so we love to see it, right? And sorry I can't see folks who are on the streaming site, but I hope some of you all have had a chance to see it as well. If you have, you may recognize that we're going to come up on a slide that captures a kit of parts in the not too distant future, and that you will get to see some of the different ways that you can engage with the project. But before we do that, let's just introduce ourselves to you all, and it's so nice that we all have individual microphones, so we can do this fairly easily. I already introduced myself. I will just share that I have been with the project since 2015, so shortly after the actual filming was done and the recording was done, and part of what I have been able to do is to integrate this into the public speaking curriculum, as well as be a part of the team that is doing the outreach and working with local high schools and being part of some of the other signature events. So I will pass it along now.
Hi, Michael. I'm not sure, I'm giving it just a moment, because I do talk pretty loudly, but are we better now? I'm still seeing, no, not quite, okay. Let me see, might share, yeah, here. We're gonna do a little bit of share, there we go. So we're gonna just set this one to the side, sorry, microphone. Hi, I am Cindy Rosenfeld. I am a PhD candidate in communication, rhetoric, and digital media. I have been teaching with the VMLK project since 2018 when I did my master's degree here, and it's hard to get somebody to leave NC State. So I'm still here doing my PhD here, and I am now working on the other side of the project, helping to develop it, expand it further, also helping to get it into our area high schools, into other colleges, and just continuing to think of ways that this project can be experienced. So I'm happy to be here with you.
I feel like I have to test it just to make sure. Hi, everyone. My name is Malika Friedman. I am also a PhD candidate in the Communication, Rhetoric, and Digital Media PhD program. I have been with the VMLK project since spring 2019, so it's been a while. I helped a lot with instructions mainly, so providing instruction-based support when it comes to the VMLK project. I was lucky enough to also come in at a great time because I was able to go ahead and see the in-person anniversary that we did for the church, and just to really see the impact in person, which was wonderful. I am also been helpful with trying to integrate both in person and then also online iterations of the VMLK project, as we've been through the last few years in a bit of a rocky sense. And I still work with the project now, continuing to provide support as well as resources for instructors and their classes.
Good morning. I'm Connor Tomlinson. I'm a first-year student with the Master's in Arts in Liberal Studies program with a concentration in arts rhetoric. So that rhetoric is what ties me in with this whole project. I started doing research with the project in 2020 as an undergraduate student in communication. And nowadays, I'm handling a lot of the sound technology, especially for the collective listening experience.
Hi, everybody. My name is Shelley Black. I'm a fellow and librarian from our libraries here, And I started helping this project in 2020, and in the past year, started supporting them with their use of the high-tech spaces in the libraries.
All right, thank you. And I will introduce Dr. Gallagher in her own words too, because they're better than mine. Dr. Gallagher is the principal investigator and lead scholar for the virtual MLK project. She provides the vision for the project, directs all aspects of the projects, engages with collaborators and community partners, pursues funding, and mentors students and faculty who engage with the project. And while a great summary, it's also a vast understatement of the incredible work that Vicki has done with this project over the years. We went back just one slide because I did want to make sure that you all were able to see a visual image of the kit of parts I referenced earlier. This includes the historical context, the listening experiences, the collective sound experience, the gaming simulation, the VR experience, and the Your Creative Protest engagement. And these make up this transmedia project, which we customize and make exhibitions and have experiences for classrooms, community, and scholarly use. And it's gone a vast array of places, a number of classrooms, and even the Smithsonian Museum. So it's traveled around, it's done quite a few things, and there are many, many ways to engage, and they just keep improving as our library partners will continue to discuss. Okay, so as we prepared for this panel, we were obviously thinking about this in relation to equity, which we are thinking about all the time, and trying to think in some specific ways to make the connections to today. It became clear that the VMLK project provides an approach to equity that is about enactment, how we enact equity through scholarship, teaching, community engagement, as well as how we enact scholarship in an invitational approach to collaboration and circulation. So these are the questions that are animating us today, and I'm just gonna get closer to the podium so I can actually read them. The questions that we are thinking through today and that we'll be talking through in our responses are, what is a technology of recovery, and how and to what extent does the VMLK project demonstrate or achieve it? What is the value of the VMLK project for enacting equity in teaching, research, and civic and community life? What are the insights the project offers in relation to how to create or achieve the conditions for equity in academic and community life? And what are the embodied consequences of a project like this? And to speak to our first question, we have Cindy Rosenfeld.
Thank you. Just giving a slide of transition there. So I think we're all pretty aware of how digital tools and technologies can absolutely enhance systems of what Sophia Noble calls algorithms of oppression, or what Shoshana Zuboff calls surveillance, the unequitable practices of surveillance. And we're very aware of how that can happen. But what we do at the VMLK project is to try to look at how these technologies, these digital tools, can also be technologies of recovery. So a technology of recovery, as conceptualized from a Black humanities perspective, includes the following. It documents the history and everyday experience of African American and Black lives, transforms critique and understandings of race and digital technology by showing us what else these technologies can do, and it innovates the use of digital tools by utilizing Black studies and studying Black history. So what we want to know with our project is how and to what extent are we working as a technology of recovery? So in asking ourselves this question, here's part of what we came up with. We do achieve this in at least these three following ways. The VMLK project documents the history and everyday experience of African American and Black life by exploring civil rights history in Durham, North Carolina. So in this sense, it is really important our students at NC State get a chance to hear of how their local community is part of what often seems like this unlocated history that they might hear about in school. The civil rights movement happened in America, but where and to whom, and with whom? And this helps people to locate the people and to locate themselves in the civil rights history of the area that we're in. And to that extent, the VMLK project helps to locate, preserve, and make accessible histories that might otherwise have been lost, and make narratives, important narratives, part of our local and national memory. It also, our second part, is that it provides transformative critique and understanding of racial politics and digital technologies by engaging students and members of the public in reconsidering assumptions about the historical connection between instances of public address and social transformation. So we really want students and community at large to remember that our public address matters. It does things. How to do things with words, we do really important things with words. When this project was taken to the Smithsonian, I know that one of Dr. Gallagher's memories from that event was when a gentleman just sort of taken aback said to her, "My goodness, I forgot the level of public discourse that we were capable of in this country." And yes, I know, and we want people that we can do that still. We're still capable of that, and it still matters. And that also to come out of this experience feeling ready to participate, and students do. We see that time and time again in this project, that when they get to the end of that and they're doing their reflections, that they find that, oh, I want to go do things now, and I want to go do things that matter. And that is part of what this project does. And then the third element is that it innovates the use of digital tools by developing immersive transmedia experiences of civil rights public address. So as we talked about with that kit of parts a moment ago, we try to have many different points of access where people can experience this speech, whether it be, we have had these wonderful experiences in both Hunt and D.H. Hill, which we'll hear a little bit more about in a moment, but also, I don't know if you all know this, but in 2020, things sort of shifted around a little bit, and we all wound up online for a few years, and that included the VMLK project. And the project has a lot of digital assets so that we can still have these experiences, including collective listening experience, even at a distance together. There we go, just moved on. So to give you a little bit more information about this particular speech, just days after the start of the Greensboro sit-ins in February 1960, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. delivered what would be a widely influential speech that was called a creative protest. The speech later became commonly known as the Fill Up the Jail speech. It was delivered on February 16, 1960 in Durham, North Carolina. As audiences learned through the VMLK project, it was a very influential speech because it marked the first time that Dr. King openly encouraged activists, promising the full weight of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference to disrupt and break the law through nonviolent confrontation, even if it meant filling up the jails, and the speech served to catalyze the movement. King referred to this speech through the rest of his life, particularly the fill up the jails line several times, stating in an interview in 1963 that the sit-ins and the nonviolent direct action were finally helping the movement to achieve the fill up the jails goal, which was putting pressure on communities across the South to end practices of segregation in public spaces and businesses. And it was really important that this project happened here. People sometimes ask, why, if the sit-ins were occurring in Greensboro, why did Dr. King come to Durham? And it was because in Durham, a few years earlier, the Royal Ice Cream 7 had already been having the sit-ins, and Dr. King knew Reverend Douglas Moore, and Reverend Douglas Moore said, please come here to give your speech, because in Durham, we're ready. You have an audience who's ready to hear what you have to say. And we will talk a little bit more about how important that is to have a ready audience in a moment. So despite the historical and rhetorical significance of the speech, there are no known audio recordings of that talk. And the original location of the speech, the White Rock Baptist Church, was torn down just 7 years later in 1967 to make way for the Durham Freeway. So when we talk about this being technologies of recovery, these are other ways that we're talking about recovery, not only making salient lives and stories of local activists, but also how we are recovering a speech that has in some ways been lost. There was a transcript, but no recording, and then also working to capture a place, and a very important place, that has been lost. So it's just once. I'm going to click it again. There we go. In order to recreate the speech that had no known recording, the project team worked to host a recreation experience of the speech. Although the original sanctuary was torn down as a symptom of urban renewal in Durham, the recreation event was held on June 8, 2014, with the original congregation community, the White Rock Baptist Church, in their new church location. And on this slide, you can see on that upper part a lovely couple of images of that new sanctuary. From that recreation event featuring an MLK voice actor, Marvin Blanks, and with a spontaneous call and response from the congregation, the project offers a range of experiences that utilize and extend the sound experience. I want to pause just a moment on that spontaneous call and response. This is a moment that really strikes my students because sometimes they hear this and they think that we, in like a very late night show kind of way, had like an applause sign to light up to let people know what to do when. That was not the case. The congregation showed up, including many people who were there for the first time that Dr. King delivered the speech. And they responded as they were moved to respond. And that's something that we find very significant as people listen to this and think about how the speech and how the words and the movement and all of that land on their body, which we'll talk more about in a moment. So from that recreation, we were able to have these audio recordings. We've also had these structural 3D models, which you can see a bit of in here. That's what we use to set up to do the VR. And so not only was there not a recording of the speech, there's not full blueprints available of the original sanctuary and only some photographs. So there's a lot of forensic work being done to recover this work. And so this is how we recreated the virtual space and environment. And so another aspect of being a technology of recovery that we are really devoted to is making sure that we do what we like to call deep annotation, taking deep account of the contributions, the labors, and all of the communities that go into caring and making this project be what it is. So this slide shows the production team, some of the many individuals who've brought their array of talents, perspectives, and experience to this project. Doctors Derek Ham and Keon Petaway served as co-PIs and designers for the project. Mr. Shadrick Addy and Jackson Bastian worked as VR developers, and Mr. Marvin Blanks was the voice actor for the recreation event in June 2014, and Mr. Matthew Wright acted out the speech in a motion capture bodysuit after watching hours of tape showing King speaking and how he stood and gestured while doing so. In this way, the project fulfills one of Kim Gallen's key tenets for a technology of recovery as an essential element of Black digital humanities, featuring the work of Black scholars and innovators. So that was our first question. I'm going to turn this over now to Dr. Nelson.
Thank you. I will take my chances with the clicker, yes. Okay, so I am just going to respond a bit to question 2. What is the value of the VMLK project for enacting equity in teaching, research, and community and civic life? So, just a small question with a few responses, perhaps. There we go. So one of the things we're thinking about all the time is the ways that we can use this in service to teaching as justice work. So any of us who teach know that teaching has the capacity to be justice work. Doesn't mean it always is, but at its best it is. And so when we're using this project, we're trying to do a couple of different things, a lot of which I've enumerated here. One is engaging deeply with an underexplored historical moment. So for a lot of us, we are in Black History Month, so I just want to lift that up and honor that. And unfortunately, we're often exposed to or taught Black history in tiny sound bites and oversimplified, over-sanitized moments, and not taught about the deep and ongoing commitments, relationships, and events that were necessary to sustain the movement and that have antecedents before what we call the Civil Rights Movement in the US, and that have contemporary resonances today. And so it's incredibly important to take the time in class to go deeply into something, to be able to make the connections to that moment so that we can begin to make larger and more expansive connections beyond to the past, present, and future. So in that way, we're connecting people to those legacies of justice work, those legacies of social movements that we're not always completely exposed to or taught about. We offer multiple modes of experiencing history. So now, for me personally, and probably for a lot of folks in this room, give me a good, dense book full of words. I want it, yum, 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 right? But there are lots of other ways of learning, of experiencing, of gathering information, of taking things in. And so we've got embodied experiences, oral, auditory experiences, communal experiences. We're constantly thinking about accessibility, right? A book full of words is not accessible to everyone. Rooms in a library aren't always accessible to everyone. So what can accessibility look like? And even though we're in the classroom and we're thinking about this for classroom use, we're still thinking about increasing accessibility and how it moves beyond that space. We discuss what it is to recover history in and alongside community. This project is accountable to people, right? It's accountable to people who are still living, who were there in that moment. It's accountable to the people impacted then, impacted now, and it's accountable to future generations for the kind of work that it can do. And so to discuss that with our students is really important, right? Sometimes we get told that our time at university is not the real world. We're out of the real world and then we'll go back into it. Well, this is a great reminder. In fact, no, this is a moment in your real life and this is a place in the real world and we have connections. And those connections are important. And so we can activate those through this classroom work. And so that's modeling relationship and accountability with multiple stakeholders. The most important being, of course, the White Rock Baptist Church, with whom we're in deep partnership, but also with other kinds of stakeholders and other partners with whom we have these relationships, including all of the creators and scholars and folks that have been mentioned here today. We reveal how the world is transformed by so-called everyday people like us, like them. What a moment for our students, many of whom are traditional college-age students between 18 and 22, 23, to realize that the young men who started, the Greensboro Four who started that sit-in, that the folks in the Royal Ice Cream 7 are 17, 18, their age, perhaps even younger. And those are folks who are in community taking participatory action towards justice, right? That's a very activating thing to learn about. And these are everyday people, not the 4 or 5 names that they may have heard over and over again during February's in K through 12. It also encourages participation in civic life as a way to do something. In an increasingly disconnected yet hyper-mediated world, it can be really hard to figure out how to get into something, how to take action, how to do something. And while the classroom discussion is a kind of something that you do, the more important part of that is it gives them a sense of how to mobilize it in and through their bodies and how to think about what it is to be in relationship and to be a part of something that is ongoing and to take action in the world. So research can also be justice work. And again, I imagine those of us assembled here today are already committed to that. Cindy mentioned this earlier, but just to return, this is a kind of forensic rhetoric. So it's looking backwards in search of justice, right? And again, constantly thinking about what that means. It also shows the time, the energy, the resources that have gone into this project demonstrate an ongoing commitment. And commitment to doing this kind of work and to making all those other connections that I was referencing shows that research isn't about just capturing a moment of time in amber, right? It's about using it as a way to be in conversation, to be in, again, action with something else. And so just all this stuff, and the way it increases and the way it grows and develops and we make more and more relationships, shows our students and shows others what research can be. There are varieties of research. The project is continuously growing. So something that Dr. Gallagher is amazing at is when somebody has an idea or an innovation, it's like, yeah, let's explore, let's try that. She's constantly seeking new ways of making connections and looking around and seeing what is the need. We've got this partnership that we're working on with some local high schools, and what do they need? We did some work with NEH, and so we've got some resources online for even younger grades, right? There's all kinds of ways that this can grow. And to see that is to see that we're not trying to hoard resources here at State, right? We're trying to spread them around and share them with others. There are so many possibilities for participation, which that kind of speaks to as well. So do you want to be a part of this, right? Do you want to grow along with it? Do you want to be invested? Then there's an opportunity to do that for lots of kinds of folks, including our undergrads and grad students. There are multiple possibilities for engagement over time. I think for a lot of us, part of why we're here is because something captivated us. Right? We were taken in and we decided, I need to know more, I need to follow this thread. And with this kind of project, there are lots of threads to follow. And so being able to see research as multimodal and research as a way of energizing the commitments of your life is pretty exciting, right? And so that's a nice thing to be a part of. You can have multiple encounters and have new experiences every time. I'm gonna break off into an anecdote. We've just got this amazing VR setup in DH Hill for our undergrads. All of our undergrads in Com 110 go through this project at least once. And we've just had this, some of the folks here today are responsible for creating that, and we went into it, and I have heard this speech no fewer than 100 times, sincerely. And yet in the VR moment, new things happened. I was like, oh my God. And I'm not a VR lover. I did not go to 3D movies in the 80s. It is not for me. But this somehow, right, this immersive experience was transformative. Yet again, I heard new things and felt new things. So that's really amazing. And then it just reminds us that, again, important people, actions, events, they're happening around us all the time. And one of the little just snippets of portable Foucault that I like to throw around is that we never know when the moment of the historical break is, right? It's only in looking back that we can tell, wow, this really mattered. And so in thinking about how we connect our students to action, this project reminds them that that night, that sweaty, hot night that you, or I guess it would have been cooler, maybe not as cold as it is now, that cool night that you went into this building, that you heard this speech, that you were activated, that you were with your people, that could be the night. And so keep going, keep doing those things, because it's really important. And finally, it's promoting civil engagement, or civic engagement, rather, although civil engagement is certainly a part of that civic engagement. First by just describing it. What is it in this moment, especially in this historical moment, which I will not speak too deeply, but which we all come in with an understanding of. What is that civic engagement that works purposefully? Describing it, modeling it. So modeling it in the modeling that we do through the project, and then modeling it through the kinds of engagement you can have with the project. Modeling it in the relationships that we have through the project with various stakeholders. Showing it in a variety of different iterations, right? The project itself is a kind of civil engagement. So how does it move, and how does it show us how we can move and how we can move together? It invites direct participation in research, again, from multiple stakeholders, right? You don't have to have a certain title or a certain role. There's a way in if you want to be in. It offers opportunities to bear witness, and I do this is my performance studies coming out, to bear witness to remembering, to putting back in the body, in the whole body, and re-engaging history through the body, right? And that is really important. That kind of somatic response offers a different level of engagement. We create an affective relation between witnesses, between history and the present, right? We tap into those feelings, tap into those other parts of ourselves that aren't always invited into the conversation that we're having around research and scholarship, and this project really does that in a strong and purposeful way. Emotions are not only welcome, they're encouraged, right? So that's really exciting. It offers an embodied example of one moment in a larger movement. As Cindy already said, this wasn't captured in video, in audio, and we have just a kind of PDF representation. We know that it happened because of the people who know that it happened. And so that's another way of knowing and knowing through something. And then we put it back into bodies, and then we offer it for other people's bodies. So we have that kind of embodied example. And having that moment reminds us, wow, if I didn't know about this before, and if I didn't see this number of people and feel this witness, what else do I not know? Or what moments of history that sound dry when I read them were actually this full of life and this life-giving? Right? What else is there? It's a really compelling question that we can ask. Dwight Conquergood talks about, this is in his thinking about ethnography, but thinking about a really ethical and purposeful ethnography is one that creates dialogic performance. So whatever comes out of the research basically is dialogic. It creates a dialogue with the work itself as well as with the audience with whom that work is engaged. And then it reminds us, them, anyone participated, that we are beloved community, right? It is us if we choose to be, if we engage in that way. It is literally right outside our door, and we can engage it right now. We have people, especially in North Carolina, who are operating in the spirit and words and action of Dr. King's legacy, among others. And so beloved community is present to be engaged with, if that is a choice that they want to make. And even if it doesn't result in direct participation, the awareness and the activation around it is transformative. And so for that, that's just a wonderful way to make those connections. All right.
Thank you. And transfer of the technologies. So something that the VMLK project and this entire symposium share, as Dr. Nelson just expressed so beautifully, is this commitment to thinking through what kind of world we are building in our teaching, in our research, and in our practice. I want to highlight here how research rooted in equity can enable more equitable pedagogy and community building. So one of my great privileges as a graduate student at NC State is to teach public speaking. As a public speaking instructor, my classes are made up of students from every discipline across this campus, and together we are a community that asks how we are showing up in our civic lives and our public affairs. Now, I care that my students feel confident to speak in their classrooms, not only mine, but any of their classrooms. That's an important thing. But of course, I want them to leave feeling confident to speak as advocates in their multiple communities throughout their lives. Part of the equity work of public speaking courses is to teach students how to be ethical and efficacious public speakers. Speakers who feel both compelled and equipped to lend their voices to causes, campaigns, movements, or even business meetings in which they recognize that injustice, impartiality, or unfairness are occurring in policies, processes, and practices. And I want that for my students. But I also hope that my students are considering what it means to be ethical and efficacious public listeners. The VMLK project helps me orient my classroom to the work and practice of being a public listener. In terms of process, the VMLK project is dedicated to the experience of listening together. In terms of content, the VMLK project foregrounds a speech of ethical advocacy in which Dr. King speaks passionately about matters of justice and injustice. Together, the VMLK project offers an experience of listening together about the work of living well with one another. In other words, it helps us to practice and attend to equity work in our communities. So I want to spend a bit more time here on these linkages between public listening and community building, for I believe that community building is at the core of equity work. The White Rock Baptist Church is a historic congregation in the Triangle who have done a great deal of equity work for Durham and North Carolina. Since 1866, I just wanted to say that again to just let it land for everybody. The congregation of White Rock has been dedicated to, quote, transforming lives through service. They were the community who was ready to hear Dr. King's message in 1960, and they were ready again to continue this work when they were approached about recreating the speech. And they were ready as both efficacious and ethical public listeners and as efficacious and ethical public participants. These go together. The project is also made up of the NC State community. This project would not have happened without numerous collaborations across the campus and across disciplines. As we have just a few here on our panel, but it goes well beyond what you're seeing represented today. It is a coming together of the NC State community, but the project is simultaneously a building of NC State community. Each semester, hundreds of public speaking students experience the VMLK project and share their reflections on how this project speaks to them as public speaking students and as citizens. When I teach with this project, students often share the chills that they get from the speech, but they also express to me the pride that they feel that they are a part of community who did the work to recover the speech in this way. They think it is cool that the Wolfpack community did this. And I hear that stated time and again, and we need to remember, I think sometimes people think that equity work, we hear in the larger discourse right now that it's inviting people to feel bad, and that's not what my students come away with. They come away with, yes, thank goodness we're doing this. Most importantly for me are the moments that students engaging with the VMLK project recognize their embeddedness in this larger community that includes White Rock and North Carolina State and this larger community as a whole. It becomes our community. Students often use the word here in their reflections, written or verbal. And think about that for a moment. That doesn't sound like a lot, but that little word is doing quite a lot. They're moved by the recognition that this speech occurred here. When they use that word, they don't have that sense of distance anymore. They're beginning to locate themselves in the communities for which they are accountable persons. When they recognize their embeddedness, they are ready to do the work of listening with, listening to, and listening for their communities. And the VMLK project helps people practice those skills. Through the shared listening experience, the VMLK project provides opportunities for people to listen with their communities. Through the recreation of a speech of great importance to the Triangle's history, people get to practice listening to their communities. And through the reflective spaces the project offers, people are invited to listen for their communities as members who can participate in the work of caring for their communities. And I believe that listening to, with, and for our communities is foundational to the work of social equity. I am going to turn it over to Malika now, who will address our next question.
Thank you, Cindy. So the question I'm going to be addressing is, what are the insights this project offers in relation to how to create or achieve the conditions for equity in academic and community life? And oftentimes when we first kind of consider this question, we first need to kind of discuss how students are engaging with Dr. King himself, especially coming into oftentimes their first year at NC State. Oftentimes when they're coming in, they're aware that Dr. King is a civil rights figure, and they are aware of his impact, but oftentimes that stops at one of his more well-known speeches of, "I have a dream." And that's where it ends. There's no localization, there's no deeper thought beyond, that is something that happened a really long time ago. And yeah, it's nice, but I also don't really see how it affects me. And so typically when we challenge students to think about a speech that oftentimes is brand new to them and oftentimes is one that they've never heard before, we consider them to figure out their own embodiment in a speech that literally in some ways happened just a short drive away from them. So when we think of the embodiment of the VMLK project, it creates avenues of embodiment for students to not only be part of a speech, but also to consider what that role is, and especially when it comes to establishing the historical context of it. We approach this in two different ways. So the first way that we do this is by having them, one, watch a documentary of the VMLK project so they understand the impact, exactly the work that went into recreating the speech, but also through watching the Royal Ice Cream Sit-In Parlor. Oftentimes with interviews with people who are still around today, who have been at that event, who listened to the speech, and are still willing to go ahead and participate with our project. Oftentimes, students will indicate that this is their favorite part because they're able to go ahead and put physical faces to the knowledge that they're engaging with within the speech. I particularly like this quote that a student reflected upon when they're thinking about the VMLK project, especially how to consider how it works in present times and what it takes to what is said here and how that does apply to their different communities. Now, when students are engaging with this and they are listening to this speech for the first time, oftentimes this is opening up an avenue of different conversations with their instructors themselves. And this kind of emphasizes our role of and our consideration of Kairos. One, when it comes to considering a moment of time in a historical context that led to this speech occurring, but also for students to consider this moment in time as it relates to them. This also oftentimes indicates by instructors that this provides an avenue for students to have perhaps more difficult conversations in the classroom they may not otherwise be able to have with instructors. So we see that benefit both for instructors and also for our students ourselves. Now, we are very lucky in some ways to be able to witness this because we have a reflection component that we gather from students through our Padlet. Like Cindy was mentioning earlier, oftentimes when students are reflecting about this speech in general, they oftentimes will cite words such as here, chilling. This challenged me to think about this speech in a different way that perhaps they have not considered before. When it comes to an embodiment of listening to the speech as one, oftentimes students will also mention things such as, it was incredible hearing people clap as I was listening to the speech. One student remarked, hey, I heard someone cough, and it reminded me that I wasn't actually in the speech, even though it kind of felt like I was. Now, when it comes to thinking about how to affect this in other ways, we challenge our students to reflect on two different concepts. One, an idea whose time has come, and one, a creative protest is. When reflecting on what a creative protest is, this is oftentimes students' chance to go ahead and figure out what exactly sets Dr. King apart, but what also sets different types of speeches apart. Oftentimes they relate this to ethos, lophos, paphos, very common in classes, to figure out exactly how Dr. King as an orator was able to be as inspiring as he was. Oftentimes students spend a lot of time reflecting on how they themselves could also alter their speeches to be a little bit more emphasizing these elements. But personally for me, my favorite reflection that they do is an idea whose time has come. The reason why I like this section as much is because students get this chance to go ahead and try to apply what we are doing here and relate it to their own lives. Students will say, you know what is the time for, an idea whose time has come? Things like climate change, women's rights, equal representation. And this also allows students an avenue to say, you know what, Dr. King started a conversation, it's not over yet. It's still ongoing, it's still continuing. I can see that when students are thinking about their own place within NC State's community itself. For instance, one student noted how, you know what, to make more change, I should become involved with something like PAC United at NC State. And that would help to make change in the same way as Dr. King did. One of my also favorite responses that a student one time did was when they were reflecting as being a student, particularly a person of color and predominantly white university, they were glad to see this speech take place because it let them know that they belonged, that they were able to be in a space where these discussions could occur and happen. And what I particularly find profound about this quote is, as instructors, we don't have students in our classrooms for very long. We don't get to see the impact of what we're trying to do. And oftentimes when it comes to projects like this, particularly as how they're happening in a classroom, sometimes this is the only time that in the 4 years that we have a student within the university that we're asking them to reflect on equity in this way and to reflect on how this applies to their lives, particularly as where they are currently. And so what I really appreciate from this project and from the students and instructors I have interacted with is that we can see this happening in real time. We can see this reflection and this consideration of how the VMLK project is impacting their lives, both academically, but also challenging them to think of it in a broader context. All right, and then I'm gonna go ahead and pass it off to our library partner, Shelley.
So I'll be talking about how the libraries have supported this project in creating equity and advancing it in our communities. So since 2015, the libraries has partnered with this team on multiple public exhibitions While the library buildings are open to all, this project has given multitudes of visitors an intentional reason to visit the Hunt Library and now the Hill Library. This has illuminated not only how meaningful the civil rights history is to our communities, but also how this particular partnership between the libraries and the VMLK project fosters equity. So first we have spaces, technology, and staff. We at the libraries provide this infrastructure which is needed for large-scale projects like this. We strive to make our spaces and services equitable and accessible, and our high-tech spaces, which are available to all, allow for a historical recovery project to be accessed by students, scholars, and the public. Whether it's our teaching and visualization lab or our VR studio, these are shared resources for NC State. This means you don't need grant funding or you don't need to be a member of a specific department or lab to use these spaces. So what happens is faculty and students from different disciplines can work together on a project like this seamlessly. And our staff at the libraries provide technical consultations for the NC State community, helping people use these high-tech spaces. Many librarians and other staff members have contributed to this project over the years and continue to do so, from developing content for video walls and our immersive tech spaces to program planning. Next, quite organically, the VMLK project has facilitated the development of a community of practice here, where library staff and team members have been able to learn from each other. So it's been quite a reciprocal relationship. The project team has included student employees from the library's VR studio, and we've also shaped our services in response to this collaboration over the years. And because this is one of the first projects to use the brand new visualization studio at the Hill Library, which is a 360-degree immersive space, we've already been able to improve our workflows and documentations for future users there. And lastly, through public engagement, as well as pedagogical development and curricular integration, VMLK has resulted in building and strengthening relationships between researchers, the community, and the libraries. And it has set a benchmark, really, for how projects in the library's high-tech spaces can engage the public equitably.
I'm going to speak a little bit to what the embodied consequences of a project like this are. Do we have another microphone that we know?
Yeah, that one, sure.
All right, sweet. So I'm going to play a quick excerpt of the sound experience. Maybe.
If only to save ourselves from bitterness, we need the vision to see the ordeals of this generation as an opportunity to transfigure ourselves and American society. Let us not fear going to jail. If the official threatens to arrest us for standing up for our rights, we must answer by saying that we are willing and prepared to fill up the jails of the South.
Of that one iconic line from the speech, the fill up the jails line. And we've heard a lot about the VMLK project as a resource for ethical teaching, ethical and equitable research. and a bit about the community building that's gone into making this project happen. But as the sound tech guy, I'm always thinking about the embodied experience and the embodied consequences of a project like this. Not just what the project can do for us, but what it does to us as a listening audience. Like Dr. Nelson pointed out, it's fundamentally about the somatic response. It's about affect. Sound is felt tactily in the body, and it's mostly mostly processed without conscious intervention, and only afterwards does a sort of logos response happen. But on the question, there's two consequences that I'd like to talk a little bit about. First, thinking of this as a technology of recovery, and specifically as a technology of sound recovery, one of the really powerful parts about the experience is that audience engagement that you might have heard. Public address in America is mostly based on a very specific rhetorical tradition where there's one speaker and the audience listens quietly, patiently, until the speaker gives them nonverbal permission to start cheering, laughing, what have you. But this is a different kind of oratory. This is a call and response. And that style that you hear in Dr. King's speech comes from Black religious, Black rhetorical traditions and invites the audience to add punctuation to help collectively create meaning in the speech that's not there otherwise. Probably the perfect example from the speech is that one line, "We are willing and prepared to fill up the jails of the South." There's this organic, rhythmic back and forth where the audience is agreeing after each word, yes, we are willing, yes, we are prepared. And it gives a melody to the line that you wouldn't have if there wasn't this audience engagement. So, again, if students don't learn about the recreation process, they think that this is all scripted. But it's spontaneous. It's not a composition, it's a jam session. A lot of our sonic practices reflect a bias towards the lone speaker. Audience is peripheral. And this is reflected in the sound technology as well. When you're recording a speech, you want to record the speaker, and not much attention is paid to the audience, or sometimes it's deliberately cut out. But for the VMLK project, we use 3 different stereo mic setups to capture the entirety of the speech as accurately as possible, attending to both the speaker and to the audience, and to the ambient sounds of the church, to everything that goes into a sonic experience like this. And it's the same thing when I'm mixing for different spaces or for different kinds of experience. I spent more time working on the sounds of the audience than on Dr. King's voice because it's so complex, so rich, and it's so important not just to the experience, but to giving students a chance to engage in all kinds of listening practices, to be more attuned to the ambient environment. Like Cindy said earlier also, this is about learning to be effective, ethical public listeners, which is why we're calling attention to the fact that listening isn't passive. Listening is active, it's always participatory, and often the audience is responsible for creating meaning just like the speaker is. Now my next point, it says generating movement up there. It's not often that you get to experience such an important historical speech in an immersive way like this. I don't know if the PowerPoint audio quite does it justice when you're in there with the 7.1 surround sound. But when students enter the space for the collective listening experience, with or without historical context, they start to pay attention to how the speech moves them. And that's what I'm getting at here. Of course, the speech can be moving emotionally. It's a common way people have described this speech. A lot of the feedback is that it's moving. But when a speech compels its audience to cheer, to engage in the call and response that you hear, that's literal movement. You're moving your body in response to the speech. When a listening experience is immersive to the point that audiences want to explore the space, feel what it's like in different audience perspectives, that's another kind of movement. When students write in their responses that they feel this burning desire to go out and take action against the injustice they see in the world today. 60 years later, that's also what I mean by generating movement. And this is why thinking about affect is crucial to the VMLK project, especially how a sonic experience puts people in all sorts of different kinds of motion. And that's why the VMLK project has been such an important and engaging part of the COM 110 curriculum and how we teach rhetoric. It's not about like going over records, finding out how many people in this audience decided to go out and engage in civil disobedience because of the speech. It's about imagining how people experience the speech, being able to translate that into your own embodied experience. Learning how the coming together of Dr. King's oration with the space, with the audience, managed to speak to a specific historical moment in such a powerful way that people born 40 years later still find it relevant and moving. Thank you.
Thank you. Oop, is this working? Hello, hello? No. Okay, I think which one was working?
Musical microphones, is this one? Yeah, okay.
All right. All right. So these are, just as to review, our 4 questions. I want to recognize that we're right at the end of our time, so we don't really have time for a formal Q&A, but we absolutely, everyone in this project welcomes your questions, so please feel free to reach out to Dr. Vicki Gallagher. I think our contact information is available in the program. You can reach out to me, so certainly reach out to us, and some of us may linger for just a few minutes after if you want to quickly touch base, but otherwise, thank you to everyone who is here. Thank you for your presence today. Thank you for everyone who's streaming. Thanks for being a part of this, and we really appreciate your time and engagement. Thanks.
Should I be here? All right. Am I starting the symposium then? Am I starting the lightning round? I'm looking for someone who knows. All right, because I know that many of my co-presenters are distant, so I guess I will start it off as one being physically present. My name is Jeff Braden. I'm a professor of psychology here at NC State, and my research area is in the fairness and equity in psychological and educational assessment. I am a school psychologist, meaning I tend to study most often pre-K through 12 populations, but my interest in educational psychology extends also to pre-K and post-secondary. So since this is a lightning round, I'm going to try and keep it very brief. One slide to summarize the areas I'd like to talk about today. First of all, I'm primarily interested in cognitive assessment, and for those of you who aren't psychologists, cognition has to do with knowing as opposed to affective assessment, which has to do with feeling, things like emotional assessment or diagnosis of psychopathology or things like grit are not in my domain. I tend to look at things like intelligence, aptitude, and achievement. And just to kind of make a quick distinction, intelligence is broadly the intellectual abilities you bring to solve a wide variety of challenges in your life. Aptitudes are narrower. They focus on abilities that are most closely associated with a fairly specific domain, such as aptitude for music or aptitude for math. Third is achievement. That is tests of what you learn. And we tend to have standardized tests, particularly state tests, but there are also other kinds of broad standardized measures. My interest is, how do these things look when we look at test access and fairness in different groups? I come from a background in disability, and I am especially interested in deaf and hard of hearing. For those of you who aren't familiar with the distinction between capital D deaf, those are members of the deaf community who depend on sign language for their cultural and linguistic identity. People who are deaf with a lowercase d are those who have a hearing loss sufficient to preclude the reasonable ability to speak orally and understand auditorily. Those who are hard of hearing can typically depend on speech, but usually have some form of assistance, such as hearing aids or whatever. So that's a group I'm particularly interested in, but I also do research on kids who have learning disabilities, kids with mild cognitive impairments, and other kinds of disabilities. I'm also very interested in ethnic groups in North America. Typically, we define these groups as being Asian, Black, Hispanic or Latinx, and white. Those are the typical groups that get studied. So what have I and others found? When we look at language-loaded tests, people with hearing impairments, deaf, lowercase deaf, and hard of hearing, and non-native English speakers do fairly poorly, whether those are tests of intelligence, tests of verbal aptitude, which are typically administered in English, or tests of achievement, which are almost exclusively administered in English. That shouldn't surprise most people, because people with hearing impairment don't have access to normal English language acquisition, and of course, non-native speakers of English are at a disadvantage. On language-reduced tests, sometimes these are called culturally fair tests, nonverbal tests, but tests of these cognitive abilities that reduce their dependence on language. Deaf and hard of hearing students actually do perform almost exactly the same as normal hearing students. suggesting that if we use an approach that is less biased, less dependent on their prior access to language and culture, dominant language and culture, we have a more fair assessment. To put it as crudely as I possibly can, deaf people are not dumb. They have average intelligence. The interesting thing is, on both kinds of tests, that is, those that are language loaded and those that are language reduced, there are persistent differences between ethnic groups in North America. That is, on average, Asians tend to score higher than whites, whites tend to score higher than Hispanic, Latinx group, and Hispanic Latinx groups tend to score higher than blacks. And this is found on both language loaded and language reduced measures. So how do we conclude? Where do we go with this? My statement to you is probably not one you hear a lot, but based on the research that I and many, many others have done, tests reveal but do not create differences within and among groups. That is, the tests are showing us something that is there. They are not creating something that is not there, and it's the fault of the test. The second thing I would say is that the experience in most educational settings is eliminating tests does not eliminate the problem or the gap between groups and may in fact exacerbate it. I will cite two quick examples. One is the Larry P. v. Riles case in the state of California. Larry P. was a black plaintiff who sued the state, arguing that the tests that had him diagnosed, at that time they used the category mildly mentally retarded, was biased against him and other blacks. The judge in that case, Peckham, in the Ninth Circuit Court, banned the use of IQ tests in California for black students. And in the following decade, the proportion of black students who were placed in special ed doubled. Another example is the use of many selective universities. Rather famously, about 6-7 years ago, announced they were moving to test optional undergraduate admissions. Wake Forest, for example, Duke, a few others. A paper that came out about 3 years ago shows that those colleges and universities that went test optional actually saw a decline in the number of black and other diverse students entering their undergraduate student body. Now, we don't know all the reasons for this, but the argument based on the work that I and others have done would say getting rid of the test does not solve the problem. You're slaying the messenger, but not the problem. The final example I would quote is that the No Child Left Behind movement, which many of us, I used to call it No Child Left Untested, movement actually focused a spotlight on public schools because they had to disaggregate test results by group. And I would argue that although that has raised many questions and concerns, rightly, about the opportunity to learn that we provide, particularly to low-income and minority students, that spotlight is there in part because the test results show us. So I know that there will be questions later. I just put this slide in here so that if you have any questions for me that didn't get asked after my colleagues in the lightning round are done presenting their work, you have my email and you can certainly follow up. Thank you very much.
financial incentives to research participants. Often that's done to help just to help increase recruitment and to minimize exploitation of participants. But the process itself raises a lot of ethical concerns related to biased enrollment or sort of undue inducement, or whether compensation is fair. And there's a lot of literature and ethicists that have been exploring sort of this issue of compensation and how to determine how much is a fair amount. And a lot of it is focused on sort of balancing, providing incentives, you know, enough to be some incentives, but not so much that it's coercive. And the US federal policy for the protection of human subjects, which is known as the Common Rule, it does allow for compensation, but it really doesn't provide any specific guidance about the amount. And so what we see really is that it really varies a lot. The decisions vary a lot from research group to research group and from IRB to IRB, the oversight committees. And so what we have seen in the literature is that when we think about how much, it comes down to what is the criteria for determining, well, what is fair? And in the literature, what we've seen implicitly and even explicitly is that ethicists have been encouraging sort of an equality approach or an equality lens, which basically sums up as, you know, each participant can receive the same amount for the same effort, right? Equal pay for equal work kind of approach. What I'm going to describe briefly is a study that we undertook where we really quickly found that this was not the fair approach. This wasn't really working, and instead we decided to go with an equity approach, really where we determine the amount based on recognition of historic and current disparities and different forms of oppression and different relations that participants have to the research subject. And anyway, so I'll describe that really briefly here. So the project where this came up was one with funding from NSF, where we were working largely with our peers to co-create norms, like professional norms, supported by a toolkit that we called the whole project Building Trustworthy Data Practices for what's currently called citizen science, right? So citizen science itself involves sort of engages the public in, it's a participatory science, engages the public in different forms of research. But in this project, it was about creating norms about how to handle data appropriately. And like I said, so that was research that we carried out with practitioners in the field, but they were co-creating these norms as well as being sort of subjects of the research. So they took pre and post surveys, they were part of focus groups, and they were part of workshops, all of which built these norms and toolkit together. And our peers were not a homogeneous group. Really, they fell largely into two categories. Some were sort of what you could consider conventional, I guess, citizen science practitioners, and others were environmental justice practitioners. And so I'll just summarize that here. So our citizen science practitioners, kind of like citizen science itself, were largely based at large, had affiliations with large institutions. They tended to be white. They tended to be employed in the field of citizen science. And so participating in the co-creation of these norms and the toolkit was really in many ways part of their career work and their job. And they held expertise from the center, meaning from, in this case, meaning from sort of white dominant culture and large institutional culture. The other practitioners who were research participants were, like I said, environmental justice practitioners. They often had no institutional affiliation or perhaps were affiliated with small community-based organizations. They were people of color. They were from groups that were historically and currently exploited often by science and knowledge production systems. They were often not employed in the field of citizen science, but were experts in the field nonetheless through the civic activism that they did. And their expertise was really important to the project, of extra importance to the project, as it came sort of from the margins, meaning that it was people sort of from and representing marginalized communities. And so we worked with our colleagues who were environmental justice practitioners and with our IRB, and we ended up placing this equity lens on things. And actually, so what we originally planned was these really small compensations, which we continued with the citizen science practitioners, that those who participated got a $10 gift card. And with the environmental justice practitioners, those who participated actually received $100 in compensation. And so this, I guess, I mean, to me it seems kind of simple, but it's very much in contrast to the literature and the norms that are recommended in terms of considerations of compensation of research participants. Right, thanks.
Okay, good afternoon. I think I'm up next. So my name is Elise Gerard, and I'm a first-year Doctor of Design student, and I'm going to talk to you really more about my research focus rather than research I've conducted on using empathy to design for equity. So it's important that before I start, I acknowledge that in Charlottesville, the land where I live and work, is the homeland of the Monacan Indian Nation, and I pay respect to their elders and knowledge keepers, past and present. So despite a critical discourse, design today still struggles to acknowledge its perpetuation in systemic inequities and structures, as well as the dynamics of power and privilege that shape the role of design in everyday life. And so if designers want equitable outcomes and more sustainable design solutions, then we must change how we approach design. So equity in terms of design means acknowledging a past of inequities in design, owning that responsibility, and then reshaping design practices towards sustainable standards for the future. And so equity design is the practice of purposefully involving communities throughout a design process with the goal of allowing their voice to directly affect how the solution will address the identified inequity. And so any system produces exactly what it's designed to produce. These systems are not broken. So Eurocentric principles of design were meant to suppress differences among people, classes, and cultures, and is still used within design today. So if these systems of oppression and inequities are designed, they can certainly be redesigned. So the use of intersectional analysis is growing within design and research practices as both a method and methodology, and this analysis can really be applied at any and every stage of the design process. So using an intersectional lens is perspective-oriented and requires designers to approach situations without preconceptions, letting the problem emerge. It also requires designers to self-examine their own biases. And so the intersectional lens presents a way in which designers and researchers might confront their own privilege and power, bringing deeper insight and understanding to address complex issues. So designers must start considering the intersectional impact their designs have on individuals and communities through larger systems and social forces. So to do this, many designers are using empathy to come up with more equitable solution. And my research examines if empathy in design is working well to achieve design justice. So my focus examines how participatory design and empathy work together. And while empathy has become foundational to the design process, it's pretty ill-defined and not enough really to shift power or redesign these systems. So through research, I hope to understand a way in which designers might bring social change. So empathy is the ability to understand and share the feelings of another person or group. However, designers interpret, achieve, and use empathy differently. So besides being a core quality of the design process, empathy is described as an ability people have, but it really greatly differs among individuals. And so empathy often serves as an appropriation of someone else's lived experiences, and this causes designers to have what we call the design savior complex, where they impose design solutions based on a superficial understanding of lived experiences. And so most research on empathy is really focused on defining and understanding how one might achieve it. And so there's been 3 types of empathy identified: affective empathy or emotional empathy, cognitive empathy, and empathetic concern. And each stage of empathy builds on one's understanding of another's feelings, experiences, to the point of wanting to act or help another person. Recent studies show, however, that even the most deeply empathetic person can meet their empathetic response, a phenomenon referred to as the mind's empathy gap. So the truth is that while we teach empathy as a foundational principle in design, researchers don't understand it or achieve it harmoniously. And researchers agree that empathy's definition really depends on who you ask. So what do we mean when we say empathy? So as a core principle in human-centered design, design thinking, user experience design, social design, universal design, and inclusive design, empathy is everywhere. And so before designing a product, designers are taught to seek empathy. And so this means understanding the thinking, feeling, environment, influences, behavior, frustrations, and successes a person might encounter. And so designers don't empathize the same way, and they're also not taught to gain empathy the same way. So what is working well towards building empathy and what doesn't work? These are all things I hope to better understand. So in speaking with design professors, several had said that they don't believe achieving empathy is possible, but it's still a foundational element in their design courses. And so why are design educators teaching something they don't believe is possible? And are we setting up generations of new designers to fail? So one goal of this research is to better understand how designers understand empathy and how they apply it in the design process. And the second goal is really to gain insight into commonly understood characteristics of empathy and commonalities in its application. So my research methodology is grounded theory, and it'll be through a series of interviews, and I will interview designers on their understanding, application, and results of empathy in design. But I'll also interview communities participating in this process on both their experiences and the outcome of the projects. So really, instead of trying to prove or disprove a hypothesis, I hope to create new theories from the data and insights gained in the interviews. And so in the first phase of my research, I hope to understand how design justice-focused participatory designers understand empathy. What does empathy mean to these designers, and what are the commonalities among the various definitions? I also hope to learn the techniques that participatory designers are using to achieve empathy. In what ways are designers learning about the community they're designing for? So possible methods could include storytelling, interviews, focus groups, and more. And in researching these approaches, I hope to gain insight into the methods that are more successful in gaining trust and empathy. So the second phase is to learn what leads to design justice and equity. So design justice really includes a core set of principles that aim to sustain, heal, and empower communities, as well as to seek liberation from exploitive and oppressive systems. So these principles were created in 2018 as a shared definition distinguished from design for social impact, because while well-intentioned, without being driven by principles of justice, design for social impact can still perpetuate harmful systems and structures. And so my research hopes to gain insight into what leads to more equitable solutions towards social justice. So depending on a designer's understanding of empathy, their application of empathy in design can also vary. And so during the ideating and prototyping stage, designers will use their empathy insights to start crafting their products. And my research tries to understand what concrete actions designers take once they believe they've gained empathy, and also how does that iteration inform the outcome of their work. So results will start to form from using empathetic design, and my research will start to evaluate those results. Does the design use the language of the community? Will the community's current knowledge help them understand how to use the solution? And did the designers check that the outcomes they've identified are understood in the same way by the community? the research will start to make correlations between application of empathy and design and the results. So the last phase of my research will focus on the communities within the participatory design process. Did the community feel heard? Did the designers get a true sense of the issues that the community are dealing with? And did the community agree with the designers on the definition of the problem? You can learn a lot by going back to the community and allowing their voices to share their experiences and understanding of the design. So once again, the process comes back to the intersectional impact. Designers must come back and consider the intersectional impact their designs have on individuals and communities through these larger systems and social forces. Did this lead to equity and justice? And so my research will reflect on the successes and weaknesses of the current solutions and evaluate whether its impact, in fact, has led to equity and social justice. And so when it comes time to analyze the data, in this process, I'll be collecting and analyzing data at the same time as an iterative process. And then hopefully, as I analyze the data, concepts will begin to emerge and more and more. And as I compare these concepts, I hopefully will see categories emerge as well as properties form. And from this, I hope to be able to put together a core category that will define my overall theory. And so after this process, the research will hopefully lead to new theories and insights that are helpful to designers and the design research community. And these theories can be shared and help shape participatory design practices working towards equity. And so ultimately, I hope to reimagine empathy in design, providing a formal theory for designers and design researchers to consider their empathetic design practices. So this would include principles, guidelines, examples, and data. And so this formal theory will help outline the relationship between design, intersectional impact, and social justice. Thanks.
Okay, hopefully everyone can hear me okay. So I am Zakia Leggett. I am in the Forestry and Environmental Resources Department, and I wanted to present very briefly on a program that we have here in the College of Natural Resources looking at improving diversity in forest resources. So nationwide, forest resources is one of the fields that has the lowest minority representation, and that representation is extremely low here in the southeastern U.S. When we look at why that might be the case, a lot of research has demonstrated that when students enroll in forestry programs, while there is a big push for recruitment, there isn't a ton of what we call peer community support. There's a lack of mentoring, and then there's also leadership that is not necessarily in place to support these students. So we put together a grant to USDA to fund a program that would look at recruiting students from historically Black colleges and universities into our forest resources program. And we really were building upon a previous relationship that we have with Tuskegee University, which is where I went to school. So if you're not familiar with Tuskegee University, it's in Alabama, and it is one of the premier HBCUs. I'm a little biased, but we were partnered with Tuskegee for a dual degree program. So students go to Tuskegee for 3 years, and then they transition to North Carolina State for 2 years. In that first year, they receive their bachelor's degree from Tuskegee because all of the graduate credits transfer back. They come back for a second year, and so they're able to receive a bachelor's and a master's in 5 years. So at the time of writing the grant, we already had, I think, 2 students in that program, and so we wanted to build upon that program and expand it to other HBCUs. So as I mentioned, the proposed program would recruit undergraduates, preferably from HBCUs, and we put together a mentoring and professional development setup for these students. So it was a traditional master's degree, but in some ways it was a bit non-traditional. So we currently have 6 graduate students. 3 students entered in the fall of 2020, and 3 students entered this previous fall. And so one key component for this particular program was putting together a really cool mentor team. And when I say really cool, meaning people that have experience being one of the only in forestry, and also professors who had experience mentoring and advising students from diverse backgrounds. So I selected people that I had seen within the department that I felt like could offer this, as well as people who had experience in partnering students with internships and experiences in forestry. So we called it our mentoring leadership community, so our MLC. So one of the things that we incorporated for the students as they came in is making sure they had tons of leadership training. So we meet on a monthly basis, and the students listen to podcasts from other underrepresented persons within forestry and natural resources. We talk about the challenges that those people may have faced and how they kind of overcame those challenges, giving them some tools, because we know they will face adversity in the field as they do internships and go into the field. We also have them put together videos when they go for their internships. So each summer between their master's degree, the first and second year, they go to internships. And so we had them put together videos, which we're hoping to develop into a mini YouTube channel to use as a recruitment tool to expose other students to forestry. We have several what we call career partners. The goal is for these students to be partnered with an agency, whether it be industry, nonprofit, government, for their projects. And so their specific projects are answering a question for these career partners. So for example, one of the students is working with the Nature Conservancy, and she is looking at some watershed questions that they had. So essentially partnering them to be a solution for a particular agency, really with the hopes that it will turn into a potential job opportunity. If nothing else, they'll come away with a really nice experience. And we also are asking these career partners to give us feedback on ways that we can improve the program, what tools did the students need that they didn't come with, or what were some amazing things that the students came with that they feel like we can build upon. So our current cohort, I mentioned, has 6 students. 3 of them didn't get me pictures, so these are the 3 that did. But we have students from Southern University, 2 students from Tuskegee University, 1 student from Florida A&M University, 1 student from Clemson, and I think I mentioned 2 from Tuskegee. It's 3 from Tuskegee instead of 2. So it has been a really nice experience working with these students, but not without challenge, and I'll share a little bit about that in a minute. So real quickly, we are doing a pre and post assessment to learn from these students' experiences, and these are some of the questions that we have asked them about their level of support pre-coming to the program and then post, trying to see if that MLC actually had an impact. Obviously, I'm biased. I hope it does, but if it does not, we'd like to know that too. Asking them what they feel like has worked well in their current department, meaning NC State, as compared to their previous university, which I mentioned most of those were HBCUs, and then getting feedback on their field experiences before coming into the program and then after their internship. So real quickly, I didn't mention this previously, but there are several NNF or National Needs Fellowship programs throughout the nation. I have a colleague at Missouri, so he allowed me to, well, he partnered with us to have us assess his students. So he has 3 PhD students while I have 6 master students. So this is just the demographic of the students that were assessed. Again, as you can see, the majority were Black students, majority were from HBCUs, and we did have a good number of students that actually had an undergraduate degree in forestry. So when asking about why the students are pursuing forestry, and this was a question where they could select more than one, overwhelmingly, there was an interest in forestry. Stereotypically, people have assumed that students are not interested in forestry. When you talk with them, turns out that they actually are. I think some of the experiences that they have had have turned them away from forestry, and I won't have time to talk about that, but if people have questions, I've received some of the open-ended questions have kind of addressed that. When asking if they had field experiences, Most of them obviously had classroom experiences. What was really interesting was that a large portion of them had taken unpaid internships. And so we will do some one-on-one interviews with these students to get a better picture of why they may have taken unpaid internships and figure out, if that was something that they wanted to do or if they felt forced to do so to get that field experience. So as I mentioned, I'll wrap up talking about some of the challenges. Obviously, it's always need more funding, right? It would be great to have more students involved in this program, but we were limited on funding. Also, the stipend amount from USDA was fairly low in comparison to some of the other assistantships. So some of the top tier students, all the students are top tier, but some of the students that we really wanted to recruit decided to go elsewhere because of the stipend amount. We have had challenges with students transitioning from HBCUs to this larger, quote unquote, different environment. And I can share a little more about that if people have questions. Again, some of the students didn't have a traditional forestry background, so entering some of the forestry classes, it was a bit of a challenge. And then COVID, bringing in graduate students where everything is online, where there is not a lot of interaction face-to-face, was a bit of a challenge for some of the students, especially coming from some of the smaller institutions. Nothing we can do about COVID, but it did have an impact on some of the students' experiences. So I will wrap up and see if we have any questions.
Are there any questions? For anybody. So of all the four, we had 4 presentations during this session. If anybody has a question for any of the 4 presenters, we can open it up. This is a really big room. You're all spread out.
This is for Jeff. No, okay, yes, you need a mic too. This is probably a comment, right? That's how we sneak in questions, or vice versa.
Sure.
It seems that a lot of what you were talking about is really a question of validity. Like when we say intelligence test,
right,
the implication is for all people at all times in any circumstance. When obviously those, depending upon the group on which the instrument was validated and then validated over time and so on and so forth, it would change. So it seems that a lot of the issues that you were talking about in assessment have to do with a, researchers' grandiose perceptions of what their measures can actually do. Maybe that was the question.
So are you asking how would we know an intelligence test, an aptitude test, or an achievement test is valid?
Well, or why is it that we don't, in quotes, sell? Why is it that we don't sell all of those with an asterisk? This is an intelligence test that was developed on sophomores at a predominantly white university in 1981. Right. Thank you. Right. And then when we get results like different groups that aren't those people, it would be understandable.
Sure. So thank you for the question. Just to be clear, the tests that I was referring to are those that are carefully standardized. So typically, for example, the Wechsler scales or the Woodcock-Johnson, typically they're normative samples. They're about 2,200 to somewhere around 6,000. They are carefully weighted to represent the demographic distribution of North America, which would include weighting by gender, ethnicity, disability in some cases. They are also very carefully constructed by age. So, for example, the inside joke is we call them womb to tomb tests. That is, those that purport to be able to be valid for children as young as 2 and for adults my age and older, of which there are a few. Typically, there will be stratified random sampling at each age level for that group. I'm not aware of any tests of intelligence that are in use that would have as narrow or as dated a pool as you would describe. The ones that we use in the practice of psychology are those that are deliberately constructed in that way. You also raised, though, the issue of validity. Just because we have a representative norm group doesn't mean the test is valid. And validity is a multi-layered question in psychology. So we don't look at just one thing. So if we wanted to, for example, validate that measures of temperature were in fact related to climate change, we wouldn't just look at temperature. We'd look at snowpack. We'd look at species diversity. We'd look at a number of forms of evidence. And our professional standards, educational and psychological tests, require companies that say this is a test of intelligence, or this is a test of aptitude, or this is a test of achievement, to provide evidence that their results are first reliable. In other words, you get the same result. And that, by the way, is not as easy as you would think. Reliability, for example, in essay exams is low, primarily because the muse is with you sometimes and not others. If, in fact, you train raters carefully with a rubric, different raters will agree on which essays are best or worse. It's more the variation within the individual from one day to another or one prompt to another that becomes very unreliable. And so generalizing on the basis of a single essay is actually very dangerous. But of course, that's what we do in undergraduate and graduate admissions all the time. So that is actually a good example of an unreliable indicator that is often heavily weighted in practice. But we first must test publishers and states that produce tests like North Carolina must provide evidence of the reliability of the instruments that they're providing, as well as validity evidence. And I could get into details, but I would say that your concerns are well-founded, especially when tests show differences between groups. That's the first thing we ought to be asking is, was this a representative sample? Is there evidence of reliability, and is there evidence of validity? The interesting answer is that for, again, well-developed, commonly used tests, the answers are that the evidence appears that they are as reliable and as valid for different groups, whether by gender or ethnicity. So they compare well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sure.
First, I want to say I do. So the kill the messenger thing or whatever is true, right? So I was just in a group when we were talking about these things in schools called EVOS, where they check to see predictions about how well kids will do. And what happened when these were put into place is that black kids actually got more access to higher level classes, right? And so the pushback was because these academic tests didn't, we think of it white kids here and brown kids here, but those are averages. And so when you disband those averages and you just look at the results, it actually helps brown kids to use those tests. So I get that. But I also have this problem with what is intelligence, and if we have an assessment even though some people have more difficult experiences in the United States, they're still just as intelligent. And so this whole notion of intelligence, I think, is deeply problematic. And if you have an assessment that, I don't care how statistically valid this and biased this there is, if you consistently get results that tell you that brown people aren't as intelligent as white people, that goes back to the design. So I kind of want to ask the design person about how we need to use these equitable design empathy practices to just pull the plug on this thing. I used to give tests as a public school teacher, and the Woodcock-Johnson is a nightmare culturally. It's not fair. So, can we talk to the design people about this empathy piece? And the results speak to themselves. We know that brown people are just as smart as white people. So if we're using a test that says otherwise, that's a problem. That's what how do you respond to that?
So thank you. It's a great question. You raise a number of issues. And to speak to the first part, again, my take-home message is that if you delete the messenger, you need to make sure you have something that is at least equally reliable and less biased than the instrument you're deleting. In most educational practice, we find that if we eliminate what we think are the biased tests, we actually reduce opportunity to learn for groups, which is the unintended consequence. And that's where I would lead. Your question about whether intelligence tests are prima facie, if there's evidence of differences between groups, that invalidates the test, is one that has consumed our field for well over 100 years. The first practical test of intelligence was developed by Simon and Binet for the Parisian public school system, and ever since the very first tests have come out, we have seen evidence of group differences. We've also seen evidence of intentional misuse of tests to deny groups access. Tests, for example, often used in immigration and whatnot. And this is where it gets really, really sticky. Scientifically, it remains an open question. For example, we know that that measures of weight and body mass differ on average between males and females. Now again, as you pointed out, on average does not mean that all men are taller than all women or that all men are heavier than all women, but we do see group differences. And the question is, are those differences real, or are they a function of the metric that we use? I should really, really emphasize that tests of intelligence are no longer widely used in public schools. At one time, I remember as an elementary school student, I took a test of intelligence, a group test of intelligence. Currently, they are only used after a teacher has referred a child with a concern, and then that referral gets, the parent provides permission, and as part of the assessment practice, the psychologist may or may not use a test of intelligence depending on whether it's relevant. So I do want to make sure everyone knows psychologists, school psychologists in schools aren't running around giving everybody tests of intelligence.
Thank you. I think we have time for one more question.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask the final group, the CNR group, about the, you hinted at challenges that students that had a background, coming from an HBCU had, coming to a big university, and some of those challenges may be similar to like the challenges that like transfer students have from community colleges and things like that. I was wondering if you could just share a few things, maybe not what you found, but what we can do to help deal with that challenge, considering that there is a difference in I guess the culture and atmosphere between the two different kinds of campuses.
No, that's a great question. And you're right. We have found that the experiences of some of our students is almost identical and very similar because in our department, we do have a large number of community college transfers that face some of the same issues. One of the things that we've talked about doing is when the students come in, having a single point of contact for I guess mentoring. So we have our academic advisors, you have your professors where you take your courses, but just having a source for that student to go to. For example, I met with one of my National Needs Fellow students today, and they suggested that they needed to see a counselor and didn't know that they could go on campus. Well, I don't have insurance. So just connecting students with resources that can assist them. And sometimes they don't feel comfortable going to an advisor. So in our case, we have set up what we call a peer mentor for the students where the peer mentor does check-ins with the students on a monthly basis. And in that peer mentor session, we have picked up on concerns, issues, things that I feel like the students would never have shared with us as faculty members. So.
Thank you so much. Thank you all to our presenters and for those who are here. We're at the end of our session and we have it's ready if you'd like to help yourself. Thank you so much.
Kenya for a conference in July. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you've been able to grab some lunch. Lunch is over there, if you could grab and sit down before our keynote. And my name is Juliana Makochi Fabenyi. I'm one of the co-chairs of the symposium with Karen Holbrands, who talked to you this morning. She's right there. It is really my pleasure to see that our Executive Vice Chancellor and Provost is here, and I want to welcome him to the podium and thank him for coming to the event so that he can come and introduce our keynote speaker. Thank you, Provost Arden.
Thank you, Juliana, and good afternoon, everyone. It's good to see you. So I am honored to be here to welcome our keynote speaker, Dr. Raj Chetty, who will deliver an address entitled Improving Equality of Opportunity in America, New Insights from Big Data. Dr. Chetty is the William A. Ackman Professor of Economics at Harvard and Director of Opportunity Insights. His research combines empirical evidence and economic theory to help design more effective government policies. His work on tax policy, unemployment insurance, and education has been widely cited in the media and in congressional testimony. His current research focuses on equality of opportunity. How can we give children from disadvantaged backgrounds a chance of succeeding? His work is widely cited in academia and media outlets, and his citation metrics place him among the most influential social scientists alive. His most widely cited work is titled, Where is the Land of Opportunity? The Geography of Intergenerational Mobility in the United States. Dr. Chetty earned his baccalaureate from Harvard in 3 years, and his PhD 3 years later, in 2003, at the age of 23. And he was offered a tenure-track position at Berkeley. He earned tenure at the age of 28 and became one of the youngest tenured professors in the history of Harvard's economics department. His work has been quoted tens of thousands of times and has received numerous awards and grants, including the Young Labor Economist Award from the Institute for the Study of Labor, the John D. and Catherine T. MacArthur Foundation Genius Grant, the John Bates Clark Medal, given by the American Economic Association to the best American economist under age 40, and the Padma Shri Award for distinguished service in any field by the Government of India. Dr. Chetty was elected a member of the National Academy of Sciences in 2018, and he launched Opportunity Insights in that year, a project that uses big data to understand how income, taxation, and social opportunity influence the chances of success in America. He's provided congressional testimony to inform public policy and legislation. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our guest speaker, Dr. Raj Chetty.
Thanks so much, Provost Arden, for the very warm introduction. I wish I could be there with you all in person today, but unfortunately, public health conditions made that difficult. But it's a privilege and an honor to get a chance to speak with you, at least remotely. So what I'm going to do here is share some slides, and hopefully you're going to be able to see this. I hope that's working. Please tell me if not. And so what I'm going to talk about today is improving economic opportunity in America, drawing on big data, as Provost Arden mentioned, which is the focus of our team. And I'm going to focus specifically on how we can make changes in our own communities, in our own institutions, showing you data from North Carolina in particular on how I think we can have an impact on improving economic opportunity for all of our kids. But I want to start at a much bigger picture level by talking about the American dream, which is, of course, a multifaceted, complex concept that can mean different things to different people. But I want to distill it to a simple statistic that we can measure systematically in the data, which is the fraction of kids who go on to earn more than their parents did. So traditionally, if you look at the historical discussions in the United States, the way people talk about the American dream, one key aspect of it at least, is that this is a country where we aspire to be a place where through hard work, any child would have the chance to go on to have a higher standard of living than their parents did. Because certainly that sort of notion that drew my own parents, who were immigrants from India, to come to the United States. And so in a paper my colleagues and I wrote a few years ago, we set about to assess the extent to which the US actually lives up to that aspiration. Do lots of kids actually go on to earn more than their parents did? And how is that true today? And how does that compare to how things were in the past? And so what we're doing in this first chart here is plotting the fraction of children who go on to earn more than their parents did, measuring both kids' and parents' incomes in their mid-30s and adjusting for inflation. And we're looking at this data by the year in which the child was born. So starting on the far left here, with children who were born back in 1940, where you can see that it was a virtual guarantee that you were going to achieve the American dream. 92% of children born in 1940 went on to earn more than their parents did. Then if you look at how this trend has evolved over time, you see a dramatic fading of the American dream, such that for children born in the 1980s who are turning 30 around now when we're measuring their incomes as adults, it's now become basically a coin flip, a 50-50 shot as to whether you're going to do better than your parents. So this dramatic trend is, of course, of great interest to economists like myself because it reflects a fundamental change in the US economy that we would like to understand. But I would argue it's also a fundamental social and political interest because I think it's this very trend that underlies a lot of the frustration that people around the United States are expressing, that this is no longer a country where it's easy to get ahead. And that is reflected in political outcomes and various other outcomes that we're grappling with in this country. So motivated by this broad trend, in our research and policy group here at Harvard, Opportunity Insights, we're focused on the very big picture question of what is driving the fading of the American dream and how can we restore the American dream going forward? What types of policy changes can make a difference in giving kids of all backgrounds, and particularly kids from lower income families, chances of rising up? Now, there are lots of people who are studying issues related to these issues and who've made progress on thinking about these issues over decades. Social scientists have been interested in questions of inequality and opportunity for a long time. And we're by no means the first to study these problems. What is our angle on it? In our group, we're specifically focused on using the tools of big data to study these questions. So you all hear a lot about big data in the context of the private sector these days, companies like Amazon and Google improving the products they offer through the use of large data sets. Analogously, our vision is that large data sets can help us better understand critical economic and social policy questions, in this case, how to increase upward mobility. Now, anytime you start from vast data sets covering the entire population, I'll start to describe these data in more detail in a second, you have to have some angle of entry, some way you're going to organize that data to study the question. Often the way researchers study these questions is to focus on one particular topic. So for instance, in the context of inequality, it would be very natural to focus on issues of education. And I am going to talk about education as one potential key lever to increase upward mobility. But there are going to be many other aspects of potential policy domains that could matter, ranging from affordable housing to social capital, that also seem to play into this picture. And so the way we're going to organize things is rather than focusing on a specific topic, look at a life course perspective from childhood to adulthood, think about a broad range of interventions that could matter in increasing upward mobility. The starting point for a lot of our work is the observation that there are very sharp local geographic differences in rates of upward mobility. So that national chart that I started out with turns out to mask lots of differences across different parts of the United States, different parts of cities within the US. So let me dive into the data and show that to you by turning to this map here, which shows you the geography of upward mobility in the United States. So what I'm going to do is first describe how we construct this map, and then I'll talk about what I think we learned from it. So what we did is took data on about 20 million kids drawn from anonymous tax and census records, and we linked those kids to their parents' information and back to where they were born. And using that data, we construct measures of upward mobility for each part of the United States. So specifically what we're doing here is dividing the US into 740 different metro and rural areas. And in each of those areas, we're taking the set of kids who grew up in that area and computing a very simple measure of upward mobility. What is the average income at age 35 for kids who grew up in low-income families? That is, families earning about $27,000 a year, putting them at the 25th percentile of the national income distribution. We color the map so that blue-green colors represent areas with higher levels of upward mobility, where kids starting out in these low-income families reach higher up in the income distribution, and red-orange colors represent areas with lower levels of upward mobility. If you start by looking at the scale in the lower right-hand side of this map, you can see that there's an enormous amount of variation in children's chances of rising up across different parts of the US. So in the darkest blue colors, for example, much of the rural Midwest, places like Dubuque, Iowa, kids growing up in low-income families, they're on average, one generation later, earning about $45,000 a year or $50,000 a year. So really substantial amount of upward mobility, starting from 27,000 to almost twice that amount one generation later. In contrast, if you look at other places like Charlotte, North Carolina, for example, kids starting out in families at the exact same income level, $27,000 a year, one generation later are actually doing no better than their parents on average. In fact, slightly worse in terms of household income. And more broadly, if you look, in much of the Southeast, the industrial Midwest, and other parts of the United States, you see much lower levels of upward mobility in certain areas. So this map here, as the provost noted, has animated a lot of discussion in the US and a lot of research by our team and many others to basically try to understand why we're seeing so many, such large differences in economic mobility across areas. Why is that question interesting? Well, first, from a scientific perspective, it gives us a new lens, if you will, a new sort of microscope to understand the science of economic opportunity. If I can figure out what's going on that's different in Salt Lake City or San Francisco compared to Charlotte or Cleveland, then maybe I can start to understand what the key drivers of economic mobility are. And why is that then useful from a policy perspective? I can potentially take those lessons and figure out how we might be able to replicate some of the favorable conditions in some of these places in other areas that currently have lower levels of upward mobility, thereby increasing economic opportunity throughout the United States. So that big kind of logic and program has animated a lot of the work our research team has been focused on. And what I'd like to share with you in the course of the next 20 minutes or so is what we've learned from trying to investigate what drives the differences in economic mobility that we're seeing in this map. And the way that I'm going to structure this is basically the process of scientific inquiry, coming up with different hypotheses. You probably have a few in your mind already as candidate explanations for what might be driving this variation. I'm going to systematically try to assess whether those explanations are correct and try to give you a sense of what we've learned about the science of economic opportunity from this analysis. And then finally, I'll take those lessons and talk about what they mean for policy on the ground, what types of changes could actually increase upward mobility going forward. So the first explanation that many people think of when they see this map, at least economists, is that maybe there are differences in the labor markets in these different areas, differences in the types of jobs that are available in different places that are giving people chances to rise up that are better in some areas than others. So to take an example, you might think of San Francisco Bay Area. We all know the tech sector has been booming. Maybe there's a high level of upward mobility there because lots of people who grow up there get those high-paying tech jobs. Now, to assess that, what we do here is take the measures of upward mobility that I was showing you on the map previously, here shown for the 30 largest metro areas in the US, and plot them against job growth rates from 1990 to 2010, roughly the period when kids in the sample we're looking at who were born in the early 1980s, roughly the time when they were growing up. And what you can see when you look at the relationship between these two variables is that basically there is no relationship. This basically looks like a cloud. So in particular, you have cities like Charlotte, which has one of the highest rates of job growth in the United States. So I'm sure you're all familiar. Charlotte and much of North Carolina is doing extremely well from a traditional economic perspective. If you were to look at average incomes, the number of jobs, high-paying jobs. On all of those measures, Charlotte in particular and much of North Carolina would look terrific. But when you look at these data, if you look at the vertical axis, you look at rates of upward income mobility for low-income kids growing up in Charlotte, Charlotte actually ranks 50th out of the 50 largest cities in America in terms of rates of upward mobility for low-income kids growing up there. So what that simple point shows you is that there can be a pretty serious disconnect between having very high rates of job growth, like Charlotte and Atlanta do, and rates of upward mobility for the low-income kids growing up in a given place. So you might ask, how is that possible? How can it just add up that you have average incomes going up very sharply in Charlotte? If you drive around the city, you can see that it's booming. Yet, when you look at these data, it's telling you that when you follow kids over time, the kids who were born in Charlotte and grow up there in low-income families aren't doing all that well. How are those two things consistent with each other? Well, the way I think about it is that basically cities like Charlotte and Atlanta are importing talent. Lots of people, it turns out, move to Charlotte and Atlanta, Raleigh as well, to get high-paying jobs. But they are growing up, particularly if they come from low-income families, in other parts of the United States. And so as a result, you have these booming economies that are not necessarily bringing up the kids growing up in disadvantaged families in those environments themselves. So that's lesson number one. This is not just about differences in economic growth across places. That's useful to understand itself from a policy perspective because it means that simply trying to get big employers to your area, like bidding to get the Amazon headquarters, is not in and of itself going to increase rates of upward mobility for kids growing up in low-income families in your city. Okay, so that doesn't seem to be the key in terms of explaining what's going on. So let's come back to the big map here and think about a second potential explanation. Anyone familiar with the racial demographics of the United States would recognize that there's a potential connection to race here. In particular, the areas with larger African-American populations, like the Southeast, cities like Cincinnati, Cleveland, Detroit, and so forth, tend to be the ones that are in the red and orange colors on this map. Now, we all know that there's a long history of racial disparities in the United States and discrimination going back hundreds of years. And so it wouldn't be a surprise then to know that there are significant differences in upward mobility by race. And so you might wonder how much of what we're seeing in this map is really about differences by race and the racial segregation of the US, rather than differences by place, that is, the causal effects of place for people of a given race. So to disentangle that and understand the role of race more clearly, I'm going to turn to this pair of maps here, which replicate what I was showing you before, but separately now for Black men on the left and white men on the right. Now, when you look at these two maps initially, your initial reaction might be, well, they've put these two maps on two different color scales, kind of a red-orange color scale on the left and a blue-green color scale on the right. But in fact, if you look at the bottom of the slide, you can see that we have not. The maps are on the same color scale. It's just that there is such an extreme difference in rates of upward mobility between Black men and white men that it's almost like they're living in two different countries, like they're two separate Americas in terms of economic opportunity for Black men and white men. So in particular, what's going on here is that the places with the very highest levels of upward mobility for Black men, like Boston, for example, they have lower levels of upward mobility than the places with the lowest levels of upward mobility for white men. So for example, a place like Charlotte, where white men who grow up in low-income families have average incomes of only $25,000 a year as adults. And so it's essentially like they're two disjoint distributions, two completely different sets of opportunities by race. So bottom line, there's no understating the importance of race, even conditional on class. So I want to emphasize, we are again taking a set of kids who are starting out at the same economic level. They're all starting out in families earning $27,000 a year. Using detailed information from tax records, we're taking kids who grew up in comparable economic circumstances, but we're still finding that race has enormous importance, conditional on socioeconomic class. So you'll notice here I focus specifically on data for men, comparing Black men to white men. Why did I split this out by gender at this point? It turns out that the picture is very different for women. If you now compare Black women to white women, notice that the spectrum of colors that you see in the map on the left and the map on the right look basically the same. And more broadly, when we look at lots of different measures, we see that once we control for socioeconomic class, Black and white women starting out in families at the same income level, you see pretty similar outcomes in terms of earnings, college attendance, and so forth between Black and white women. The really sharp racial disparities are emerging for men, and that's a useful lesson to keep in mind as you think about how to combat racial disparities going forward. It's particularly critical to understand why Black men are facing such disadvantages in the US. And you might think of issues related to criminal justice or discrimination that's particularly affecting men, and so forth. So to this point, I've been showing you broad geographic differences between different parts of the US, different cities in the US, and so forth. What I want to do next is zoom in and show you the data at a much more local level, which is going to help us further understand exactly what's driving these differences in economic opportunity. And in order to do that, I'm going to toggle over to this tool here, which is a website called the Opportunity Atlas that you can freely access yourself just by going to opportunityatlas.org. I'm going to start out with this national map, same map that we've been looking at. But the way this tool works is you can enter any street address that you want, exactly like a Google map, and you can literally zoom in and look at the data at a much more local level. So I'm going to, given the audience, just type in Raleigh and literally zoom in here to the data for Raleigh, and you can see right here North Carolina State University. And now what you're looking at here is the data at a census tract level. So we've constructed the same statistics for every census tract in America. A census tract consists of about 4,000 people. Think of it as a narrow definition of neighborhoods. And so the key thing that I want you to see in this slide is that the spectrum of colors that you're seeing on your screen in the Raleigh area are the same as the spectrum of colors that I was showing you at the national level. I haven't changed the color scale in any way. And so, what that's telling you is you can go from, these neighborhoods here over to these neighborhoods here, and it's like you're going from Alabama to Iowa in terms of rates of upward mobility. So we see this pattern in Raleigh, we see this pattern in Charlotte, we see this pattern in New York City. In basically every city in America, the origins of differences in upward mobility are not across, very broad regions. It's not about differences in state level policy. It's not about differences across cities. No, it's actually about, often one side of the street versus another side of the street, or one school district versus another school district. And so that lesson, I think, is extremely important because it shows us that the origins of upward mobility are hyperlocal. Now, in further analysis that we've done that I'm not going to talk about in detail here, just in the interest of time, we look at kids who move across different neighborhoods. And what we find is if you move at a younger age, say at birth or when you're 2 or 3 years old, to one of these blue-green colored areas shown on the map, you are much more likely to have a high level of earnings and much better outcomes measured in many different ways, health, educational outcomes, and so forth, compared to if you grew up in one of these red-colored areas. Now, I emphasize that because what that tells us is that there's actually a causal effect of growing up in one of these places rather than another. It's not just that different types of people are living in different places. If I use methods like randomized experiments, assignment of vouchers to some families rather than others, and look at families who move randomly to these higher opportunity neighborhoods, we see their kids doing much better, especially if those kids move to those places at young ages. Okay, so the key takeaway here is that where you grow up really seems to matter, and in particular, the particular block you're growing up basically really seems to determine your life outcomes in an important way. So coming back then to the slides, a natural next question you might have, having seen this very granular variation in upward mobility in different parts of Raleigh, you might ask, well, what is it about the places where we're seeing kids do better in the long run? So as a first step towards answering that question, in this slide here, I'm summarizing the strongest predictors we found of differences in upward mobility across neighborhoods. There are lots of different factors that economists and sociologists have thought about over the years. I'm summarizing here the 4 strongest correlations that we find. So first, we find that places that have lower poverty rates, so more mixed income neighborhoods, tend to have higher levels of upward mobility across generations. Second, we find that places with more stable family structures, so for instance, more 2-parent families, tend to be places that have higher levels of upward mobility as well. Third, as you might expect intuitively, places with better schools measured in various ways, expenditures per student, the size of classes, the quality of teachers, they also tend to have higher levels of upward mobility. Finally, we find that places with greater social capital tend to have higher levels of upward mobility. Now, social capital is a term that people talk about a lot and is something that's traditionally thought to be potentially important for lots of different things. It's proved to be very difficult to measure systematically. So, what exactly is social capital? How do we measure it in the data has been quite challenging. The way I think about it is the extent to which you're connected to folks from different backgrounds who might help you out. So as a low-income person, might you be connected with higher income folks or people who might be able to give you job opportunities or information or connect you to a college that's going to change your life? And in some ongoing work that we're going to be releasing in about 3 months, we're using large-scale data from the biggest social networks in the United States to measure social capital in a very granular way, zip code by zip code, for every place in America, for every college, for every high school. And while I'm not able to share those results at the moment, I'll just preview and say those measures turn out to be some of the strongest predictors of economic mobility that we've found to date. And they will be publicly available, usable for policy and research purposes. And I'm hoping will really give us a lens to understand the power of social capital and how to improve social capital going forward, which strikes me as a key area of focus. So with that research background, I want to spend the last 10 minutes here talking about how you can take these research findings and think about actually changing policy to improve upward mobility. So in a nutshell, what I think we've learned, and I've given you kind of a whirlwind overview, but broadly what we've learned from a series of studies in our research group and many others, is that the roots of upward mobility are hyperlocal. Where you grow up within a half-mile radius of your house really seems to matter in determining your life outcomes. And it's kind of environmental conditions from birth until you're something like 22 or 23 years old that really seem to be determinative of lifetime trajectories. So when you have that view of the world, I think you would naturally think about 3 different ways to increase economic mobility. The first is to reduce segregation. If I see that some parts of Raleigh give kids better opportunities to rise up than others, then you might ask, well, why don't we just help more low-income families move to those blue-green colored parts of the map to the higher opportunity neighborhoods, essentially trying to desegregate the city. And so that's one approach we might take. A second approach, recognizing that you can't possibly move everyone and not everyone wants to move to a different neighborhood, is to bring opportunity to people rather than bringing people to opportunity. So can you make place-based investments to turn the red-colored areas into blue-green colored areas? Finally, recognizing that after the key touch point for most kids after they're 18 years old is not the home in which they're growing up, but rather the institution of higher education that they're attending, I think there's a big role for institutions like NC State and others to play in amplifying the impacts of colleges on upward mobility. So let me say a little bit on the type of work we are doing in each of these spaces to try to increase mobility going forward. So I'll start with the reducing segregation approach, and here I'm going to take you to Seattle, where we're doing some work on the ground with the local housing authorities to try to increase moves to opportunity and desegregate the city. So what I'm showing you here is, again, a snapshot from the Opportunity Atlas, where you see that familiar pattern of sharply different colors across different neighborhoods. And what we've done here is overlaid in the bright green dots the most common locations where families receiving housing vouchers from the federal government currently live. Now, you might know that we spend about $45 billion per year on affordable housing programs in the United States, the largest component of which are housing vouchers that provide rental assistance to more than 2 million families to rent housing wherever they would like. One of the goals of this program is to give families access to higher opportunity neighborhoods that might ultimately break the cycle of poverty. But what you're seeing in this map is, unfortunately, the policy is not necessarily working as intended, right? If you look at where families receiving these vouchers are actually living, they're still concentrated in the red and orange colored parts of the map rather than the blue-green colored parts of the map. And so what that means is you're not actually breaking the cycle of poverty, despite the fact that these families are receiving these vouchers, because kids are growing up in neighborhoods where we see based on the analysis we've done, they don't have great chances of rising up. So teaming up with the King County and Seattle housing authorities, we asked, why is this happening? Is it that families have a strong preference to live in these neighborhoods because maybe it's close to their job or to their families or it's familiar to them? Or is it that there are barriers that are preventing families from moving to higher opportunity areas? And maybe if we knock down those barriers, we would be able to create more moves to opportunity. So what we did is designed a randomized trial to help families with housing vouchers move to higher opportunity neighborhoods if they wanted to. And the key elements of that program were to give families customized search assistance. So think of it as basically a broker or counselor who would help you find housing where you want. We also connected folks with landlords to recruit them to the program to make it easier to find a unit where they'd like. And we gave a little bit of short-term financial assistance to pay for security deposits, fees, things like that. And so we ran this as a randomized trial. 1,000 people came in to apply for vouchers through the standard process. Half of the families got randomly allocated to receive these additional services. Half of the families in the control group got the standard program of just getting the voucher without this additional support. And so being a randomized trial, you can just compare where families decided to move in the control group versus the treatment group. The control group, you can see that only 14% of families moved to high opportunity areas, areas in the top third of the distribution in terms of economic mobility within the Seattle area. In contrast, in the treatment group, that number jumped up to 54%. More than half of the families ended up moving to high opportunity places where we estimate on average their kids will go on to earn about $200,000 more over their lifetimes as a result of making this move. Now you can see very clearly how this played out in this map here, where we've shown in the shaded blue colors the high opportunity parts of Seattle. The red pins show you where the families in the control group decided to move. The green pins show you where the families in the treatment group decided to move. And you can see that we've basically shifted through this very simple, relatively inexpensive treatment of providing some additional support in the search process where families decided to move. You've got distinctly more families in the treatment group living throughout these high opportunity areas, effectively desegregating Seattle to some extent. So that result received significant attention and is now being scaled up by the federal government. There was this act passed, a demonstration, Housing Choice Voucher Mobility Demonstration Act, that authorized about $70 million to replicate what we did in Seattle in cities across the country, 9 other cities. And there is now discussion of expanding the housing voucher program permanently by about $5 billion per year in light of this sort of evidence to give more kids access to higher opportunity neighborhoods through providing this sort of support and increasing the set of families who receive these vouchers. I should also note that it's not just about vouchers. That's not the only tool that we can use to desegregate cities. This type of work also has important implications for other tools that we can use for desegregation. So here's an example from Charlotte, expanding multifamily zoning, where changing zoning laws can dramatically change affordability of certain neighborhoods for lower income families, and thereby also increase access to economic opportunity. So that illustrates concretely how there are a number of changes underway that could, I think, have a significant impact on access to opportunity for many families and potentially change many kids' life outcomes quite substantially. But coming back to where I was before, I want to emphasize that this moving to opportunity, reducing segregation, affordable housing approach is just one tool in our toolkit and is by no means the only approach that we should be trying to take, because it's also important to understand how to revitalize the communities where opportunity is currently lacking. Now on that front, work is, I think, at an earlier stage in terms of understanding exactly what types of interventions can be effective in increasing economic opportunity in a given place. I'm just going to show you, to give you a preliminary sense of how we're thinking about these issues. I'm going to talk about some examples of the types of programs here, drawing on some work we've been doing in collaboration with folks in Charlotte, to think about this life course approach to place-based investment, and just point out the wide spectrum of programs that people are trying to implement targeted at kids of different ages, from pre-K programs to programs in schools that are related to mentoring, to college advising, to workforce training programs targeted at young adults to give better pathways to higher paying jobs. And so what I think we need to do is systematically evaluate using the type of longitudinal big data that I've been talking about. What are the causal effects of each of these programs to really understand how we can bring opportunity to a given place? Just to give you one illustration of that, one program that we're spending a lot of time studying is a job training program called Year Up, where kids, young adults typically in their early 20s who may not have finished high school, for example, or have a GED, they are enrolled in a program for about a year that gives them 6 months of mentoring and then a 6-month internship paired with an employer, say like Bank of America in Charlotte. And again, in randomized trials, the set of folks who were given access to this program in the treatment group, you can see they have dramatically higher earnings sustained over time relative to the folks in the control group who didn't have access to that program. And so I think these types of targeted workforce training programs that pair young adults with specific employers have now a proven record of success. And that's something that we can bring to many places that currently lack opportunities for youth. I want to briefly mention, given the setting we're in here at NC State, the final branch of how we can increase upward mobility through the tools of higher education. And to do this, I'm going to talk about a different set of data that we've constructed, also publicly available, showing you statistics on upward mobility for every college in the United States. So in the same way that we've constructed that data for every neighborhood in America, for every college in America, we've publicly released, and you can easily access through a tool created by the New York Times, data on economic mobility for every college in America. And so the way we think about mobility by college is on 2 dimensions. First, on the vertical axis, what I'm going to call the upward mobility rate. What fraction of students starting out in low-income families, say in the bottom 20% of the income distribution, make the leap to the top 20%? So to take an example, where I am here at Harvard University, Harvard looks great in terms of the outcomes of low-income kids. Low-income kids who come here do very well. But what matters for economic mobility is not just how low-income students on your campus do, but how many low-income students you have on campus to begin with. And on that dimension, Harvard does not do very well. Only something like 3% of kids come from families in the bottom 20% of the income distribution, turning here to the horizontal axis. And so what we're showing here is one dot for every college in America, highlighting some colleges in the North Carolina area, including NC State, where you can see in our data about 4.5% of kids come from the bottom 20% of the income distribution, 32% of them reach the top 20%. So NC State looks pretty good in terms of rates of upward mobility for the low-income kids on campus, but does not have all that many low-income kids on campus at present, especially relative to other colleges out here, say, take comparison in New York, the City University of New York is serving far more low-income kids on average. And so when you look at these data, you see kind of this crescent-shaped pattern where there are relatively few colleges that both are serving lots of low-income kids and have pretty good outcomes. And so I think the key question for Harvard, or a place like NC State for that matter, is how you basically move to the right on this chart. How do you increase access for kids from low-income families so they can take advantage of the fact that there are pretty good outcomes from graduating from these universities? Conversely, for places like Central Piedmont Community College, which are serving many low-income kids, the question is how you improve the program, increase retention rates, reduce dropout rates, and so forth, to increase rates of upward mobility on those campuses. And so we are currently focused on trying to understand that, collaborating with many universities across the United States, and we'll have more work coming out on that in the years to come. So let me wrap up by recognizing that we're at a very unique moment in America here, in the world, in the midst of an unusual pandemic. And so when I speak about these issues, people often ask me, well, what implications does the pandemic have for economic opportunity from this kind of longer term perspective that you've been studying it? And so when the pandemic hit, in our team, we started to try to study that more systematically. And I just want to give you one glimpse that illustrates the theme of what we're seeing. So this is data from a platform called Zern, which about 1 million students use in the United States to complete math lessons as part of their regular school curriculum. We're breaking out this data here by income quartile, by family income quartile, and looking at the number of math lessons that kids completed right around the time that the pandemic hit in March of 2020. And so what you can see here is that when the COVID-19 came to the US and schools went remote, the number of math lessons that kids were completing fell very rapidly, but it bounced back almost immediately for kids in high-income families. Whereas for kids in low-income families, there was a tremendous reduction that persisted even into the next school year, such that even now, you see something like a 20% gap in the math lessons that kids from low-income families are completing, especially when schools go remote, relative to kids from higher-income families. Now, 20% gap, that's like you're going to school one day less per week than kids from high-income families. And given all the issues that I've talked about in the past half hour, what this suggests is this early childhood disparity that's widening is going to only amplify the importance of the issues that we've been talking about, and unfortunately, I think exacerbate our challenges going forward in terms of increasing upward mobility. So let me come back then to that chart that I started out with on the fading American dream. At some level, this might seem like a very somber note to end on. We've got a country where opportunities for upward mobility have been steadily declining over the past half century, and if anything, given this pandemic, are likely to worsen. But I look at things from a somewhat more optimistic perspective. If you think about the point at which we started to achieve these very high rates of upward mobility and inclusive growth in the United States, it was coming out of essentially what was the biggest crisis of the last century, the Great Depression, that led to fundamental changes in US national policy and changes in communities across the United States that set the stage for decades of inclusive growth in this country. And I think similarly, we're at a critical point in time where we now have the data and the science to understand what types of changes can really have an impact going forward. And I think all of you who are in the audience are incredibly well positioned to make a big difference going forward in North Carolina and across the US. I very much look forward to supporting you in those efforts. Thanks very much.
Thank you. We'll now open it up for questions from the audience, and Sherry and I will pass the mic.
I'll go, Karen. Thank you so much for your engaging talk. I was wondering, you mentioned looking at job markets, but did you look at the decrease in the number of unions and also, the right to work states? Also, I was wondering whether you looked at the decrease in pensions and, bear with me, the participation in military. Does it help being enlisted in terms of lifetime opportunity? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the question. These are all important factors, of course, in determining people's outcomes. Maybe surprisingly, when you look at things like right to work or unionization, there's some evidence that you find correlations in certain places, but it doesn't appear to be the determinative, strongest factor. And one way that you could see that, if you looked at the maps that I was showing you, is a lot of the variation was coming at a much more local level than, right to work is determined at the state level, exactly like you said. Most of this variation is occurring at this, within cities. And so it's not going to be something like right to work at the state level that's driving the differences in upward mobility that we're seeing. On the military question, yes, I think the military can potentially be a pathway to upward mobility for some kids. And in particular, actually, it turns out there's some nice work showing that the specific military base that people get assigned to ends up affecting their kids' later outcomes, partly because it affects the environment they're growing up in. Of course, things like opportunities to access education through the support that's provided to veterans can also be very valuable. So, I think all of these factors matter. In terms of determining the overall picture, I think some of the other things that we were talking about seem more predictive overall.
Hi, thanks for a fantastic talk. I really appreciate the solutions and innovations that you've done to make a difference for communities. One factor that I was curious about is healthcare and access to healthcare. A lot of the states where you're seeing that downward mobility have not adopted Medicaid expansion, and it might be too soon to see what type of effect that could have, but just wondering if you could speak to access to healthcare.
Absolutely. So there's some really good evidence from Janet Curry at Princeton and a number of others showing that early childhood investments in healthcare can have incredibly large payoffs. So kids who have, prenatal care, access to better care in their youngest years, I think you see really significant causal impacts on later outcomes. And importantly, a lot of those investments look like they pay for themselves in the sense that there's a significant program expenditure for the federal government on providing health insurance, say. But then if you look at the improvement in health outcomes and the improvement in earnings that people have down the road, the additional tax revenue that the government gets more than offsets that upfront initial cost in many cases. So I absolutely think healthcare, especially targeted at young kids, can be incredibly valuable.
I have a question. So you're here in Wake County, and Wake County Public Schools actually implemented these things 20 years ago, where they had the system to ensure that none of our schools had more than a 40% poverty rate. And so it was a great system, it was a national model, and it was disbanded for political reasons. Okay, so this is awesome, but I'm sort of curious as to white people aren't going to give up the privilege of the best colleges. They're not going to give up the privilege of the best schools and the best neighborhoods. So it seems like it's in a vacuum. We're here where we solved it. We solved the problem, and now we're in a downward trend.
Very fair point, and that's obviously a very important challenge to think about. Let me say two things. I think first, my view is bringing this type of data out clearly where, as you say, from your own experience that you saw something on the ground that really seemed to solve the problem. I think being able to show that systematically with data on a large scale, in my experience, some of the policy impacts that I was showing you at the federal level that have bipartisan support, I think there can, even in this polarized environment, there can be some impact of trying to show just systematically how these differences really matter. When you have more integrated communities without very high poverty rates, you do see better outcomes for kids. I think showing that kind of thing systematically does create some support for change. Furthermore, I think you're absolutely right that at the individual level, there can be political resistance from groups that feel like, I want my kids to do well, and so why should I be supportive of something, I care about the social good, but I care maybe more about my own kids. That's perfectly rational for any one person to have that view. I would offer this, not that it's necessarily going to change people's minds, but when we look at the data, you can ask, do mixed income neighborhoods, we've seen poor kids do better there. Are high income kids hurt by growing up in mixed income neighborhoods? The answer actually turns out to be no. If you look in our data at more mixed income areas and look at the outcomes of kids from high income families, they are no worse than outcomes in, very wealthy areas. And so what that suggests to me as a social scientist is a very important asymmetry where we can benefit kids in terms of coming up without hurting kids from higher income families. And that should, in principle, make this more palatable. Now, getting that message out there and solving the political problems, that's sort of above my pay grade. So I leave that to other folks.
Hi, could you say some more about the types of hyperlocal investments that could be made to change the conditions and make those neighborhoods more conducive to upward mobility? So you talked about building social capital. I'm interested in particular whether there's a role for sort of physical or natural environmental quality in those neighborhoods, and what else might be on your list of things to experiment with.
Yeah, thanks. So, some things, that we've already touched upon, like trying to improve the quality of schools in specific areas, I think can be incredibly valuable. On social capital, you mentioned physical and environmental spaces, conditions as potentially being important, and indeed, we're trying to think about that more carefully. So I think urban planning issues, physical infrastructure, public transit, the extent to which people are able to access jobs or access opportunities all seem potentially important. I want to stop short of saying that we know for sure that certain kinds of interventions in that space will have significant causal effects, because I think we don't yet. But one of the things I'm going to be spending a lot of time on in the coming years, having seen what I've seen on the social capital data, which again should be publicly available soon, is the exact structure of spaces in which people are interacting, or like even the size of schools, or the availability of parks or public spaces can shape interaction in important ways. And so I think thinking very carefully about those kinds of issues from a lens of mobility, which is maybe not traditionally the way people have thought about those kinds of questions, will be quite valuable going forward.
Yes. You have referenced programs designed to move high poverty children into areas of opportunity. You didn't address any kinds of programs that might be used to attract non-poor families into high poverty areas, which it seems very expensive to move people into high income areas and relatively inexpensive to move people into low income areas since property values are lower. Have there been any programs that have attempted to do that? And does gentrification concern get in the way of actually allowing that to even happen?
Yeah, excellent question. I think your intuition is absolutely right, that we could think about integrating neighborhoods in two ways. You could have lower income people move into higher income neighborhoods, or you could do it the other way around. And gentrification at some level, it's not a policy, but in effect can lead to that. I think the key question is, can you actually have a stable equilibrium where an area gentrifies and you don't just price out lower income folks and they end up having to move to a different neighborhood? So this reminds me a bit, for example, of a conversation I had with Jeff Canada in the context of the Harlem Children's Zone, where Jeff pointed out to me that the Harlem Children's Zone is shown to be incredibly successful in revitalizing Harlem, improving outcomes for kids there, for lower income kids. Well, Harlem's gentrified so much that his view is you're now not able to sort of help the people you originally intended to help because they've kind of gotten priced out of the neighborhood. So I think one key thing to keep in mind in the context of your question is, as you have gentrification, how do you sort of do gentrification right in a way that you still preserve affordability and maintain that integrated environment, so that you don't just completely tip the neighborhood and essentially shift folks to a different area. We are in the process of studying some major government neighborhood revitalization programs, like the Hope 6 demolitions, which sought to demolish major public housing towers and create mixed income neighborhoods that were in principle supposed to create better opportunities. And we're trying to understand when and how that works with this sort of longitudinal data. Don't have the answer yet in terms of what exactly the impacts are, but that's the type of thing I think that could potentially go in the direction that you're talking about.
Hey, so actually adjacent to the gentrification question, but an issue that North Carolina has right now is cost of living is skyrocketing. Have you seen any, I guess, data that looks at the cost of living versus the upward mobility in an area, and if that affects it at all?
Yeah, so I think the intuition that if costs of living go up such that families that could afford to send their kids to good schools, live in neighborhoods that provided good opportunities, effectively get priced out, and that creates more segregation, that's definitely going to be detrimental for upward mobility. But cost of living can work in multiple ways, right? Cost of living can go up at the same time that wages are going up, and in particular, if you see wage growth at the bottom of the income distribution, then it's possible that you basically are in the same place with higher prices. People are getting paid more, they have to pay more for things as well, but they're more or less able to access the same set of resources that they were before. So I think it's really important to understand not just cost of living on average, but how it's hitting in different parts of the income distribution. And of course, the push towards preserving affordable housing and things like that is related to a desire to combat cost of living increases that are particularly hitting people at the bottom end of the income distribution.
Thank you so much for your informing presentation. And my question is,
for those who are making under the $7,000, which is 25 lower percentile, but also people just above, one notch above, but below the medium income level. So I'm wondering whether those are one notch above groups showed same patterns of like mobility. That's my question. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Yes, absolutely. I focused on that one measure, people at 27,000, not because there's anything particularly special about that particular threshold, but because it's representative of what happens for low and middle income families in general. So the basic way I would summarize it is if you're from a lower income family, the lower you are in the income distribution, the more it matters where you grow up. We see lots of differences in outcomes across neighborhoods, across cities, and so on. As you get richer, basically if you're extremely rich, it looks in the data like it doesn't matter that much where you live. Your outcomes are pretty good if you're growing up in Charlotte, if you're growing up in Salt Lake City, if you're growing up in different neighborhoods. As you move down in the income distribution, it starts to matter more and more, and it's kind of a continuous process. There's no one threshold below which, certain factors start to matter a lot. It all looks kind of similar for people at the 25th percentile, the 30th percentile, the 40th percentile, but to a lesser and lesser extent, such that when you become very high income, local factors just seem less predictive of your outcomes in general. One way to think about that is you're kind of immune from local conditions. If you're in the top 1% of the income distribution, you can send your kids to a private school, you're connected in various ways, you're not dependent on local circumstances.
Are there any other questions? Yeah. Very good.
Yes, so this is my next bonus question here. There are some states around the country that in West Virginia in particular, they've recently implemented a statewide school voucher program. Would you expect that to have any impact on, a disproportionate impact on these low-income communities, or is there any reason to think it would matter at all?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So school vouchers are an interesting, potential alternative to the
let me
housing
mention this.
vouchers
It is a non-means tested. In other words, the richest person in the state can get it. So it's different from most that exist.
I see. Yes. So, a couple different issues there then. So, when it's not means tested, I think part of what you're getting at is you can really erode the funding base for certain schools if everybody starts to use their vouchers in certain areas. And we've seen some evidence, actually studies done in North Carolina, where even if everyone's eligible, rates of take-up and the way families use these kinds of vouchers really vary with income, where higher income folks are more focused on getting their kids to the right schools and so forth, and that can actually exacerbate inequality. A different aspect of what you're asking about connects to some of what I was talking about earlier is to what extent can you replicate the benefits of living in a different neighborhood from simply sending your child to a different school? And I think the answer there is you can't get fully there as best we can tell. And part of it comes back to social capital and actually being integrated into the new environment. So when kids are bused, for example, to a different school, there's some evidence that the extent to which they actually interact with kids from a different background, which is what seems to be very predictive of later success, is lower than if their family actually lives there and they actually belong to that community. So my take on it basically is that there might be a role for school vouchers. I think one has to be very careful with the tax base and means testing issues as you're touching upon. I don't think they replicate, they're like a perfect substitute for the set of things we've been talking about here about investing in places, helping families move to better areas, and so on.
That was our last question, and so I'll just ask everyone to join me in thanking Dr. Raj Chetty for an inspiring keynote. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. My pleasure.
join them.
because they had counted. They said, people in this neighborhood, we got enough. So the best way to get your kid into Inlow was to move to the Ballroom School District where you could mag them into. Yeah.
I got it. Yeah.
This should be okay. Yeah.
I guess we'll just take turns on that.
Yeah. And I will sit here. We probably should say that Stephanie's not going to have a conflict. So she's not here. Huh? I don't know. Huh? I'm not sure how this works. I don't know if anybody introduces us or not. So I'll just introduce us. My name is Walt Wolfram. I'm a professor in the English department. I'm a linguist. This is Mia Shang, who is a graduate student and works with the Language Diversity Ambassadors, which is a very active group that she'll tell you about. Our other presenter is Stephanie Dunson, who had a last-minute conflict come up, and so she couldn't be here. The title is a little concern of ours, because over the last 8 or 9 years, we've had a very active linguistic diversity campaign going at NC State. And almost sort of ironically at the same time that the diversity initiatives have started, it seems that the language diversity part of it has been somewhat neglected. And so our concern is that this is not a sort of a one-time, one-and-done trend, and that we want to keep it active. It's prominent. It's a national model that won an award for, out of 83 submissions, won the national award for innovative diversity models a few years ago. And so we don't want to lose this incentive, not simply because it's prominent, but because it's absolutely essential. And so me and I will be presenting, and we'll give a chance for questions and so forth. I realize that there are a few of you scattered around. We'll try to sort of be inclusive with our eyes, but we'll go from here, and Mia will start us off.
Great. Thanks, Walt. So we just wanted to begin with a little bit of what I'm calling Dialect 101. So some basic ideas about dialect diversity. First, I want to begin by defining a dialect as just a neutral term to refer to any language variety spoken by a group of people. So really kind of this broad, neutral term that we have. But even so, there are a lot of sort of myths that circulate around dialects and what they are and who speaks them. So we just wanted to begin by sort of addressing those ideas, those sort of myths about dialects. And some of these ideas might be familiar to you all, or maybe you haven't heard them before, but we just wanted to get everyone sort of up to speed on dialects. So the first myth we have here is that there is a single standard dialect of English, which is correct, and which everyone should strive to speak. In reality, the so-called standard English is more of an idealized language promoted by social factors like power than a linguistic reality. So linguists maintain that no dialect or language is inherently superior to another. And so this is an idea that we'll see a lot, and it is kind of entrenched in our own biases and whatnot, especially as academics. The next myth is that a dialect is something that someone else speaks, and not everyone speaks a dialect or has an accent. When in reality, everyone who speaks a language speaks some dialect of that language. So, for example, most of us here probably speak American English. That's just one example. We can get more specific with the dialect you speak, but no one's immune to speaking a dialect. And then the term accent is generally used to refer to sort of the sound system of the dialect. So if you have a dialect, then by extension, you also have an accent. So this idea of like, oh, I don't have an accent, I don't speak a dialect, but my neighbor does, or my grandma does, or something like that is not really true. Last but not least, we have this idea that dialects are ill-formed derivatives of standard English. So in other words, they are a collection of mistakes. They're bad English, they're sloppy English, they're just uneducated English. That is not true. Dialects are highly patterned, systematic, and intricate varieties of language. Dr. Wolfram here has dedicated, years and years of research to kind of exploring that systematicity and the underlying complexity of dialects. So definitely he has the science to back up the fact that this is a myth. Dialects are rule governed, they are systematic, and they are valid. So to kind of articulate these ideas into more theoretical terms and concepts put forth by Dunstan and Yeager, 2015. So standard language ideology is that idea, once again, that the standard reflects the linguistic practices of the dominant classes rather than sort of this inherently superior variety that people assume that it is. So that's kind of articulated by Lippy Green, who's a linguist. Linguistic hegemony is a byproduct of standard language ideology in which the supposed superiority of standard English is perceived as common sense. It's that rule by consent that Gramsci, theorizes. And then Del Pitt's codes of power, one of which is linguistic. So speakers of non-mainstream dialects confer less cultural and linguistic capital and are thus excluded from the culture of power, especially in professional and academic realms. So with that, I'm going to pass it off to Walt.
Okay, I probably don't need both of these. I'll just use this here. Yeah, that's good. This is a cartoon, which in some sense is fairly typical of universities. And one of the points that I'm going to make, and you will be perhaps shocked by this, is that not only are universities complicit with linguistic bias, that they are agents in the reproduction of linguistic bias. Some of the things that are taught in various courses about language are not sort of simple and irrelevant and trivial misconceptions. They are really significant. And this, in a sense, what this also says is that universities that can be very progressive and inclusive in other areas can be quite prescriptive and exclusive with respect to language. Okay, and that's something that has been demonstrated. As Lippy Green says, discrimination based on language variation is so commonly accepted, so widely perceived as appropriate, that it must be seen as the last back door to discrimination, and the door stands wide open. Think of this scenario. A person goes to a job interview. They're told, oh, you can't get the job because you're the wrong color, you're the wrong gender, You have the wrong sexual preferences. They go to court in a second, right? Person walks out of there, gets a lawyer, and they're in court. Somebody says, you don't get the job because your speech is not adequate for the job, goes away and feels bad about themselves, right? We have had several cases that I've been involved in forensically recently that sort of attest to some of this kind of discrimination in terms of even the identification of intoxicated speakers. So last week I was writing a deposition for a case in Iowa in which an African American was going through. He was stopped. There were no cans, beer cans or anything in the car. He was said to be using slurred speech, all right? In reality, he was using his natural dialect, which was different from rural Iowa. On that basis, he was cited for a DWI, all right? Simply because he spoke a different dialect that the officer had trouble comprehending, it was cited as disordered speech, not simply different speech. So we see these encounters in lots of everyday situations. So, and here's the thing about universities. If you see this article, it's actually this quote here: the collision of academic prejudice and accent is particularly ironic. Academics tend to the center left nearly everywhere and talk endlessly about class and multiculturalism. And yet, accent and dialect are still barely on many people's minds as deserving respect. So in that sense, what we're calling for here is we can't forget about language as a basis for discrimination. All right. Now, here's the point in academia. Academics are gatekeepers, guardians, and authorities in the use of language. The academy dictates which language varieties are included in the culture of power. Attitudes and behavior towards language diversity affect students' attitudes about themselves, the university, and participation and performance in academic life. Just a side note, in terms of universities, the original language prejudice had students learning Greek, Latin, and other classical language, right? So there's always been this sort of orientation towards sort of highbrow. When many more students came to college and these classical languages were eliminated, the bias didn't end. So after World War II, when lots more people from the representative of the population of America came to college, they came speaking different varieties, but the attitude and the policies on language never changed. They simply changed towards the standard English, this standard English paradigm. And when we realize it, here's the situation, okay? And I'm going to be personal for a second, and then talk about NC State. So when I was 17, I grew up in inner city Philadelphia. I had a Philadelphia dialect, right? Which the farther you get away from the East Coast, sounds more and more New Yorkish. So I'd say coffee for coffee, and people, oh, you're from New York? No, I'm from Philadelphia, but it's close. All right? So actually I went to college, all right? And there I encountered people who spoke a completely different dialect. I was the only one. So they made a lot of fun of my dialect, all right? And one of the things that I did was, when I got to school, I said, oh, I assumed that everybody spoke the same way because I was raised in Philadelphia. I rarely left the city. My parents had an 8th grade education, and that was the dialect that was natural to me. All right, so I got there. 50 years later, we had a reunion of the undefeated football team that I played on, which was the last undefeated football team at the university, at the college, and they wanted to celebrate it, and so I came. So we sat in tables like this, and we went around and said, well, what do you remember from this person 50 years ago? Guess what they remembered about me? That I talked funny, right? 50 years later, that was the impression. Well, 2, I talked funny, I was funny, and I was really good at languages. That's what they remembered about me, all right? But it's interesting, the talk funny situation, and I'll tell you a little more about that later and how it affected me, because here's what happens. We have students coming to the university. They're from different regions around the state. So you take kids from the western part of the state, like in Appalachia or Smoky Mountains and so forth. The only dialects they've been exposed to are like the ones they speak. Because in high school, everything tends to be community focused, and there's a lot of similarity in language because there's a shared dialect in the school system by the kids. And now they come to NC State, where we have a variety of kids from all over the state and beyond. And they're exposed to different dialects for the first time, which was my situation. I was dumbfounded that people were picking on my speech as an identifying trait of who I was as a person. So a few years ago, I don't know about the ethics of saying this, so I'll just say it, and if it's unethical, we'll delete it later. So, but anyhow, we had a student here who did a study of a large urban southern university close to our hearts here at NC State, all right, of kids' impressions who were from Appalachia who came to NC State. So she did some conversations with them, and she tabulated features of their speech that were Appalachian and so forth. But she also asked them probing questions, like, how did you feel when you came here about the way you spoke? And I'm just going to quote a couple here. I don't really speak up too much in class and stuff like that, unless I feel really comfortable, because I can hear, people snickering and stuff like that when I talk, all right? So that there are snickers, which is some of the reaction that I had when I went to college in Illinois. It's interesting, because one of the things I do in class is I often play examples of speech. And one of the points about you can't speak English without speaking some dialect, is the vowel in a word like bought. You can't not choose a dialect. So you can say bought, like they do in the Outer Banks, which is British kind of. You can say something like bought, where caught and caught are the same vowel. Some people largely in the Midwest and Eastern New England do that. You can also say bow, which is a traditional Southern pronunciation. Or you can say, like me, bought in New York. What's interesting, when I play this tape, when students hear the bow pronunciation, they giggle, which is really interesting, because these are graduate students who are studying linguistics, and when they hear this pronunciation, they giggle. In a sense, saying, yeah, when people hear this stuff, they tend to giggle. Now, they may say, oh, no, I'm just giggling because it sounds different or down home or something. But in reality, it is a sort of giveaway. Okay, so here's another one. Sometimes I think that people might think that I'm not educated, all right? Just because I have the accent, and you hear a country accent, and you think hillbilly, and then hillbilly, no education. So I think it's just the social norm to think that way, all right? So we have these stereotypes of what people like this sound like. And here's kind of my favorite quote, because it happened a week before I was going to give a diversity quote on language, and I was coming out of my office and walking in Tompkins Hall, and I heard these two kids having a conversation. I think to the extent that I have sort of flirtation R or whatever that is, I think they were flirting, and the woman says, "Asians have weird accents. They use sounds that don't exist." And the guy says, "Yeah, yeah." And I'm thinking, what the heck is that? How can you use a sound that doesn't exist? You know? It's sort of like, oh, we do need to be educated about dialects here. So I thought that was kind of interesting. All right, but it doesn't stop there. It's also a characteristic of some of our most esteemed faculty. All right, so let me tell you an incident that took place. We've gotten a lot of publicity for our studies of dialect. One of my colleagues, Robin Dodsworth, has been studying sort of language shift in Raleigh, has over 350 interviews and how it changes over the years because of the inundation of northerners and so forth. And there was a big article in the NNO when it used to have a paper production, all right, on a Sunday. And the next day I was standing at the light on Hillsborough, and a person who is no longer here, but was a distinguished sociology professor came up to me and said, "Walt, I read the article in the newspaper, and that's not how older people from Raleigh talk, not if they're educated." Now, that's kind of an interesting comment, all right? Because what does it say about her status? Well, one of the things that it says is that there's this sort of appropriated expert status, right? That she, as a speaker of language, who's lived in this area for some time, has just as much expert status as a linguist who's measured over 10,000 vowels, plotted them, and shows the change that's taken place. So in a sense, there's also sort of, she trivializes the data. Would I ever question her statistics or the statistics of a person like we just heard talking about low poverty level education and wage and so forth? I would dare question the stats, right? But she was basically saying that they are trivial and unimportant, all right? Because she spoke the language, she listened to people, and there's something about language that makes the fact that if you're a speaker of English, you have a specialized kind of expert status. When the great Ebonics controversy took place in the 1990s, I would get on the air and argue for an hour on national radio about dialects with an economist who knew nothing about language, except that he spoke English as I did. And I would think, like, I would never argue with a physicist about principles or physical kinds of processes, but yet there's something peculiar about language that makes us all entitled to be sort of experts. And this is part of the standard language ideology, all right? So here's what was found in this study. All right, first of all, that course participation was affected. That speakers of stigmatized dialects don't feel comfortable speaking in class. That they're much less likely to speak. So if you come from a dialect area where you're just another normal speaker, and all of a sudden you're in a classroom where you're the exceptionalized speaker, it's problematic, and so you don't speak. There's also a barrier in that speaking a stigmatized dialect add barriers to socioeconomic settings. Sort of the need to prove that we're intelligent. So one of the things they used to say about me in college, well, you're actually much smarter than the way you talk, all right? Now, what were they saying when they said that? They said, you speak a dialect that's stigmatized, but your intelligence, particularly in a language test, certainly exceeds that. You know, why should I be exceptionalized? And then there's the perception of belonging. Perceptions of dialect may impact students' overall sense of belonging on campus. Do I belong here? Am I isolated? You know, and there's a sense in which this even gets to sort of student attrition rates. Students, when they don't belong in college, have a tendency to leave or transfer to other colleges or community colleges and so forth. And because it's the first time in most people's lives where they're thrown into an utterly sort of heterogeneous dialect, all of these attitudes come out, including language stigmatization and status as the linguistic other. There's also an irony that at first I didn't understand, but now I've come to understand. One of the things that we found was that the colleges that were most cited as being prejudiced in terms of language were the colleges of humanities and social sciences. Now, if you know anything about NC State, most of the most progressive people are in those colleges, not in the College of Engineering, you know. This is relatively true in terms of hard sciences. And yet, this group was the group cited as the ones who were most prejudiced and made them feel the most uncomfortable in classes. And part of the reason is that in these classes, the instructors assume a role of responsibility and obligation for the kids' language. And so they're much more insistent on speaking standard English. And also proving the fact that people can be quite left-centered and progressive in some areas, and selectively exclusive and prejudiced about language. Okay, so then we have we did a follow-up study, all right? And this time we focused on faculty. So about 7 or 8 years ago, I sent a email to a third of the faculty, randomized, and said, if you're a tenured track faculty, would you be interested in talking about your experiences with language? And we were interested in sort of like, what were you told when you were sort of going to be a professor about how you should talk and so forth? What was your own language background? You know, how did you come from your own language background into this sort of professorial register that you now use in classes and so forth? So we actually interviewed over 80 faculty about their language experiences. All right, and we talked about issues of language variation and use in faculty and student interaction, issues of classroom language use, stances in classroom. We also talked about the intersection of gender, ethnicity, regionality, status, and language variety. And I think, and one of the, I think you take over here? No, I keep going, okay. I'm on a tear anyhow, so. All right, so I'm just gonna give you a few quotes, okay? Obviously, people are not identified, and you wouldn't know them anyhow. So here's a Southern white professor, and we ask him a question. Well, how about different students in class? How do they talk, and what's your reaction to them? And here's what he says about an African American. And his speech patterns are very black. He's not altered his speech patterns like I see most of them trying to do when they come here. In fact, it's so much that he comes across very unprofessional, and I have a hard time. I would say I have a hard time treating him professional because he's so jivey in his talk. It's just street talk almost, the way he talks. And yet, he's throwing out big words and big concepts, and I'm like, how can you look and talk like this? Because you're really making it hard for me, okay? So we go on in the conversation, and then we ask him about other students. And he gives us his impression of a woman, all right, in the same class, and this is what he says. So I think, yes, that if I had that Midwestern voice, that I would use it. I think it definitely would, because I always notice it when someone has one, and I point it out to them. I did it just yesterday. I teach our seminar class, so I'm teaching people how to speak, right? And we had this Midwestern voice girl, and her diction was just perfect. And after she gave her seminar, I said, you know, you sound like a radio announcer. You could go into radio. I said, you've got that nice Midwestern. I said, perfect. It's just beautiful. You know, use it. And it almost sounds like questionably sexual harassment, but that's what he said, you know. But notice the difference in his reaction to his black student and his white student in the class. All right, and you take over here?
No.
No.
It was the last section, but it's okay.
Huh?
I said it was the last section, but it's okay. You're on a roll.
Okay. All right. So actually, here's what happens. There's what we call the comfortably white classroom, which is normative, standard, unmarked English. Sometimes professors will talk about regional white language as a basis for solidarity in the classroom, which is interesting because one very Southern-sounding professor, I asked her how she sort of used her language, her dialect in the classroom. And she said, well, you know, it's a bond between the students and me because they know I'm one of them. But then I thought, because before I came to NC State, I taught at a historically black institution for 20 years. Southern voices are not associated with solidarity. They're associated with racial prejudice, hostility, and opposition, you know? So what we see here, it's a very different sort of situation. She was solidifying her stance with Southern white-speaking students. What was she doing to people who didn't speak like that? Okay, and then there's this sort of, that's what I call the, and in that sense, black speech is marginalized. You know? Then there's the uncomfortably black classroom, where black speech is non-normative. Now there's an interesting thing because we had about 10 or 12 African Americans who were part of this study, and talking about language with them was much different. So for example, one professor said, you know, I have to realize that for lots of these white kids, I'm the first black professor they've ever had. And so in a sense, they're judging me. I feel like I can't use black language in the classroom with them, that I have to be a model, which is very different from how a white professor may feel in terms of using Southern speech. So what we do then is we exceptionalize black students and instructors. And instructors sort of don't have the flexibility that they really do have in their speech to speak all kinds of styles, how they speak in home with friends and so forth. And we see the standard English ideology forcing them to conform to this idealized standard because they become token representative of black speech to these students who are interacting with black professors for the first time. We also see gender norms, all right? So one of the studies was on, one of the dissertations that was written was on the gender norms of women and men. We found really interesting differences. Lots and lots of women have been instructed in their process of becoming an instructor of how to dress, how to talk, you know, and how to act. We find very few male professors who've ever been instructed about that by their mentors, all right? So we have different expectations. And of course, what happens is we then make normative language, male language use, the norm. And it's the male language that is unmarked. So here's a curious sort of irony. Lots of women have been told by their instructors, don't use vocal fry, or don't use uptalk like that. because it makes you more uncertain and identifies you in terms of gender as weaker or something, all right? So they're explicitly instructed about these things, but then at the same time, they may be sanctioned for violating gender norm expectations, all right? So why do you talk more like a man in class than a woman? And so what that does, it puts them into sort of a double bind. So how am I going to talk? And there's much more flexibility that male professors don't even think about. They just sort of execute. Whereas we put our women instructors in a peculiar position in terms of what they can't do, what they can do. And at the same time, while they may have unique privileges, there's also a considerable amount of oppression. And the point, here's the final point. All right, as a linguist, let me say this. Language differences are never about language. They are about the language as it represents a different group, all right? So it's not your language per se, it's what your language represents in terms of the group you're associated with. And that's why we call it a proxy. Do you take over now?
Yes.
Okay, I knew you took over again. I just wasn't sure where.
Okay. Yeah, so as gatekeepers of language, as Walt discussed, academics are really the best position to sort of break these cycles of standard language ideology in higher education. So we see that even though language variation is sort of this really important expression of diversity, as Walt mentioned, it's never really about language itself, it's about the people and how those sorts of social characteristics are reflected in our language. Even though it is this sort of symbolic manifestation of diversity, it's ironically excluded or erased from diversity programs, not only at NC State, but of course at colleges and professional workplaces around the country. So universities sort of become these central sites where linguistic subordination is reproduced and enabled. I think you messed up the order. So basically, we have what is called Educating the Educated. That's our program here at NC State that Walt and Stephanie Dunstan have led, and it's supposed to be interdisciplinary, so we have programs and workshops across colleges, departments, sort of cross-administrative, and these technological programs as well. We have a comprehensive audience with student, faculty, and staff orientations. With student involvement, we have the language diversity ambassadors who give different presentations and workshops to classrooms, to faculty, to staff. And then we have comprehensive resources for personnel, online resources used for integration to classroom instruction and curriculum and whatnot. So to speak a little bit from my role as a language diversity ambassador, once again, this is the graduate student organization composed of us students whose concentration is linguistics in the English MA program. So one of the major ways that we sort of have this outreach in public education is through these presentations and workshops that we give both to faculty and staff and also students. So last year, we gave one faculty workshop to the Department of English. We opened it up to all departments, though. We had a few folks from communications join us, but largely the audience was sort of limited to the College of Humanities and Social Sciences. So that's one point that we want to improve upon is kind of, once again, aiming for that more cross-disciplinary reach that we are aiming for. We also, in this academic year, gave one campus organization workshop, so we presented to the GLBT Center on not only language diversity in general, but also a little bit about queer linguistics and how those identities are expressed through language. And that was really successful, kind of opening up to faculty and staff who are doing that sort of diversity training, It was the GLBT Lunch and Learn, for those of you who are familiar with that. And so we do have sort of organizations, campus organizations, reaching out to us, asking for these sorts of workshops from the language diversity ambassadors. But of course, our main presence is through the classroom presentations that we give. We mostly give these to first-year writing classrooms. We've received a couple requests from other departments. I think there was a science and technology and society professor who reached out asking for a presentation. We've gotten a couple from a high school instructor recently, and a professor at the University of North Carolina at Pembroke, but most of them take place in the English 101 classroom, and that's mostly a product of sort of the bottom-up approach that we've taken. So I myself am a graduate teaching assistant for first-year writing for English 101. Several of my fellow language diversity ambassadors are as well. And so we've kind of been pushing this among our colleagues who are also teaching, saying, hey, look, we'd love to come talk to your class about language diversity. We think it's really important. Many of them attended that faculty workshop last year, and so they were already kind of like interested and ready to host us, so we kind of capitalized on that energy. And so you see that this really is a bottom-up approach. So we haven't really received much institutional support, even from something like the first-year writing program, although we have been in contact about them hosting programming as part of the sort of like May workshop that we're required to do. But really it's just been reaching out kind of on an interpersonal basis, being like, hey, we would love to present to your classes, even just in like texting in group chats and publishing our workshop request form that you can see here. This is on our website, and so sending that out, basically spreading the word by word of mouth, basically. So it has sort of been this kind of localized impact that we've had, spanning from the linguistics program, the linguistics graduate students, and like furthering the reach into these first-year writing classrooms, which of course is great because English 101, first-year writing, of course, it's a required course for all students in their first year to take, and so it's often sort of this site of gatekeeping and socializing students into the normative uses of English in academia. And so being able to present to these classrooms is great to kind of, let students know that their dialects are valid, that language diversity is something to be celebrated rather than pushed to the margins of the classroom. But once again, we would love to see a little bit more of that cross-disciplinary reach, have it be a little bit more broad-reaching rather than just localized to essentially the linguistics programs and the classrooms of graduate teaching assistants. Another thing that we are working on as the language diversity ambassadors is on the online outreach program. So we've started an infographic series alongside an Instagram outreach series. So these are a couple of examples. That is an infographic on Lumbee English that I made, and then this is one of 10 slides on Black American Sign Language that my classmate and fellow language diversity ambassador Brody McCurdy made. And so essentially the goal of this is to sort of educate public audiences about these non-mainstream dialects, these vernacular dialects that are often stigmatized, and kind of show the public that language diversity is something to be celebrated, that dialects are rule-governed, they're systematic, kind of dispel the sort of myths that we discussed in the beginning of the presentation, and also to just kind of raise this awareness in that way. And so we've received a really positive response on social media across Facebook and Twitter and Instagram. We've reached thousands of people and gotten hundreds of shares. Definitely the communities, especially that we make these infographics about, are really receptive and appreciative to see, the fact that an institution like NC State is sort of lending it that validity, that it is something to be celebrated rather than put down. So once again, a lot of the current momentum behind educating the educated is located with the language diversity ambassador. So it kind of does feel like sometimes it's the graduate students kind of doing this heavy lifting alongside Walt, who's obviously always willing to give presentations about the importance of language diversity in professional and educational settings, but we see that there are some gaps. And so to kind of revisit the design of the program and locate those gaps, like I said, we are sort of missing that support at the institutional level. Once again, this could be like large scale at the Office of Institutional Equity and Diversity to have more policies and programs from them to be a little bit more included in sort of the diversity events and programming that they have going on. But even on the smaller scale, like I said, the first year writing program, if we were able to kind of host something through them officially so that ensures the continuation beyond just the the efforts of a few ambitious and slightly annoying grad students like myself. And of course, we want to see that this sort of programming and these public outreach efforts span across departments, across colleges, and kind of receive that broad interdisciplinary support, because it can't just be something that's localized to the Department of English or even just to CHAS. We do want to see that this is something that spans across the university. This is something that touches everyone's lives. It's not just people in the humanities and social sciences. Vernacular speakers of vernacular dialects or non-mainstream dialects don't just enter humanities and social sciences. Obviously, you're going to find them across disciplines, so we want to make sure that we're having that influence as well. And remembering that NC State does sort of have this opportunity to be a model for other universities across the country. As Walt said, Educating the Educated is an award-winning program, and we want to ensure its continued success and continuation into the future. So in sum, we really do need those top-down policies, but bottom-up programs. So once again, the language diversity ambassadors are here and ready to help and love to kind of do that public outreach and education, but we do need a little bit more of the institutional support to make sure that this is something sustained.
Let me just add something, since I was here 8 or 9 years ago when we started this initiative. But here's what we did. In a 18-month span, we did over 50 workshops for faculty, for staff, for support staff. We integrated it into orientation. We produced a 5-minute video on language diversity at NC State. How many of you have seen that? Okay, would you guys, and we're going to end this, but the point I'm trying to make, we did pre and post follow-up studies, so we researched the effect of it. We have online resources. We have students ready to visit and give presentations. It seems like now that we're in the equity stage of our university, that someone has forgotten about the significance of language diversity. And believe me, it's not one and done. That would be like going to a Billy Graham meeting, getting saved, and walking off. This is something that needs to be consistently, because it's consistently endorsed and advocated, because it's so critical and operates on such a seemingly counterintuitive approach to language. We've all been socialized into sort of the ideology of the supremacy of standard English, and it's simply a construct that falls out of the social dominance of particular classes in our society who speak that way. So let me end, and then you can ask questions and make comments with the video that we produced about 6 or 7 years ago. Do you have that there? So the dialect of Warrington, it's a little different from here, huh?
Right.
So
Just
do-
like my friends, they don't know what a pack of nabs is.
I
They
don't
call
know
it a pack of peanut butter crackers. We call it a pack of nabs.
Well, most of my life I ended up coming back and forth to Raleigh, so I'm pretty adjusted to the accent. But a lot of people tell me I have a country accent.
Do you think you do?
Yes, but it's not indicative of Franklinton. I just have a different. My mama doesn't sound anything like me. It's just the way I talk, I guess.
When I got here or when I go somewhere else, people can tell that I'm from an urban area because I talk different, I guess, differently. It definitely is a different dialect because I guess there's a certain slang to our words that how we talk in Durham, so.
Well, we took Chapel Hill off.
I was actually born in Charleston, South Carolina, and then I went to England when I was 5.
So how do people react to your speech?
They don't understand why I don't sound like I'm from here, even though I'm technically from here and that kind of stuff.
There's quite a good mix of different dialects, you know.
But nobody who speaks the Ocracoke
I don't believe I've run into anyone with some brogue yet.
Hey, have a good evening. When I came down here, I thought most people with Southern accents, there was only one sort of common Southern accent, if you can say that. And now that I've been here, I realize, no, there's very different kinds of dialects that people speak with different twangs, some of them more pronounced than others.
Kentucky is technically the South, and I have what some people would say is a Southern accent. I sometimes say that the mountains are on my tongue, and I think that if you embrace dialects, you're embracing people in different cultures.
I feel very strongly that language is a critical part of how we acquire and learn culture. And so to the extent that North Carolina State is an institution that serves all of North Carolina, and in that very broad sense, the language and the dialects and what you hear on campus is part of the vibrant sort of environment that makes this truly a university.
I think that supporting language diversity is one of the strong points about NC State. They always say, I love your accent, and then we'll go from there. So where's this accent from and things like that. Then I'll talk about Cameroon.
I have all 10 colleges represented in my world population and through prospects course in many, many countries. So we use the linguistic diversity in my classroom to build trust and confidence and respect, and it makes all the difference in the world by the end of the semester.
我来自北京，我在北卡罗来纳州立大学学习社会语言学。
Mi nombre es Daniel Marcelo Farfán Extremadoiro, soy de La Paz, Bolivia.
Fast, especially my advisor, I had problems getting almost half of what he was saying, but right now I'm good at it, and you can hear I'm also getting some of the accent.
Your dialect sort of depends on where you grew up at, and that kind of defines you as a person. But I don't necessarily think it'll define your goals or how you act or what you do.
Oh, Guilford, oh,
Bam.
Greensboro right here.
There are students here that, sound like a stereotypical Southern person, but they still attend the top university. And I mean, I guess that helps it out.
Yeah, they're still excelling. So
Yeah.
definitely, I guess it breaks the stereotype or says that, like, even if we are country or we're a farming school, we're the top. We are intelligent, so we're proud of that.
Born and raised in Hickory, North Carolina. Growing up, we were like the only Chinese family around. I teach English 101 here, so I get to teach students, like incoming first years, about language diversity and about dialects, and have them re-examine their own language prejudices. Language is a part of their natural lives, so it's something that they can readily talk about and, and embrace.
Issues of language diversity are really complex. They're interwoven with other issues of race and sex and gender, and they make up one part of our identity. And it's really difficult to try to tease one out from the other. And so since we have a general awareness that it's not right to discriminate against people based on sex, on race, sexual orientation, these types of things, we're just trying to raise awareness that part of all these other identities is really tied up in the language that people use. And when we do discriminate against people based on their language, we're also discriminating in them based on their sex, their gender, their ethnicity, etc.
We're proud that we have students from all 100 counties in the state, and we're equally proud that we have students from 53 different states and territories in America. And we have students from 119 different countries. So literally, you can walk across this campus and experience a myriad of dialects.
Where else would you find this many people from so many different places in one little spot?
Where finding the natives is hard.
Yes, it's very hard to find the natives.
A YouTube channel that has over 51,000 subscribers and has almost 18 million views over the years, including 14 documentaries of everything from Black Sign Language to Cherokee to the Outer Brogue. All of these are resources that were provided, and actually, I want to keep up the incentive, and I don't want, ironically, linguistics and language diversity to be excluded from the diversity canon. That's our point. So if you have any questions, comments, snide remarks, we'll accept any. Yeah. Go ahead.
Am I on? There we go. I will definitely not start with a snide remark. That would be, this is Sherry Schwab, Vice Provost for Institutional Equity and Diversity. So I will say I really appreciated your presentation, and I don't know how many other folks, but I was not even aware of this program. So I'm glad I stayed in on this conversation with so many great choices as well to see at the symposium today. So let's set up an appointment and talk about this, and please let any intervening periods of time where this hasn't been lifted up or continued, let's try to see what we can do moving forward.
We've had a few changes in that office.
Yes, we have. Yes, a few changes over time.
With them, so that's exactly what I want. When I go speak at other universities about that, I say, be sure to invite the officer of diversity in university.
Yes.
Because if I can't talk to them, I can't talk to anybody.
Absolutely.
So I will set up a follow-up interview and we'll chat.
Great. How about I will set one up with you? So I'll take the lead on setting something up with you. How's that sound?
That sounds
perfect.
Better.
Great. Thank you so much.
Okay. Other questions?
Hi, I just want to say I've been a fan of Dr. Wolfram since the documentary where the speaker humorously talks about ice cream. I don't know what year that was.
It's a good one.
But that was really hilarious. As a staff member at the university in a communications role, I wanted to know how the two of you feel this topic relates to the written word, because whereas my colleague just yesterday said her and I went to the presentation and I wouldn't say anything about that, if she gave me something to edit that said that, I would certainly change it according to our organizational brand guide. Are brand guides instruments of oppression, and should we get rid of them? Or how does the spoken dialect translate over to the written word?
Do you want to speak that? Okay, that's really a good issue. And actually, it can be confronted in several ways. People are aware of the fact that we have different registers for different things. And so that's one of the things that we can talk about. What we don't talk about, however, is that as being incorrect. It is not appropriate for a given sort of situation or style any more than sort of it would be appropriate for me to wear a suit to a basketball, I was playing basketball and I wore a suit, or the opposite. So I think that can be confronted. It's also important, I know that Mia in her syllabus has a statement about dialect diversity, and that students can actually use their dialects in their writing. She will make it aware of them, but it's really their choice to sort of change it. But she can talk more about that.
Yeah, essentially I have a language diversity statement in my syllabus. First and foremost, kind of affirming dialects in my classroom more generally, and saying that this is a space where everyone's native dialect is welcome. But as far as the written sort of aspect of that, definitely as a writing instructor, this is kind of an interesting question and somewhat difficult to approach. But you know, I tell my students that I'm essentially not going to grade their grammar. First of all, as a writing instructor, that's just too low-level concern for me to really nitpick that for every single paper that I read. But also giving them the opportunity, like I told them, you know, I'm not going to teach you sort of like the prescriptivist rules, but if that's something that you are interested in and like you feel like you want to improve that, I definitely give them the option to seek that further help from me in office hours. I'm like, I'd be happy to set up a time. We can talk about that. So it's really a matter of, for me, giving, you know, not actively disadvantaging my students, but focusing more on kind of more global concerns, you know, the effectiveness of their communication, where it impedes understanding. You know, if I'm not able to detect what they're trying to say in their writing, then I'm obviously going to comment on that. But really sort of giving them, you know, the opportunity to pursue that further help if that's something they're interested in, not denying them that sort of familiarity with the conventions of standard written English, but also kind of doing things in the classroom to affirm their dialect, not only in speech, but also in writing. So I think what Walt is referring to is that I don't necessarily specify that they can write in their native dialect in all assignments, but I do have an assignment, a sociolinguistic autobiography, in which I encourage them to write in their native dialect, to kind of write in the way that feels most comfortable to them. I tell them that I'm pretty familiar with different dialects and structures, so I will be able to understand it. And so to like using that to let them see that their dialect not only is welcome in the classroom and just this very, in this one sort of medium of speech, but also that it can be in writing for specific purposes, for specific contexts, for specific writing occasions. So trying to lend some validity to that in that way, I guess.
I have a story. Can I tell you this story?
Of course you do.
So I went to college, right, from inner city Philadelphia, and I know you won't believe this, I never wrote an essay in high school. So we got to college, and I got into freshman writing 101, and we had our first assignment. We had to write an essay of 500 words, and I used all the big words I knew, which wasn't very many, and I wrote this essay, and this was my first. I was the first of 6 children, the youngest, who went to college, right? And I was there primarily to play football and basketball, not to become a student. But so I got the first assignment back. I got a double F. An F in content and an F in mechanics. So not only did I have nothing to say, but I couldn't say it. All right? And then she wrote something, "You need help." All right? So I got a little help. It was one of the few C's I ever got in college, and you weren't supposed to change writing instructors at midterm. We had a year of it. But I went to the football coach and I said, "Coach, can you help me out here? Something's wrong. I just need someone who sort of is a little more tolerant." And so they changed me to Ms. Ludwigson, okay? Now with Ms. Ludwigson, all right, she told me to write every day. I could write stories, I could write poetry, and I realized that I had a voice, all right? My mechanics still sucked. But that transformed me into thinking that I had something to say, and if I had something to say, then I was willing to go through the agony of saying it in a way that was acceptable to people. So that transforming experience led to, more than 20 books, 300 articles, and a life as a writer, simply because someone made a difference in my life in the second semester of freshman writing.
Any other questions? Oh.
Thanks. I'm interested to know in the Educating the Educated and the language ambassador programs, do you seek to address both diversity of dialects and sort of English as a second language? Clearly, we have lots of international people on campus, and there are also communication and spoken and written language issues around that. So I'm curious if you address both of those, and if you would draw a border between them and where that border is, if you could just speak to that a little bit.
Yeah, we do consider both. I mean, a lot of our focus has been on sort of native speakers of American English, but certainly issues of accent are real issues in lots of our schools, where we have sort of complaints about TAs who can't speak English and so forth. And so we are aware of that, and actually did one of our workshops a few years ago on that topic. So we are interested, because we've done our research primarily in sort of dialects, American English kinds of dialects. We tend to focus on that, but we are totally interested. We became involved a few years ago. There was a Duke controversy about banning Chinese on campus. We got involved in that, and now I work with Duke on a series which was a direct result of that in terms of language diversity. So we do that.
I will add that just another side note about my language diversity statement in my syllabus. I do address that. I say that I'm welcoming of all linguistic backgrounds. Of course, we will be using English as our lingua franca in the classroom, but like all sort of languages and dialects that people are bringing in are valid. They are welcome. And then more in terms of the programming with the language diversity ambassadors and our presentations, I think that, as Walt mentioned, there does seem to be a little bit more emphasis on native speakers of English or dialects of English more specifically, but sort of the principles that we're talking about are applicable to these, I guess, second language learners as well. And we do try to kind of, at least when I give the presentations, ask where like people are from, get an idea of who's in the room, and sort of use that as like a jumping off point to have those discussions about linguistic discrimination, because it isn't just against, as we all know, it isn't just against speakers of non-mainstream dialects of English, but also second language learners, different speakers of different languages. So kind of having an idea of who your audience is like very helpful in that way in addressing those sorts of concerns.
All right, we probably have time for one more question, and then our next session will start.
So I have two questions. So the first one is about your study with the undergrads. I noticed you said that the departments of humanities and the social sciences were harsher. Do you think that this is because, like, with the engineering and science-based and programming-based fields, that it's product-focused in terms of like how they can produce their work as opposed to communicating their work?
Yeah, I think it is, and part of it is the fact that okay, so you have English departments and other humanities, and they see it as their role as the gatekeepers of language. It's our job as English teachers in composition to get these kids to talk right, and so that sort of puts them more in a prescriptive position, whereas in sciences, as you said, it's more product-oriented. Like, nobody really cares if you use is or are, but they do care if you get the right answer. And so I think there's something to that, yeah. Second question.
And the second question was in terms of how this is produced. So I'm a graduate student in the College of Education, and my focus is special ed, especially at the elementary level. And so my question is, how do you think how we view language, especially educators, in the lower level and elementary level classrooms? How is that stifling their interest in writing, linguistics, expression, personal narratives?
Yeah, I think it's critical. As a matter of fact, one of my background things that I don't talk about a lot is when Sesame Street started in the 60s, I was a linguistic consultant to Sesame Street, which probably says more about my age than anything. We had a deliberate program in which we had different voices represented. Because one of the things that we found is that kids at 3, 4, and 5 can be very prejudicial about dialect. So one of my former students ran an experiment in which she had puppets in a box who wanted kids to take a tablet and a box of crayons, all right? And she used, we're trying to get attitudes of 3, 4, and 5. So she used different dialects to entice the kids to take the crayons. And then she asked them afterward sort of why she didn't take the crowns from that person and took it from another. And they said, because that person sounds mean. And what we saw was they were associating, one of them was one was a black voice and one was a white voice. And they were associating the black voice as a 3, 4, and 5-year-old as being a disfavored voice. So what it shows is that kids develop prejudices very early, and one of the things we were trying to do with Sesame Street was to acclimate the audience to different voices to sort of make sure that they felt that they were more natural, yeah. I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
With the studies you just mentioned, with them finding the black voices to be more harsh, was that across races for the child participants?
Yeah, she mostly did it with white kids, and you're quite right. It might be quite the opposite for black kids taking the crayons. She only did it with white kids, but you're quite right about that. It may be a case of familiarity, yeah.
Thank you all for coming. If you could join me in a round of applause for our presenters.
I do need you. I always need you. Poster.
So.
I think, well, I'll wait till they kind of give us a thumbs up on this. So I can wait on you for my cue to get started anytime. So, okay. So, check 1, 1, 2. Okay, so you guys can all hear. Great. So, thanks for allowing me to come by and just share a little bit about the research, the work that we've been doing that's focused on increasing historically underrepresented students in a lot of the disciplines that we represent in the Department of Forestry and Environmental Resources. My name is Stacy Nelson. I'm a professor in the Department of Forestry and Environmental Resources. I'd like to introduce Dr. Jennifer Richmond Bryant as part of our panelists. She's also a professor in the department as well too. And we are missing Dr. Zakia Leggett. I think she'll be joining us online, so I know she's with us in spirit. But thank you again for taking your time out of your busy day to join us. And again, thinking about where we are, increasing underrepresented people within some of our STEM fields and our disciplines. You know what, when I think about this, I can't help but think that we've been asking some of the same questions for the last 30 years and really just trying to figure out how do we do this. And it reminds me of when I was in high school. I was actually a swim instructor and lifeguard for the YMCA, for our local YMCA. And I was horrified when I would hear some of the older guards laughing and joking and kidding about picking up these little terrified kids, throwing them into the 12 feet of water, standing around the edge of the pool and screaming at them, swim. And this was their idea of teaching kids how to swim. Okay. So I also, so fast forward to today, I also can't help to think that some of the times we focus on addressing the symptoms without really trying to figure out what the solutions are here when it comes to increasing our representation. There's a lot of different programs, there's REU programs, I'll talk a little bit about that as well too, but does it really get to the root of what our problems actually are? So, there we go. Okay. So in thinking about this talk today, or this overview, and I'll back up for a second. I'm going to talk for about maybe 30 minutes or so, and then I'll open the room up for questions that Dr. Richmond Bryan and I can actually address with everybody. But just thinking about coming up here and giving an overview about some of our work, and the title of this symposium, Equity Research Symposium. The two words that really jumped out to me were equity research, okay? And so for me, that led to a series of other questions, like how do we really obtain equity? Why do we or should we want to do this? Is research the most appropriate or prudent space to do this in? Who does our research serve, as well as who's missing and why? So again, hopefully during the panel discussion, these are some questions that we can address with everyone as well. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about diversity and inclusion as a starting place, because you can't have diversity without inclusion, and we all know that equity is the glue that holds it all together, right? So when we think about diversity and inclusion, we know now that it's pretty undisputable that diversity and inclusion has many academic impacts as well as many societal impacts as well too. And again, going back to the title of this symposia, Equity Research Symposium, it made me think about equity in research. So this becomes a little bit deeper question. So what exactly is equity? Now, from the summer of 2020, when the whole world witnessed the murder of George Floyd, a lot of companies, a lot of agencies, a lot of industries, and even academic institutions raced to be what they called anti-racist. And they all came up with their mantras. One of the companies that I actually thought was pretty good was United Way's stance on being anti-racist. Actually, they said that they would be equity-centered or equity-focused in every single thing that they do. And on their website, they actually went into definitions of, there it is, definitions of what equality is versus what equity is, because a lot of folks get this confused, right? And so they actually said that equity is giving everyone the exact same resources across the board, and that's whether they need it or not. Equality is giving everyone the exact same resources across the board, whether they need it or not. But then equity recognizes that everyone's different. People start at different places, and it looks at people's needs and their need for those different resources that they need to be able to thrive. And I'm sure everyone is familiar with this cartoon by Angus McGuire. We've seen it over and over again. It's this cartoon about these three kids, and they just want to see the baseball game. That's all they want to do. They want to see the baseball game. But if we consider equality, we give them all a box to stand on. We don't take into account their needs, right? If we consider equity, then we do consider those needs, and we ensure that they have the need, they have the resources. But if we want to consider true equity and inclusion, we have to make sure that everyone has not only the resources that they need to succeed, but they also get to enjoy the experience. So again, just going back to how we think about this, I think I'm pointing in the wrong direction. There we go. So how do we become equity-focused in research? What are the inequities in our own research? So let's let this question just sink in for a minute. What are the inequities in our own research? And I get it. I know we're always under a lot of pressure. I get it. But when we start to think beyond that, then this becomes a very deep question. And again, hopefully we can talk a little bit more about that a little later on. Okay, so academia is actually changing, right? If we look at some of the data from 1976 to 2015, there's been differences in the number of students of color that are attending college. In 76, nearly 16% of college students were students of color. In 2015, 42% were students of color. So that's a increase, right? But then if we take a look at even some of the data from the American Council on Education, they said from 2015 to 2016, approximately 45% of all undergraduate students were identified as being non-white. So who are we? So I actually went to NC State's website, their institutional strategy and analysis webpage, and they have some archival data that's available. And unfortunately, it says that it goes from 1976 to present, but unfortunately only goes from 1976 to I think about 2018. And again, this data is not being updated. This is only historical data that's left on the website. But I took advantage of it and went ahead and graphed this thing out. So taking a look at this data set, if you look at this top line that you see there, that represents our percentage of white students within that 42-year time frame. If we look at the lines lower to the bottom there, we can see that represents the ethnic categories that were considered in this data set. And what we would love to see is we'd love to see it start out at one point over this whole 42-year history, but then in 42 years, we would love to see a substantial increase in these graphs. Okay? Well, not unfortunately, but the only group or category that we really see an increase above the 10% line is our international students. So if I remove the white student line or the white category, we can maybe drill down into these lines just a little bit more. So if we take a look here, and again, this red line now represents our 10% over those 42 years. If we take a look at the green line represents our international students, and again, in 42 years, it's just peaking over that 10%. The blue line represents our African American students. So you see roughly from what is that, about maybe the mid-80s to about maybe 2005, we had an increase in African American students. But then we also see a decline following those years, leading to the 2018. The next line is the blue line, or whatever color that line is, I'm sorry. Okay, so that line represents our Asian students, and we can see only within the last year we're starting to see, the last few years we're starting to see an uptick. And then we have the yellow line representing our Hispanic students. We see that same trend, starting a little bit of an uptick there. And then for Native American students, still remaining 42 years relatively flat, right? And so that's ethnicity. When we think about gender, this is very interesting. Since roughly about the mid-80s, we have seen substantial increases in women enrolling in U.S. colleges. From 1975, we had more men that attended college than women. In 2019, women of all races outnumbered men. And even taking a look at some of our data again, there it is. Taking a look at some of our data again, and this represents data from 1950 to about 2013, if I remember correctly. Graphing that out, we can see the increase, the red line on the bottom, that represents our increase in women, and then that decreasing blue line represents men. Oh, there we go. Okay, and so again, this has started to even allow us to ask some different questions. It's been noted through a lot of publications now that women are outnumbering the men, and even with the graduation rates as well too. And it's not just in any one particular race, but it's across all the races. We're starting to see more women enrolling in college. But we're starting to ask, at least the Pew Research Institute has asked, okay, well, what's going on? What's going on with this gap between the men and the women? And then this article from The Atlantic says colleges have a guy problem, right? So even though overall we've seen over the last 5 years roughly about 1.5 million decrease in overall college enrollments, over the last year, I think it's over the last year, we've seen probably about a 400,000 male student decline and a 200,000 women enrollment decline. Okay. And this article here from the Wall Street Journal, has guys just saying that, hey, they're feeling lost. And again, there's a number of different reasons they've given, this kind of shifting gender balance in overall enrollments, to guys realizing that, or men realizing that they can still find good paying jobs without going to college, to women realizing that there's still a male-female gender gap, and they still have to work twice as hard to be considered fairly, and they realize that credentializing themselves is important. Men can still find good-paying jobs, et cetera, et cetera. And then, and even with the pandemic, you're having some men saying that they'd rather prioritize earning than going to school. So there's a number of different reasons as well. But two, and these shifting demographic trends carry through even when we consider our LGBT community as well too. Whereas in the 70s we had fewer students being out, and today we have a lot more LGBT students that are making bold stands for representation. Okay, so academia is changing, or is it? Right? As a matter of fact, I know we're supposed to be super innovative, we're supposed to be creative, we're supposed to be on the cutting edge, we're supposed to be pushing the envelope in all things, right? Remember that 42-year data that I showed you? Right? But in all things, right? And some of these traditions or histories make it difficult for us to move ahead and think differently how we do things. Okay, so it's true that the nation and the world are changing. Different voices will be making future decisions on how our resources are going to be governed. Demographic shifts towards this majority-minority by the middle of the 21st century is coming, right? And this is going to impact everything from our voting districts, political orientations, future workforce, private industry and citizen engagements, and even our overall economic structure. As a matter of fact, this has been written about in a lot of different articles. Just checking out some of the titles here, that whites account for under half of U.S. births. The Brookings Institute says our shift to the minority population in the U.S. is happening a lot quicker than they expected. This title from NBC says, white majority in the U.S. gone by 2043. Right, so it's sensationalized a little bit, I get it. But how about this one from CNN? Meet America's emerging minority groups, the whites, right? Okay, so they sensationalize it, but still, it's interesting, right? That things are changing. But remember that 42-year data I showed you? Okay, I'm sorry. And also, I stole this graph from our 21st century great bastion of knowledge, Wikipedia. And it shows 6 states that are now majority minority. As a matter of fact, these are 6 states where non-Hispanic whites account for less than 50% of the population. And those are the states that are shown there in the orange. And then the yellow states represent about 10 more states where 60% of the non-Hispanic white are less than 60% of the total population. Okay. And then also what's interesting is that I remember seeing reports before 2008 that said North Carolina had the 5th fastest growing Hispanic population in the country. 2008 happened, we had the mortgage meltdown, the housing bust, things changed. But this article from October suggests that North Carolina has seen the Hispanic population grow faster than any other racial ethnicity, and that 1 in 4 Hispanics in North Carolina live in either Mecklenburg County or Wake County. Okay, so our national estimates suggest that as of 2020, 50% of all under 18 populations are non-white. And in less than 10 years, our entire under 30 population will be non-white. Okay. And so again, academia, the nation, and the world, we're all changing, but we have to change as well too. And we know that there's other things external to the university, even external to our state, that are going to have huge impacts. We think about geopolitical conflicts that's ongoing. You turn on the news today, you can hear more about what's going on. The globalization of world-class research and education, where they're now saying that the United States is no longer the preeminent leader. You know, that's a distinction that the United States has held for a very, very long time. As a matter of fact, I think it's BusinessInsider.com says that the world's 5 most innovative countries are now Germany, South Korea, Singapore, Switzerland, and Sweden. Okay, and between 2025 and 2030, there's going to be a drop in birth rates. And then we have Generation Alpha. So those are children born starting in 2010, and they're now roughly about 6 years away from showing up on our doorstep. Okay, so we do have to work at ensuring that we're hearing from all groups, we're representing all groups, and we have to acknowledge that we have had challenges in attracting, recruiting, and retaining students from historically underrepresented groups. And we'll come back and talk a little bit more about that as well too. But again, it's not all bad news. So as far as the STEM economy goes, well, the US economy, and this is prior to the COVID pandemic, right? The US economy, employment forecasts that we'd have economic growth of over 7% between 2016 and 2026. But the STEM fields were expected to grow beyond that, roughly about 10 or 11%. And that the earnings from these STEM fields would be somewhere between the 29 to 39%, per hour range. Roughly that equates to about $89,000 a year to $49,000 a year range. Okay. And our 2021 STEM Growth Index actually puts Raleigh in a really good place to be. It has Raleigh ranked number 7 for STEM growth, and it even highlights the new Apple campus that's coming that should add about 3,000 jobs at a average salary of $187,000 a year. Okay, so what's our responsibility here? So implications go across the broad spectrum of everything that we do, everything that we aspire to be. It has implications towards how we grow, how we move as a system, how we grow as a college, how we impact and affect the university, how we interact with our community partners, and how we impact other institutions, everything from K to career. Okay. So, interestingly enough, North Carolina State University, being a land-grant institution, has a bold mission. Think about this. In 1862, when Senator from Vermont, Justin Morrill, decided that there needed to be increased public access for everyone, they created the land-grant system. I would, all 6 of you in this room, I would bet anything that this university system was not created for you. It was not created for you. If not for this Morrill Act of 1862 that opened a broader reach and broader access for more people, the commoners. Now, unless you were born with a silver spoon in your mouth, or you had political friends, or with some influence, then maybe it was created for you. But for the majority of us, it was not. So it was a very bold move for the federal government to prioritize, to invest in prioritizing education. Okay. So again, this is the land-grant portion of that land-grant university system. That's what makes it different to be a part of a land-grant institution. But on the same token, it also gives us that same authority to act boldly, to be different, to think about how we do things differently, instead of constantly thinking about how we do things based on history, how we do things based on tradition, right? Okay. All right, so again, we do have challenges for attracting, recruiting, retaining historically underrepresented groups. And 2, we've got to figure out who our communities are, right? Our core communities represent our students, our staff, and faculty, but they also expand out to our alumni, our partners, and our stakeholders as well, too. And so this program that I want to talk to you a little bit about is mainly geared towards increasing graduate representation in our disciplines within the Department of Forestry and Environmental Resources. Okay. And so mainly our students, right? But again, traditional REUs, I mentioned that before, has been one of our go-to methods for doing it because it's cool. It allows us to bring students in largely from minority-serving institutions, whether that's Asian Pacific Islander institutions, tribal colleges, Hispanic-serving institutions, or these 100 or so HBCUs that are around the country as well, too. But it brings these students in and it exposes them to who we are. It gives them a chance to work in our labs and to do research. I was a REU product for a very, very long time. Okay, but we have to ask ourselves, is this equality or is this equity? If we go back to thinking about that Angus McGuire cartoon, are we just giving students those boxes? Are we giving them the resources they need? Okay. There we go. Okay. I'll back up for a second. Okay, there we go. So, you know what? Thinking about HBCUs, I'm also a product of a HBCU as well. We think about land-grant institutions and how wonderful they were to provide access for the common people. But all land grants aren't equal, right? So if you start thinking about the 1890 land grants, which was a separate system that was set up for providing funds for historically black colleges and universities, these institutions have been historically underfunded. That has rippling effects through to this whole idea of equity in research, right? We're an R1 institution, Carnegie designation, right? So along with that, that brings prestige. Along with that, that brings funding that a lot of these other schools don't get the advantage of experiencing, at least not yet, right? But there has been There has been new lawsuits that have moved forward. I know Tennessee State University has sued the state of Tennessee for I think they said they owe them probably over $500 million for just historic periods of being underfunded. Morgan State University has been in the news as well too. The president, David Wilson of Morgan State University, the whole state of Maryland, I think they were awarded $577 million, and then the state of Maryland may have tried to settle with them for about $200 million. But David Wilson wants to put those funds into building up the research efforts. They want to build up those research structures, and along with other funds that they received from McKinsey Scott, I think McKinsey Scott gave them another $40 million. So they want to take those resources and they really want to try to build up to a Research 1 status. As a matter of fact, between my master's and my PhD, I taught at Southern University of New Orleans, which is an HBCU in New Orleans. Matter of fact, at that time it was a commuter school, so we served a very, very different segment of the population. And my appointment was 6, 6, and 2. That means fall, I taught 6 classes. Spring, I taught 6 classes. Summer, I taught 6 classes. There was no time for research. There was no time for research, right? Because along with those teaching responsibilities came nourishing responsibilities as well too. Because again, it was a very different population of students that were still historically first generation students, never experienced college before, and really needed the support to get through. So again, a very different type of assignment. Okay. Oh, interestingly enough, I want to just show this article. So this is a new article that's in the Chronicle of Higher Education just within the last week or two, but it's filed under funding inequity. And it's talking about HBCUs race to the top and trying to reach R1 status. But if you just put in Chronicle of Higher Education and funding inequities, it comes right up. Again, we're talking about equity in research, right? Okay, so again, you know, this whole REU thing, I think, is always a great approach. It gets us a chance to bring in talented students, bring them into our labs, show them who we are, and then hopefully, if things work out and the funding is right, those sorts of things, we can pluck that student off and offer that person a graduate assistantship, right? And so that becomes our traditional approach. Again, that was my pathway, right? What happens to the students that get left behind? We need pathways that provide these bridges that allow more students to come across. There we go. There we go, okay. That allow more students to come across. And it takes that innovative, creative thinking in order to make that happen when we know that there's disparities that exist out there. Again, I actually call this a one-way transfer problem. And so just the nuts and bolts of it, these minority-serving institutions, we find great, wonderful, gifted, talented students. We bring those students in through maybe an REU or a summer program to our predominantly white institution, and then we expose them to who we are, right? If we consider a different approach, what I call a multi-institutional partnership approach, this creates a win-win-win scenario, because we go from the minority-serving institutions, we realize that there are certain inequities there. We realize there are certain labor or teaching or work responsibilities that may be completely different from what we have here. But we work with not just the students, but also the faculties. And we bring those faculty along with the student and make them a part of the graduate research committee, so that from day one, they're helping us set that research agenda. And then what we do is we make sure that the students have not only the faculty support, but also the resources to build capacity back at that home institution, because we entertain the students here, getting their fall and spring semester courses out of the way, but then we send them back to their home institution to complete their research. So that means if they don't have the lab equipment, if they don't have the field equipment, if they don't have the whatever it is it takes them to be successful, we supply that. And we do this by making sure that we're surrounded with by a lot of partners, right? We make sure that we're surrounded by a lot of partners. So where we can't fill in those gaps, we've got other folks that can fill in those gaps as well too. So again, this helps us increase the engagement of these underserved groups, increase active partnerships on many institutional levels, from federal research and land management agencies, local and state agencies, and also this partnership between the majority and the minority serving communities as well too. And it also helps us to build institutional capacity at that home institution that often have some of the greatest ability to reach greater numbers of underserved students. Okay, and so this partnership is a partnership, well, one of the partnerships that I've been involved in is going on 12 years now. And that's a partnership with the United States Forest Service, University of Puerto Rico campuses, 4 to 5 different campuses, as well as work with Michigan State University as well too. Okay, so again, the way that this works, the graduate students are recruited from those 4 or 5 different UPR campuses. They're guided by the collaboration of faculty as well as agency partners. And they spend the academic semesters at NC State or Michigan State University, and then they return to UPR to conduct their research. Right? So this gives them this home-based approach, but we also try to recruit our students in a cohort to circumvent this adjustment of isolation and also to establish a critical mass. Okay, and so the added benefits is that we create this two-way transfer. So it's not just that one-way transfer problem that I was telling you about, where we take the best and the gifted and the brightest, and then we make them into who we want them to be. But we get a chance to listen from the onset of what the needs are, what the research needs are of that home institution. And we use that student as a conduit or as a bridge to really help filling those gaps, to building those programs. So we leverage those shared resources as well too. Okay. And so, again, it helps us build these expansive networks. This is just a partial list of some of the folks that we've worked with throughout this project, going on 12 years now. And one interesting thing I'll say is that working with historically underrepresented students, those students don't necessarily have the same experiences and exposures that we expect from our more traditional students. Again, oftentimes a lot of those students tend to be first-generation students. If they're not first-generation students, they're first-generation graduate students, okay? And working with students from backgrounds that don't necessarily have the level of college exposure that some of our traditional students have, you've got to do some convincing. And I'm not just talking about the students. I'm talking about mom, and I'm talking about dad, I'm talking about uncles, and I'm talking about the community. Because they don't have these role models in their communities. You know, no one has been a forest scientist or an environmental researcher or an ecologist or what have you. So to give up 2 to 3 years to go off and spend time doing this kind of thing, when you could be going home and getting a job, I already paid for you to go through school and get a 4-year bachelor's degree, it's a significant investment and it needs to be worthwhile. So we work with the agencies to make sure that we are directly addressing their critical workforce missions, make sure we're training these students for jobs that the agencies need, and we've done this with the USGS, and we've also been working with the Forest Service Southern Research Station to make sure we're training students for these mission-critical jobs. Okay. And then two, really quickly, here's a list of all the students that have participated in this program. So far, we have one current student that is a part of this program. She is actually a student over in applied ecology right now. My most recent student that came out of, okay, oh yeah, here we go. And two, this kind of shows you the breakdown of the students that went to Michigan State University and to NC State University. Okay, so roughly about 5 students went to Michigan State University and 8 students at North Carolina State University. And my most recent student, she came out last spring, Jashira Pabon Torres. She finished her degree and was awarded the NOS Fellowship in Washington, Marine Policy Fellowship in Washington, D.C., where she's been doing an outstanding job. She's wrapping it up right now. And she has been having conversations with the Puerto Rico Sea Grant about returning home and doing some work with them. Okay. All right, so just closing remarks really, really quickly. All of this work is not easy. This work represents stuff that's probably 90% off the clock, if there is really such thing as off the clock. But it takes champions and advocates and heroes to really do this kind of thing. And I've got to leave you with this one saying. So to get this project rolling at Michigan State, I had one of my former advisors, former dean of the College of Ag and Life Sciences at Michigan, Agriculture and Natural Sciences at Michigan State, and chairperson. He would always drag me to all of these partnership meetings. You know, I'm working on my PhD, and some of this stuff had absolutely nothing at all to do with the stuff I was working on. But he would drag me to all of these different meetings with the Department of Environmental Quality and other stakeholders and all of this other kind of stuff. And I just figure he was trying to squeeze them. He was trying to get the money out of them, right? And so I was like, okay, Dr. Taylor, do you think you'll get the funding? You think we'll get the funding? And of course, he needed me along because he needed someone to actually do the work, right? But he looked over at me and he said, Stacy, it's all about the people. And if you forget that, you've missed it. And just for acknowledgments, this list is way too short with all the folks that have participated and helped us find ways. Dr. Aaron Sills is sitting over there, helped us creatively find ways to keep this program going. We owe just a debt of thanks. Okay, so I know I spoke for a long time. We still got about 15 minutes. I just want to see, Karen, is it okay if we open it up at this point to questions that folks may have?
Yeah, sure. If anybody has questions, I'll bring you the mic. Thank you, Stacy.
Thank you. Could we skip that person, please? I'm sorry. Angela, you know I love you.
Oh, no, really. No, for real. I, too, am an REU product from HBCU school. My question is for you guys, how do you get students from an HBCU school to feel comfortable at a PWI? I've taught students who don't feel comfortable being around outside of their atmosphere or their environment. How can we make them feel inclusive or feel like they're welcome? That's my question.
I think that's a great question. Stacy just kind of passed it to me. He's been talking for a long time. So it's a challenge, and it's not an easy one to overcome at all. A lot of the students, I think, who come from HBCU backgrounds into state lean on Shafney Grays. Dr. Grays does a fantastic job providing support to students, and that support includes academic and emotional support, and both are equally important. A lot of it is building up trust too. We had a case, I hope it's okay to share this, we had a student who was here last fall, and Stacy actually kind of brought me in to work with the student, even though it was outside my discipline. And a lot of the time, it took a really long time to build up trust. And unfortunately, in this case, the student wasn't quite prepared and gave us some ideas of ways that we could try to do better in the future. But ultimately, the student ended up leaving the master's program and getting a job. But we temporarily for now, we hope that this person will come back in the near future. But he clearly needed a little bit of time to get to know the field and be supported. And I think that one of the things that was kind of striking was, for a while, he frankly wasn't straight with me about some things. And I think that inherently there's so much distrust built up in this system that he didn't know he could believe what I had to say. And I think it wasn't really until when it became apparent that he was not going to be successful at this point in time. And so we kind of shifted our approach and said, okay, let's help find him a job, which he now has, that it made a big difference, I think, in his trust level, because he felt like, okay, these people are going to see it through. And so I think in this case, if he decides to come back in a couple of years, he knows that he'll be well supported. And I think that we need to start establishing those relationships sooner. Stacy and I and Zakiya have been talking about maybe trying to look at grants that would build capacity, and along the lines of the program at UPR, where it would build capacity at the lower levels, like undergraduate levels, so that when students come here, they know what to expect. They're prepared. They don't have to come here. They could go to an HBCU program. They could go to here. They could go to another R1 institute. And either way, the support has been given. And I think that if we establish those kinds of really sincere relationships, that we're more likely to recruit and might do a little bit better in terms of making our population look a little more like the state of North Carolina, but also that that when the students come here, they know that they can believe what we're saying. And in fact, just kind of a coda on the point with the student, I texted him, I don't know, a week and a half or two ago, and I just said, you know, hey, I just want to see how everything's going. Are you liking the new job? And he really is enjoying himself, and I think in the grand scheme of things, because he was working at a warehouse at Amazon before coming back to school. He graduated from A&T a year and a half ago, I think. And he, I think now, is starting to feel that competence in the field. But I think that follow through, you know, when I got in touch with him, he said, you know, I was just thinking about you and thinking about getting in touch. And the fact that at least we're starting to build up that conversation and build up trust. And I feel like we just have a long way to go and a lot of work to do to establish that.
So I was going to add to that question. I'm actually a graduate student in the College of Education. My background, I graduated from Fayetteville State. I have my master's from Howard, so both HBCUs to then attend NC State. And so one thing that I can say I noticed that may help with the transition is that relationship piece. So coming from the HBCU background, I realized that we're very rich in connection and relationship, whereas here we're very rich in a lot of financial resources. And I think that both ways they can be exchanged. So, you know, HBCUs benefiting financially a little more. And then on our end, doing more to build those relationships before we arrive. So recruitment events in the spring, whenever there's activities or there's interest meetings for the graduate programs, really starting to build those relationships in social groups and social networks, or reaching out then, getting their contact information so that when they matriculate into the program, they already have the support that's around them and that they could need to, you know, really succeed.
I think that's an excellent point.
Yeah. Other questions?
Thank you.
Yeah, so our keynote speaker today really emphasized how our students that are not yet at college are struggling with COVID, and we know they're behind, and we know the students of color are going to be behind, and we know the youngest children are struggling with social behavior, social integration, you know, those sorts of things. And so I feel like K through 12 is wrestling right now with something that's going to be in our universe sooner rather than later. And so thinking about equity and meeting people where they are, can you talk about some things maybe that's happening at the university to try to do that? And maybe the pandemic is the sort of like spark that allows some of these innovative approaches and ideas to help provide, I don't want to say individualized, but maybe more attentive and equitable education for all students, but particularly of those with disadvantaged backgrounds.
You know, I can start off just by saying that I remember when we converted to remote learning, I think I was really impressed with the message at that time that came from leadership. That message had the word grace in it. I've been here almost 20 years now, and I have never heard us use the word grace in anything. And so being able to understand that this pandemic disproportionately impacts everyone, all of us. I was at the dining room table with a middle schooler. You know, when we went to remote learning, when the schools closed down, there wasn't this, it was basically like, you now have to do your job, but you also have to be a teacher, full-time, 24/7. So we were all going through it, and I definitely understand that it really has to reshape the way that we think about moving forward and what we gauge as going to be our metrics for student success. The populations that we reach are going to be constantly and ever evolving. And I don't think we really have a great handle on that, but one of the things this pandemic may have helped us with is to be a little bit more sensitive to what some of those burdens that all of us are now dealing with. And I'll let you.
Yeah, no, I think those are great points. And sort of speaking to that, having flexible policies. And it was something that I had thought about doing and would work with students if somebody came to me with a problem before.
But as a one-on-one type of thing.
But as a one-on-one kind of thing. But since COVID, one thing is making a policy that says, this is available to everybody. And just saying it on the first day of class. If you have a problem, you don't feel well physically, you don't feel well mentally, you don't have to tell me exactly what the problem is if you don't feel comfortable sharing, but let me know you have something going on, and I will work with you, and I will make chances for you to come back and learn the material if you miss something or you just need another round. You know, some students are just getting back into the swing of things of being in a live classroom again, and that's a little bit intimidating. Other students have developed new ways of life or, you know, have different responsibilities that they've taken on over the pandemic that have made it hard to come to class all the time. So being flexible, having multiple options for students to be able to actually view the material and participate in the class, all of those things, which are maybe harder from a faculty perspective, but I think if it makes the students feel more at ease, ultimately, it's better for everybody.
And I'll just add one other thing. We did go test optional as well too, as far as admissions go. That's something that I know our administration wants to take a deeper look at to see how well we've done compared to being test required. But again, that still may be another way to look at providing a broader, a richer access to especially students that may have never considered NC State.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, well, join me in thanking our presenters with a round of applause.
Thank you all so much.
And just a reminder that we can come back to this room at 4:15 for our closing panel. at 4:15, and then that will be finishing up at 4:45, and then we'll move to the poster presentations. So the poster presentations will be right after the closing panel. So if you'd like to have a seat here, after that, we'll move to posters.
We can't hear them if everyone is talking at the back as well. If you would kindly sit down. Welcome to our closing panel for the symposium. We are really excited having our 4 deans here to give us some perspective about how all of these came about. So they are going to talk about the past, they are going to talk about the present, and how we are thinking about the future of equity research at NC State. So I'll just hand it over to all of you.
Yes.
All right.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Jeff Braden. I'm a professor of psychology and I'm a recovering dean. I had the great privilege of being the dean of the College of Humanities and Social Sciences when Juliana Nafaa-Benye came to me with a set of recommendations from our Diversity Action Committee. I'm going to tell you more about that in just a minute, but I just realized I have yet to introduce the other panelists, and that's my job. Dr. Mary Ann Danowitz is a professor of higher education in the College of Education and also a recovering former dean. Deanna Daniels is a professor of communication and dean of the College of Humanities and Social Sciences. And Myron Floyd, gosh, Myron, I forgot your home department. Myron Floyd is a professor of Parks, Recreation, and Tourism Management and current dean of the College of Natural Resources. You'll be hearing from them in just a moment, but as I pick my story back up, Juliana was chair of our Diversity Action Committee in the college, and I had charged her with giving me a set of recommendations on things we could do as a college to reduce anti-Black racism and to deconstruct systemic racism within the college. Her committee rose to that challenge, gave me a number of recommendations. Included among them was to have an interdisciplinary conference within our college to bring together scholars who were interested in diversity, equity, and inclusion to exchange ideas, to meet each other, and to learn about each other's work. They also asked me for, was it $10,000? And these are words you will rarely hear a dean say. I said, first, you're not thinking big enough. And then the second thing I said, which I don't know if any dean's ever said, is you're not asking me for enough money. And so I had the great opportunity to take this to the provost and to my fellow deans, and where it was immediately embraced. And I'm going to turn it over to Mary Ann to pick up the story and give this a little more structure. Mary Ann. Thank you, Jeff. While Jeff was working with his colleagues in the College of Humanities and Social Sciences, I began thinking about, oh, there's got to be something more than a symposium. That's the start. But what does NC State really need
to get to where we should be if we're truly committed to equity in our scholarship. Knowing that there were people all over the university that were doing great work, but not getting the recognition and not necessarily getting the university support that was needed for that. So in spring 2021, Juliana, Derek Ham from Design, Jessica DeCour-Gumby from the College of Education, and Myron Floyd and I began to work on what would NC State need to generate synergy, to catapult research on equity, and to really create a community of scholars who are committed to that. So one of the things that became very apparent was that over the past few years, over the past few years, that the university has made substantial investments in really catapulting significant interdisciplinary research forward. And at the same time, or shortly afterwards, I'd say, there's been an emphasis in emphasizing equity at NC State in our strategic plan. So looking back, since about 2015, the faculty at NC State has grown with at least 70 new faculty members through cluster hires, millions of dollars invested in research, but of those cluster hires, of the 20, none has focused on equity. None has devoted attention to that. And most recently, we have an Academy of Data Sciences, all of which bring faculty together to do something collectively beyond what they can do. Also, they have the factors of spanning multiple colleges, and in the case of the Academy, all colleges. So we as a group began to work on what a proposal might be like, what it could do. And one of the things that we were looking at is what would be, sorry, I can't see the slide, okay. Okay. So the need that we saw was really to have a place that would support university-wide initiatives related to equity. Also be a place that would bring together research across the university of all forms of equity. And it would be a place that we could galvanize interdisciplinary work while beginning to think about how does NC State begin to make a name by virtue of having a core group of faculty and a location where equity is truly valued, as are other initiatives. So we looked at some things that would be very important to get us started, and really the idea was the goals would be to have a place where we could have cutting-edge research on equity that would enable faculty scholars who are often isolated, the only ones in their respective units, often faculty of color, who are working to bring them together where they have a supportive environment and one that would really stimulate substantial work across the university that could grow. That is really putting a flag down to say, equity matters in our scholarship. Some of the other outcomes that came up in these conversations was that this would really provide a setting to bring equity scholars together so that it's a hub, it's a network, but it's also an environment where you have a sense of community and a culture that values your work. It's also a setting that would provide social support. We know that we don't do well in supporting a lot of faculty who are doing work that doesn't fall within the most narrow domains of some of our disciplines. Also, the idea was that in other universities that have done this, and it's only common sense, that this would help us both recruit and retain faculty and students of color and those who are interested in equity. And also that what this could do would be to be a place where we could be bringing in policy leaders. We could be bringing in kind of some of the thought leaders to say NC State is a place where we have knowledge, we care about this, and we're taking ideas to implement. So it's going from the think and do with equity. So critical to this is having a dedicated space. And so this came up as being very important because often having a dedicated space enables you to be more competitive for grants. It provides a setting where you have a stable location where you know you can go and that you can be heard, you can think through, and it not only creates energy, but it means that you're not alone. And also, one of the things is that we know this would be a place where you always, regardless of whether your work is understood or valued, that if you came to this place, it would be a place where it is the heart of why we're here. So we went through a couple of months of working on this and then shared it with the deans of the colleges and had input from all 10 deans. And I will say, as a collaborative researcher, it's always fun to work on papers, but when you have 10 deans providing input into a document, it's a really different experience. But that was important because the question was, is there an interest across the colleges? And there was we had several rounds of input and good discussions, and there was support on the part of all of them. Then we had a conversation with Provost Arden, and he expressed his support for this. At the same time, he said, remember though, all our initiatives that are interdisciplinary are faculty-based. So we're here today to think about what's next. This is the inaugural symposium, but what's next to bring equity research into the core of the university to be seen as important as our other areas of foci. And so I'm going to turn the mic over to Myron and take this time to think about, okay, we know there's a critical mass. The response for this has been phenomenal. The substance, the richness, and the diverse approaches say we're ready. So we want to use this time that we have to think about, we're on a launching pad. What do we want NC State to be in terms of a leader in equity research? Can we be like Michigan State that just invested $45 million more in equity work? Or like Ohio State that's just committed to hiring more than 100 scholars of color and scholars who are doing equity research? What do we need NC State to do, and how do you want to take a lead in that? Thank you. It's yours, Myron.
All right. Well, thanks for being here today, and I'm really honored to be on the panel with my esteemed colleagues. And I just want to hit some high-level points before we launch into thinking about next steps and brainstorming about the future. And these are some thoughts that I heard today as I sat in on a few sessions, and also beginning with our great opening panel this morning. But the question that I'd like to start with is, how can you be a premier 21st century land-grant university without embedding equity in the work of the university? And I think it's almost impossible. If you look at our strategic plan, with each of our goals, equity is foundational and cross-cutting for all 7 of them, if I have the number right. Because we can't think about making our students successful across their careers without thinking about equity, particularly as they head toward a future that's becoming more and more culturally, ethnically, racially, and globally diverse in just a number of ways. But you can look at each goal and see how equity is foundational and how it's cross-cutting across the whole set of goals. And so I think that we need a strong institutional response to this. And I want to go on record as saying that. And I think the provost has made some commitments, but I think more should be done. We have the existing infrastructure. We have a new, recently reorganized, I think it's called University Interdisciplinary Programs that is now being directed by Rob Dunn. So there is an existing structure for interdisciplinary initiatives on campus, and that's something that we should use and be aggressive in seeking support from that part of our university. So I also think there should be a strong dean's commitment to this program or to these initiatives. And each dean, each college, we work together on this event to support it, as well as the efforts that Dean Danowitz, former Dean Danowitz, talked about in terms of finding a location for equity research. Just has been done for integrated sciences, just has been done for plant sciences, a place where you could do integrated, interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary work in the same location. There are a number of ideas. I'll just leave them out there. We can get into them during the next part of this. But I will also say this, in terms of equity research at NC State University. I think it's almost an inevitability as you elevate equity that there will be some who challenge what that work consists of and why we do it. But I think we should resist efforts to reframe equity as some kind of leftist woke ideology. I think that is just almost inevitable. I know this is going out, but I think that's something that we should resist. That this is scholarship. This is scholarship. This is research. This is our teaching. This is our community engagement and extension. We should be aggressive and vigilant about how NC State should be positioned as an institution with enormous capacity and resources. We have an outsized influence on this region. As an economic engine, as an institution of higher learning, and just the resources that we have to serve this state. And as we saw this morning with the planning committee, the work that's going into this event today, all of the great work that the students have done, but also the faculty have done, we have the capacity on this campus to do innovative, interdisciplinary, and transdisciplinary team science and teaching and engagement. So I'll leave you with this. Also in the discussion this morning, I heard that, that North Carolina is the place of origin for the environmental justice movement in 1982 in Warren County. I also heard this morning that on February 1st, 1960 was the year or the date for the Greensboro sit-in. Those were pivotal moments in the environmental justice movement and the civil rights movement. February 8th, 2022, the date of the inaugural Equity Symposium at NC State University. What will we say in the future about this date at NC State?
Thank you. So this is the context within which I say, enter new dean, July 1st, 2022. And you see that all the work that has been done to lay the foundation for some really fabulous things in the future. And I came in as a new dean talking about things like transferable and transformative competencies, social justice, well-being, and interdisciplinary impact. Equity being at, and I'll use the term I used this morning, at the crux of all of these things I'm talking about. So I was thrilled to walk into a setting in which there was so much broad support at the administrative level for thinking how to move us forward in this interdisciplinary equity collaborative. And so before we launch in, we really do want this to be a brainstorming discussion where we hear from you. But before I kind of issue the first question and contextualize the first question, I just want to share with you some things that I've been very mindful of and that I have heard over the last 6 months as a new dean, as I'm talking with faculty across our college. First and foremost, with all the unbelievable work that's happening here, we are still in an incredible, broken time. We have many faculty who are disengaged, not necessarily pessimistic, but struggling, who have been disproportionately impacted by the last 2 years, and who continue to feel like they cannot catch up, even if you throw money at them, that it's a struggle to catch up. So I want us to think big and think about moving forward. But I'm reminded in these conversations that I have to be mindful that engagement, re-engaging people in their work, is in the context of where we are in 2022 and the struggles that many of our faculty are facing. And quite honestly, the people I'm talking to, many of our faculty who have been disproportionately impacted, who may do this kind of scholarship. And so I don't want to forget that as an administrator. And I don't want to forget the important role that listening plays as we think about moving forward. And so I started this brainstorming session, and those of you who know me know I'm forever an optimist. So I'm rarely the one to say, oh, we can't do this, because we can do this. I just want us to be mindful of the particular place in history where we are. So as we start this session moving forward, I'm going to launch us back to this morning when I heard, I believe it was Kofi, who was talking about, let's ask people what they need and take it to them, right? So I guess my question is, if you were to find energy and excitement, and if you were to engage in this interdisciplinary equity collaborative, what are the kinds of things you would need? And how can we as a collective work to bring them to our community? So I'll stop there. We truly do want this to be a discussion. It's a weird discussion format because I'm up here, you're down there. But I don't mind wandering around with a microphone, or Karen will too. But let's pop out some ideas, or if you have thoughts on some of the things we've talked about on the Equity Collaborative, we truly do want to hear from you about what it would take for you to engage moving forward and how we can keep this momentum going. All right, we got someone in the back, thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. In thinking about our institution, we're a land grant. We have representation in every county in North Carolina, and we have a duty to the citizens of North Carolina. But I think oftentimes we do this amazing research, especially on equity and in the various aspects, but we don't do well to translate that research into the hands of the people who it would have the greatest benefit towards. So I would love to see us extend our arms further into North Carolina, further into all aspects, to help translate this research from up here down to the level of individuals who are going to take and operationalize the innovation that we actually produce. I love to see it. I had the opportunity to serve in the College of Education, and I saw tremendous things happen. And when I saw that theory go to practice, I saw actual change, and I saw actual equity in play. And I would love to see that in textiles and engineering and biomedical, and truly to showcase the think and do and the innovation that happens here and that is for here and beyond.
You are speaking my language. I have a map of North Carolina in my office with all 100 counties outlined, and I have said over and over, I want a footprint in each county, and that would be a beautiful way to do that, to translate some of this work for the people in our state where it's relevant. I love that idea.
So I just came from another session where a couple things came up. One was some challenges that we sometimes have at the administrative level, and I'm not referring to deans here, just to be clear. But with, someone told a story about trying to work with students, for example, at Shaw University, and challenges in getting that person hired to be part of a research team because they weren't an NC State student. So some way to overcome the challenges of working with HBCUs is something that comes to mind as something that could be really relevant, and we probably need more conversations at higher levels to figure out how to make that happen. And then I'll just mention a second one that came up is there's a program that I just learned about recently called STIR, Scholarship, somebody help me out here, to, it's the impact of research. And it's a program that, from what I understand, really gives scholars, faculty an opportunity to do some reflection and think about the impact and how to broaden the impact of their research. So that seems like a program that somehow could be leveraged in some way to be a part of this. So I just wanted to throw those ideas out there.
So I've really enjoyed the conference. Thank you for all your hard work. One thing I think about, because I run a program for high school students with disabilities who are interested in STEM careers, what I think about is in order to have really good equity, we have to start younger to build an equitable university. So I would like to see more, like, for example, I'm just highlighting my program here, but we need people who are interested in hosting our kids as interns. That sounds like a simple thing, but it has a great impact on them wanting to come here and wanting to go into these fields where there's less diversity, like in STEM. So I'd like to see NC State start things a little earlier. The other thing we haven't spoken about is the admission process. I don't think that really is very inclusive and equitable, especially for students with disabilities, but a long range of people. So those are two topics I don't hear much talk about. So in doing more community outreach in general, because I see a lot of great research here, but it really needs to be implemented in the community to have some impact.
Also, I'll ask this, that it really may be helpful for us to understand how we're defining equity, just because it's going to mean so many different things to so many different people. I mean, equity is going to completely mean something different when you talk to graduate students versus assistant professors versus full professors. So who actually does the work? What does the work mean to them? Where do they see the greatest reach being as far as the work that can be done? So having discussions on what equity means, where do we put our focus? Because we all want to do so much, but we know that if it's too big, it's never going to happen. And then two, I think that in order to do the work, we've also got to be realistic, knowing that some things have to come off of people's plates if we really want these type of initiatives to be successful.
I actually think that's an interesting point. And Juliana, I'm curious, I think the definition of equity came up in the team. Can you speak a little bit to some of those discussions?
Yeah, because it was the inaugural symposium, we had an open-ended question. What does equity mean to you? Because we were conscious of the fact that because there are so many disciplinary areas on campus, how I think about equity in my discipline might not necessarily be the same way that you think about and discuss equity in your discipline. So we were really interested in seeing how different disciplinary areas were engaging with the ideas and concepts of equity. And so right here, when it says answer the question, you actually could just, go in there. Is the question, what does equity mean to you? And just give us a word, we want to make a word cloud by the end of this symposium, because the question that started this whole thing, we want to end it with, what does equity mean to you in this room? So just scan that and give us a word, and we'll have a word cloud at the end. But that was the point of leaving it open-ended for the first symposium, so that we wanted to see different viewpoints from various areas of discipline on campus. And so going forward, we might have to rethink how we want to go forward. But for now, it was the best way to cast the widest net possible. And in that case, we ended up getting a lot of proposals that were actually addressing the issue of equity from a disciplinary perspective. And it has worked out really well.
If I might add to that, as we were talking about the idea of an equity collaborative, we began with equity, diversity, inclusion, social justice, and trying to come up with definitions. And there was concurrence from 5 disciplinary perspectives that at this point, we stay with the term equity because it's really got to be the faculty as a group that would lead this initiative. And all the initiatives that I pointed to in terms of the academy or the cluster hires had substantial financial investments from the university that have enabled faculty to do extraordinary things beyond what they could do based on the prior resources that would be available to do that.
So maybe building off of that comment, I think in the university system, we often judge the success of initial investments like that in terms of how many further research dollars they generate. And so I think part of what needs to happen is reframing those goals and those metrics in terms of our impact and the benefits we deliver for disadvantaged populations in the state and for equity, as opposed to always framing it in terms of how many more dollars do we generate. So thinking carefully about those metrics and laying out those goals, I think, is key.
Yeah, I think I'll follow up on that. We had a conversation, that was a part of a follow-up conversation from this morning's opening session, and I forget the group I met with, I think it was Mixed Methods, where the traditional metrics for reappointment, promotion, tenure align with research expenditures and publications, and those are the measures of impact, and it doesn't quite measure the real change that might happen in a community based on community engagement research, for example, or the time that you spend developing a relationship with the community that might only get to see the outcome several years down the road. And how do you reward someone who's investing that amount of time to see a certain level of success measured by that impact? But I'd like to go back to the question that Stacy raised about definitions of equity and the response about the different definitions that we've captured. In my mind, one of the things that we should do, if I could say shoulds here, this is a great university. We have some of the world's leading experts and scholars at NC State University working on equity. And we have certain strengths, and I think one of the first things that we can do is identify those strengths and see where there are areas where we can coalesce and find areas of opportunity. And I do want to go back to this. I do want to go back to the Office of Interdisciplinary Programs, the University Interdisciplinary Programs, because to me that's where the provost is investing, and that's where I know dollars are scarce, but if investments are going to be made, then that's where they're going to be in interdisciplinary programs. That's where it's going to happen. But I do think we should study where our strengths are and see where the opportunities for us to come together across the 10 colleges, across research, teaching, extension, and engagement. The other topic we covered this morning was about, again, related to what is equity and how do we approach it, is, there are methods around certain types of how we understand a topic, how we approach that subject. And so there's a range of things that we can support, things that we can get behind, whether it's research training, how do we train future scholars in this area? How do we train future educators in this area? How do we train future park managers, foresters in this area? Or engineers. I even heard this morning, I think it was in the environmental justice session, about how maybe chemists need to know something about the work that they're doing and how it impacts the community, and the implications of that. But there's just a wide range of things that we could bring to the table as far as advancing NTU State's efforts as it relates to equity. Jeff, you look like you wanted to jump in there.
I am mindful of the fact that we have a dozen posters in the back, and that we are at the time where we're inclined. And those of you who are coming in online, I apologize that you're not able to be here. These posters look amazing. There's also, I think, beer and wine in the corner back there. And I want to underscore what everyone has said, but particularly what Mary Ann said, and that is, I think the next steps are up to us. And by us, I don't mean deans or former deans, I mean faculty. I think it's up to us to step up, and hopefully we've seen people in other fields who are doing work that might complement our own. And I really, really hope that out of today, we start to have those collaborations, because as Mary Ann pointed out, the provost is looking for faculty leadership. I think there's strong administrative support at all levels, but I do think faculty leadership is the next thing, and my hope is that my faculty colleagues across this campus who have been involved today will start to talk to each other and say, this is a research project, this is an area, this is a way for us to elevate what I do in equity, what you do in equity research, what you're doing in equity research, and truly make it an interdisciplinary university initiative. I want to thank my fellow panelists. I particularly want to thank Karen and Juliana for taking the leadership on pulling this together. Well done, everyone. Let's go, Pack.
Thank you to our panelists. A reminder, as Juliana already mentioned, on your table there are QR codes, and we'd also like to get your feedback on the symposium. So if you just scan that and respond to a few quick questions, that'll help the committee. Thank you, panelists. We appreciate knowing more about the history and appreciate the challenge that you set forth. So thank you very much. So finally, I would like to invite Interim Dean Palestine, who is going to provide some closing comments for our symposium. And then after that, we can move to our poster presentations, and we invite you to the reception as well. So Interim Dean Stein.
All right. Thank you, Karen. I guess I do stand between you and beer and wine, so I'll be quick. Hello and good afternoon. What an amazing symposium this has been. Throughout the day, we have had 90 presentations featuring more than 110 individuals, and over 400 people have been involved in this day in some capacity. Thank you to all volunteers, presenters, speakers, attendees, and sponsors for a successful day. Faculty, staff, and students from colleges and units across NC State discuss research and exchange ideas related to equity. By bringing to the forefront research that focuses on equity and critical conversations around issues like equitable access to necessities including education, clean water, transportation, we have shown our university's commitment to engage in important topics and to foster the vision of being known as a diverse, equitable, and inclusive land-grant university. With conversations around equity research, we can have a transformative impact on society. I want to thank Provost Arden for recognizing the importance of this symposium and for making it a university-wide initiative. I hope today's event is just the beginning of our interdisciplinary efforts around equity research and becomes a recurring event generating other efforts based on our emerging collective work around the issue of equity in research. As our panel just suggested and started a wonderful conversation for us, so thank you. The interdisciplinary connections highlighted today are necessary for NC State to fulfill its strategic goals of bringing about and sustaining needed change in ways that champion equity, diversity, inclusion, justice, belonging, and well-being at our institution. When we work across disciplines and across groups to conduct interdisciplinary research around equity, we can better understand the world, and we can solve problems. The theme of the symposium today is what equity means to me. When I think about equity, I'm always reminded that we continue to talk about this issue because so many inequities still prevail. Equity is about making sure everyone has opportunities to achieve and perform at their highest level. But we know that all groups are not having the same opportunities to participate, and in fact, one's demographic characteristics, such as race, gender, language, accent, migration history, socioeconomic status, zip code, and many more, continue to predict their chances for success. And we have learned a lot more about that in today's presentations. Narrow perspectives regarding who can be successful hurt our research, our state, and the legacy we will leave for future generations. So we have a huge responsibility as a research university to address issues of equity. The research you conduct and your participation in today's symposium and other such events are an important step to fulfilling the university's vision to be known as a champion of diversity, equity, and inclusion. So thank you for being here, and thank you for the important equity research you continue to do to advance the greater good. Thank you.
Thank you. We can now move toward the posters, and the food looks like it's ready. So please enjoy.